Welcome back, my dear friend. I am here with you tonight to help you relax and fall asleep peacefully. Your support truly means a lot to me. So let's try to reach 100 likes and 100 comments. You can leave any comment you like. I appreciate every bit of your support. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. The dispatch radio crackled at 4:47 a.m., pulling me from shallow sleep in my ranger station bunk. 23 years I'd worked the Nahanni Wilderness Preserve, a 200,000-acre expanse of old-growth forest in northern Idaho, and I still wasn't used to those pre-dawn calls. Nothing good ever came through that radio before sunrise. Ranger Mitchell, we have a situation. Dispatch operator Brenda's voice carried an edge I recognized. Hiker reported overdue. Gregory Walton, male, age 34, was supposed to check in with his wife yesterday at 6 p.m. Last known position, Nahanni Lake Trail, approximately mile marker 7. I was already pulling on my uniform pants. Copy that. Solo hiker? Affirmative. Wife says he's experienced. Had GPS, satellite phone, the works. That made it worse somehow. Experienced hikers who vanished usually meant something had gone very wrong very fast. By 5:30, I was loading my pack into the truck. The preserve stretched endlessly around my station, a sea of Douglas fir and western red cedar that seemed to swallow the weak dawn light. Fog clung to the ground in thick patches, and the temperature gauge on my dashboard read 38 degrees. Cold for mid-September, even up here. The drive to the Nahanni Lake trailhead took 40 minutes on deteriorating Forest Service roads. I had requested maintenance 3 times this year, but budget cuts meant the preserve was operating on skeleton staff. It was just me covering the northern sector now. Nearly 80,000 acres of wilderness that could kill you in a dozen different ways if you weren't careful. I parked next to Gregory Walton's silver Subaru. The vehicle sat alone in the gravel lot, windows already fogged with morning dew. I ran the plates to confirm, then did a quick visual inspection. Nothing unusual. No signs of forced entry. No blood. No indication of why an experienced hiker would simply disappear. The Nahanni Lake Trail started innocuously enough, well-maintained boardwalk through wetland areas, clear signage every quarter mile. But after the first 2 miles, the trail deteriorated into little more than game paths winding through increasingly dense forest. The lake itself sat at mile marker 8, a dark body of water fed by underground springs that kept it ice-cold year-round. Local Nez Perce had stories about Nahanni Lake. They called it Tamaim Pe Pa in their language, spirit water. The elders said things lived in the deep forest around that lake. Things that walked on 2 legs but weren't human. Things that could mimic voices and lure people away from marked trails. I'd always dismissed those stories as folklore, the kind of campfire tales that crop up around any isolated wilderness area. But after 2 decades of search and rescue work in these woods, I'd learned that most folklore had roots in something real. Maybe not spirits or monsters, but real dangers, predators, hazardous terrain. The simple fact that humans are fragile creatures who don't belong in true wilderness. The trail was muddy from recent rain. I found Gregory Walton's boot prints easily enough. Size 11 Merrill's, distinctive tread pattern. He'd been moving at a steady pace, no signs of running or stumbling. The prints followed the trail for the first 3 miles, then something changed. At mile marker 3.2, his tracks veered off the path. I knelt to examine the deviation point. His boot prints showed no hesitation. One moment following the trail, the next moment turning sharply left into unmarked forest. No signs of pursuit, no indication he'd been startled or fleeing something. He'd simply walked into the trees as deliberately as if following a road. This was wrong. Experienced hikers didn't leave trails without reason, especially not in dense forest where visibility dropped to 20 feet and directional sense became unreliable within minutes. I marked the location with GPS and followed his tracks into the understory. The forest closed around me immediately. That peculiar silence that comes with deep woods. No birds, no squirrels, just the soft crunch of my boots on decomposing leaves and the whisper of wind through branches high overhead. Gregory's tracks continued in a straight line, almost unnaturally straight, as if he'd been walking towards something specific. The underbrush showed signs of his passage, broken ferns, disturbed moss, a torn piece of fabric from his jacket caught on a hawthorn branch. After 20 minutes of tracking, I found his first piece of gear. The satellite phone lay face down in a patch of mud. Its screen cracked, but the device still powered on. I bagged it as evidence, noting that the battery showed 73% charge. If he'd been in trouble, why hadn't he used it? The GPS unit came next, 50 yards further on, partially buried under wet leaves as if it had been dropped and kicked aside. The skin on the back of my neck began to prickle. In search and rescue, we see patterns. Lost hikers shed gear to reduce weight when panicking. Injured hikers drop things as motor control fails. But this felt different. This felt deliberate. The tracks continued another half mile before I found the clearing. It wasn't a natural clearing. Someone or something had knocked down saplings in a rough circle about 30 feet in diameter. The trees weren't cut, they were broken, bent at unnatural angles, their trunks splintered as if massive force had been applied. In the center of the clearing, someone had arranged rocks in a pattern I didn't recognize. Not a circle, not a line, something more complex that hurt my eyes to follow. Gregory Walton's backpack sat propped against one of the broken trees. I approached cautiously, every instinct screaming that something was wrong with this scene. The backpack was intact, zippers closed, no signs of animal interference. When I opened it, I found all his supplies, food, water, first aid kit, even his wallet with $400 cash inside. People don't abandon gear like this, not willingly. I radioed dispatch. Brenda, I've got a situation here. Found Walton's equipment but no sign of the hiker. I checked my GPS. Approximately 4 miles northeast of Nahanni Lake Trailhead, off trail. Sending coordinates now. Copy that. Do you need backup? I looked around the clearing at the broken trees and the strange rock pattern. Yeah, send whoever's available. And Brenda, make sure they're armed. Armed? Mitchell, what are you? Just do it. The radio went silent. I knew what she was thinking. In 23 years, I'd never requested armed backup. Bears we could handle with pepper spray. Lost hikers didn't require weapons. But this wasn't a normal search and rescue situation. I began documenting the scene with my camera, taking photos of the broken trees, the rock pattern, the abandoned gear. Through the viewfinder, I noticed something I'd missed with the naked eye. Scratches on several of the tree trunks, deep gouges in the bark that ran vertically, at least 8 feet high. I approached the nearest marked tree. The gouges were fresh, sap still oozing from the wounds. I placed my hand against one of the marks. 4 parallel scratches, each about an inch apart. Too wide for bear claws, too deep for anything I recognized. A sound echoed through the forest, distant but distinct. A voice calling out, words I couldn't quite make out. I froze listening. The call came again, closer this time, and my chest tightened as I recognized the pattern. Someone was shouting my name. Mitchell, Mitchell, help me. The voice sounded like Gregory Walton, based on the recording his wife had provided. But the direction was wrong, coming from deeper in the forest, away from any trail or road. And something about the tone was off, the cadence not quite human. I didn't respond. Every survival instinct I'd honed over 2 decades of wilderness work told me to stay silent. The calling continued, moving through the trees in a wide arc around my position. Mitchell, I'm hurt. Please, I need help. I drew my service pistol, a Glock 17 I'd carried for years but never fired in the field. My hand was steady, even though my heart hammered against my ribs. The voice was closer now, maybe 50 yards away through the dense underbrush. Mitchell, why won't you answer? I can see you. That last part made my blood turn cold. The trees were too thick. Nothing could see me from that distance. I moved carefully back toward the trail, keeping my weapon ready, fighting every trained impulse to respond to someone calling for help. The voice followed, always maintaining the same distance, never coming closer but never falling behind.
Mitchell, please, there's something out here.
Something wrong. The trees thinned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of movement through the branches. A figure standing motionless about 40 yards away. Human-shaped but wrong somehow. Proportions slightly off. It stood perfectly still, facing my direction, and even at this distance I could see it was naked, skin pale as birch bark. Then it smiled. The expression was all wrong, too wide, stretching the face in ways human muscles couldn't manage. And when it spoke again, the voice came not from its mouth but from somewhere behind it, deeper in the forest. Mitchell, I know you see me. I know you're afraid. I ran. Training said never run from predators, but this wasn't a predator. Not any kind, I understood. I crashed through underbrush, branches whipping my face, my pack slamming against my spine with each stride. Behind me, I heard movement, fast and fluid, something large pursuing through the trees. The pursuit didn't sound right. The footfalls were wrong, sometimes 2 legs, sometimes 4, the rhythm changing as if whatever chased me couldn't decide what it was. I burst back onto the main trail and sprinted toward the trailhead, my lungs burning. The sounds behind me stopped abruptly at the trail's edge, as if my pursuer had hit an invisible barrier. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck. Deputy Marcus Reeves arrived 90 minutes later, his patrol SUV kicking up dust as it pulled into the trailhead parking lot. He was young, maybe 28, with the kind of confidence that comes from never having faced anything truly inexplicable. I'd requested a senior officer, someone with wilderness experience, but Reeves was all the county could spare. Ranger Mitchell. He stepped out, adjusting his duty belt with the unconscious gesture of someone still getting used to the weight. Dispatch said you found evidence of the missing hiker. I was sitting on my truck's tailgate, my breathing finally under control, but my hands still shaking slightly. Found his gear, all of it, about 4 miles in. And the hiker himself? No sign. I paused, weighing how much to tell him. But there's something out there, something that chased me back to the trail. Reeves' expression shifted toward skepticism. Chased you? What kind of animal? I don't know what it was.
Bear. Mountain lion?
No, I looked directly at him. It was walking upright, and it was calling my name. The deputy's face settled into the patient expression people use when they think you're losing your mind. Mr. Mitchell, I understand search and rescue can be stressful, but I've been doing this for 23 years, I interrupted. I know the difference between stress and reality. Something is in those woods, and it's not natural. Reeves pulled out a notebook. Why don't you walk me through exactly what you found? I did, starting with Gregory Walton's tracks, leaving the trail, and ending with my retreat. The deputy took notes, his expression growing more doubtful with each detail. When I mentioned the creature mimicking Walton's voice, I saw him glance at my hands, still trembling slightly, and make a notation I couldn't read. I'd like to see this clearing, he said finally. The location where you found the abandoned gear. I marked it on GPS. I pulled up the coordinates on my handheld unit. But we're not going in there alone. Not in daylight, and definitely not with just the two of us. Ranger Mitchell, a man is missing. Every hour we delay makes it less likely we'll find him alive. I know. But rushing in unprepared is how rescue workers become victims. I climbed down from the tailgate. We need more people. We need proper equipment. And we need to wait until morning when we have full daylight. Reeves checked his watch, almost 3 p.m. It's afternoon. We have at least 4 hours of good light left. Not in that forest. Under the canopy. It might as well be twilight already. The deputy closed his notebook with a snap that suggested he'd made his decision. I wanted to let him go alone. Wanted to climb in my truck and drive back to my station and pretend none of this was my problem. But leaving someone to walk into danger, even a skeptical deputy who thought I was having a breakdown, wasn't something I could do. Give me 5 minutes to gear up properly. We set out at 3:15 p.m., Reeves leading with his service weapon holstered and his body language radiating doubt about this entire expedition. I followed with my own pistol drawn, ignoring his occasional glances at my defensive posture. The forest felt different than it had that morning. The silence was deeper, more oppressive. No insects buzzed, no birds called. Even the wind seemed to have died, leaving the air perfectly still and heavy with the scent of decay. Reeves noticed it too. I saw his swagger falter slightly as we moved deeper into the woods, his hand drifting unconsciously toward his weapon. It's quiet, he said. Yes. That's normal for this forest? No. I kept scanning the tree line, every shadow suddenly threatening. Animals go silent when there's a major predator in the area. Instinct. You said you didn't think it was a normal predator. I don't. We reached the clearing at 3:47 p.m. The broken trees stood exactly as I'd left them, the strange rock pattern still arranged in the center. But something had changed. Gregory Walton's backpack was gone. You said you left all his gear here, Reeves said, his tone accusing. I did. The pack was right there. I pointed to the spot where I'd found it propped against a tree. Someone or something moved it. The deputy circled the clearing, examining the broken saplings. These could be from a storm. High winds, maybe a microburst. Look at the pattern. They're all broken outward from the center. Storm damage doesn't work that way. Reeves knelt by the rock arrangement, reaching out to touch one of the stones. Don't. He pulled his hand back, looking up at me. Why not? Because I don't know what it is, and neither do you. And in my experience, things people arrange deliberately in the middle of nowhere usually aren't meant to be touched. The deputy stood, brushing dirt from his knees. Mr. Mitchell, I think we need to discuss the possibility that you're experiencing. He stopped mid-sentence. We both heard it, a voice calling from deeper in the forest. Help me! Someone please help me! It was a woman's voice this time, high and frightened, coming from perhaps 100 yards away through the trees. Reeves immediately moved toward the sound. I grabbed his arm. That's not real. What are you talking about? Someone needs help. Listen to it. Really listen. The calling came again, and this time I saw understanding dawn on Reeves's face. The voice was wrong, too perfect. No breathlessness from running or panic. No variation in tone. It sounded like a recording or something imitating a human voice without quite understanding how fear affects speech. Help me. Please, I'm lost. We should at least check, Reeves said, but his conviction was wavering. No. We should leave. Now. Movement in the tree line. A flash of pale skin between dark trunks. Then another on our opposite side. Then a third, behind us near the trail. We were surrounded. Mitchell. Reeves had his weapon drawn now, his earlier skepticism replaced by naked fear. What are those? The figures stood motionless at the edge of the clearing, humanoid but wrong in ways my mind struggled to process. Too tall, joints that bent slightly backward, skin that seemed to shift and ripple as if not quite solid. One of them moved its head, a sharp, bird-like motion to look directly at us. When it smiled, I saw too many teeth, row after row like a shark. Back to the trail, I whispered. Slowly, don't run. We moved toward the path, keeping our weapons trained on the nearest figure. It matched our movement, maintaining the same distance, its head cocked at that unnatural angle. Help me. The voice came from one of the creatures, but its mouth didn't move. Please, I'm hurt. Another one picked up the call.
Mitchell! Mitchell, I need you!
Then they all started calling at once, a cacophony of voices, some masculine, some feminine, some children, all begging for help in words that had no emotion behind them. The sound surrounded us, echoing off the trees, making it impossible to tell how many there actually were. We reached the trail, and like before, the creature stopped at its edge. They stood in a line, watching us with heads tilted at identical angles, still smiling with those impossible mouths. Go, I told Reeves. Fast, but don't run. Stay on the trail. We moved quickly, the deputy casting frequent glances over his shoulder. The creatures followed on both sides, keeping pace through the forest but never crossing onto the trail itself. They moved wrong, sometimes upright, sometimes on all fours, their bodies flowing between positions with fluid grace that made my stomach turn. The voices continued. Come back, we need help, please don't leave us. We didn't stop until we reached the trailhead parking lot. Only then did the pursuit cease, the creatures melting back into the forest like shadows at noon. Reeves leaned against his SUV, breathing hard. What the hell were those things? I don't know. I holstered my weapon with shaking hands, but now you understand why I didn't want to go in there alone. The deputy pulled out his radio. Dispatch, this is Reeves. We have a situation at Nahanni Lake Preserve. Request backup, multiple units, and contact the sheriff directly. Copy that, deputy. Nature of the situation? Reeves looked at me, then back at his radio. Unknown, but we're going to need a lot of people. By dawn the next morning, the trailhead parking lot had transformed into a command center. 4 county sheriff vehicles, 2 state police cruisers, a search and rescue team from Boise, and a news van from the local television station crowded the gravel lot. Sheriff Tom Brennan, a barrel-chested man in his 50s with 30 years of law enforcement experience, stood at the center of it all, looking at the topographic map I'd spread across my truck's hood. So let me get this straight, Brennan said. You're telling me there are creatures in these woods that aren't bears, aren't mountain lions, and aren't anything in any wildlife database. That's exactly what I'm telling you. And they can mimic human voices. Yes, and they only come out at certain times, and they won't cross onto marked trails. That's what we observed. The sheriff exchanged a look with State Trooper Vincent Hayes, who'd driven up from Boise overnight. Hayes was older, gray-haired, with the weathered face of someone who'd seen his share of wilderness emergencies. Ranger Mitchell, Hayes said carefully. Is there any possibility what you saw was just people? Maybe a cult or survivalist group operating illegally in the preserve? People don't move like that, and people don't have teeth like that. You were under stress. It was getting dark. The mind can play tricks. Deputy Reeves saw them too. I gestured to where Reeves stood talking with other officers. Ask him. Brennan did exactly that, calling Reeves over. The young deputy confirmed everything I'd said, though I could see the toll it had taken, dark circles under his eyes, a tremor in his hands, as he pointed out locations on the map. All right, Brennan said finally. We're going in. Full search party. Gregory Walton has been missing for 40 hours now. Every statistical model says if he's still alive, we need to find him in the next 6 hours. Sheriff, I strongly advise against. Noted, but I've got a missing hiker, and I've got a responsibility to find him. Brennan turned to the assembled officers and volunteers. Listen up, we're going in teams of 4, minimum. Nobody goes off trail. Nobody investigates anything alone. You see something unusual, you radio immediately. Understood? A chorus of affirmatives. I noticed several of the volunteers exchanging uncertain glances. They'd heard the rumors by now, whispered conversations about creatures in the woods. We formed 4 teams. Mine consisted of myself, Trooper Hayes, and 2 Boise search and rescue volunteers, Katie Sanderson and Mike Chen. Both were in their 30s, experienced wilderness trackers who'd worked dozens of rescue operations. Stay close, I told them as we set out. And if you hear voices calling for help, don't respond, don't investigate, just mark the location and keep moving. You really think there's something dangerous out here? Katie asked. She had the confident bearing of someone who'd never encountered a situation she couldn't handle. I know there is. We followed the trail to the point where Gregory Walton's tracks had deviated. The forest seemed to watch us, that same oppressive silence. broken only by our footsteps and the occasional crackle of a radio as other teams checked in. At the clearing where I'd found Walton's gear, we stopped. The broken trees stood as before, but the rock pattern had changed. Someone or something had rearranged the stones into a different configuration, a spiral that drew the eye inward toward its center. "Don't look at it directly," I warned. "Makes you dizzy." Mike Chen pulled out his camera, photographing the scene from multiple angles. "This is deliberate. Someone made this." "The question is why," Hayes said. "What's the purpose?" We spread out to search for new evidence, staying within sight of each other. Katie found the first trace, a piece of fabric torn from Walton's jacket, caught on a branch about 50 yards from the clearing. Then Mike found boot prints, fresh ones, leading deeper into the forest. "These are recent," Mike said, kneeling to examine the tracks, "made within the last 12 hours. Could be Walton? Same size, same tread pattern. But..." He trailed off, frowning. "But what?" "The stride is wrong, too long. These prints are spaced almost 5 feet apart. You'd have to be running to make tracks like this." We followed them anyway, marking our trail with reflective tape as we went. The forest grew denser, older growth that blocked out most of the early morning light. Trooper Hayes checked his GPS every few minutes, ensuring we could find our way back. The tracks led to water, a stream I didn't recognize, not marked on any map I'd seen. It was narrow, maybe 6 feet across. The water so clear I could see smooth stones on the bottom. The boot prints went into the stream and didn't come out on either side. "Classic misdirection," Katie said. "He went into the water to break his trail. Could have exited anywhere along this stream for miles. Or something carried him," I said quietly. Hayes looked at me sharply. "You think he's dead?" "I think if he's still alive, he's not acting rationally. No experienced hiker abandons all their gear and walks into unmarked wilderness. Something is wrong." We split to search both sides of the stream. I went with Hayes heading upstream while Katie and Mike searched downstream. The radio crackled with reports from other teams. No sign of Walton, nothing but more of those strange rock patterns and scratches on trees. Then Team 3 went silent. Sheriff Brennan's voice came over the radio. "Team 3, report your position." Static. "Team 3, this is command. Respond." More static, then a voice, barely a whisper. "We need help. Something's wrong." "Team 3, what's your situation?" "It's Cumberland. To came to Lachinsatum one by one." The transmission cut off. Hayes and I looked at each other, then started running back toward the rally point. Katie and Mike appeared from downstream, having heard the same broadcast. "All teams return to trailhead immediately," Brennan ordered. "This is not a request. Abort search and return to base." We moved fast, following our marked trail back toward the clearing. Behind us I heard movement, multiple sources, keeping pace but staying out of sight. The creatures were following us, tracking us through the forest. A scream echoed through the trees, short, cut off abruptly. One of the other team, "Move," Hayes shouted. We burst into the clearing and found chaos. Team 2 was there, 3 of the 4 members. The 4th, a county deputy named Rodriguez, was missing. The remaining officers stood back to back, weapons drawn, faces pale. "Where's Rodriguez?" Hayes demanded. "It took him," one of them gasped. "Just reached out and grabbed him. Pulled him into the trees." We tried to follow, but he gestured at the forest. "There are dozens of them out there." And he was right. I could see them now, standing just inside the tree line, 30, 40, maybe more of those pale figures, watching us with heads cocked at unnatural angles. They didn't move, didn't make sound, just stood there watching with too many eyes and too many teeth. "Defensive formation," Hayes ordered. "We're moving back to the trail as a group. Nobody breaks ranks." We formed up, 10 of us now from the 3 teams that had managed to regroup. Team 3 was still out there somewhere, along with Rodriguez from Team 2. My radio crackled. Sheriff Brennan was pulling everyone out, abandoning the search. The creatures followed us back to the trail, their numbers growing. By the time we reached the marked path, there had to be 100 of them, forming a solid line at the forest's edge. They stood perfectly still, perfectly silent, and watched as we retreated. At the trailhead, Sheriff Brennan was coordinating evacuation. 2 teams had made it back. Team 3 never returned. "We're calling in the National Guard," Brennan said, his face grim. "This is beyond local law enforcement. We've got 4 people missing now, Walton, Rodriguez, and both members of Team 3. "The Guard won't make a difference," I said. "Whatever those things are, they know this forest. They have the advantage here. So what do you suggest? We just abandon those people?" I looked back at the forest, at the line of creatures still watching from the shadows. "I suggest we figure out what we're actually dealing with before we send more people to die." By nightfall, the trailhead had become an armed camp. National Guard troops had arrived, a full platoon equipped with night vision, thermal imaging, and enough firepower to fight a small war. They'd set up floodlights around the perimeter, turning night into artificial day. But the lights didn't reach far into the forest. Beyond their glow, the darkness seemed absolute, alive with whispers and movement we could hear but not see. I sat in the command tent with Sheriff Brennan, Trooper Hayes, and Guard Captain Angela Morrison, a no-nonsense woman in her early 40s who'd deployed to Afghanistan twice and looked at our situation with the clinical assessment of someone used to asymmetric threats. Thermal imaging shows at least 300 heat signatures in a rough circle around this position, Morrison said, pointing to a screen that displayed ghostly humanoid shapes. They're maintaining distance but not retreating. Behavior is consistent with pack hunters probing for weakness. They're not animals, I said, they're something else. Agreed. The coordination, the use of psychological warfare through mimicry, that suggests intelligence. Morrison pulled up another screen showing topographic data. We've identified what appears to be a central gathering point approximately 8 miles northwest of here, near a body of water not marked on any current maps. Nahanni Lake, I said, or something close to it. The preserve maps are outdated. The lake's actual location has shifted over the years as underground springs changed flow patterns. Could be a central nest or den, Morrison suggested. If we want to extract our missing people, that's where we need to go. Captain, with all due respect, sending troops into that forest at night is suicide. Then we go at dawn. Full platoon, proper spacing. Overwhelming force. She looked at me directly. And I want you as a guide. You know this preserve better than anyone. I wanted to refuse. Every instinct screamed that going back into those woods was insanity. But 4 people were out there. 5 counting Walton. If there was any chance they were still alive. I'll go, I said. But we do it my way. We stay on trails as long as possible. We move slowly and quietly, and at the first sign of trouble, we retreat immediately. Agreed. We spent the night preparing. The guard brought in more equipment, portable communications gear, medical supplies, body armor. They issued me a tactical vest and an M4 carbine, weapons I'd never expected to carry in my role as a park ranger. At 0500 hours we moved out. 30 soldiers plus myself, moving in tight formation with scouts ranging ahead. The forest was silent as a tomb, not even the usual dawn chorus of birds. Our boots crunched on the trail, the sound obscenely loud in the stillness. The first 3 miles passed without incident. Then the voices started. Help us. A child's voice, coming from the trees to our right. Please, we're scared. Morrison raised her hand. Stop. The column froze. Through night vision we could see movement in the forest, figures pacing us just beyond the tree line. Ignore it, I whispered. Keep moving. But the voices multiplied. Dozens of them now. Calling from all directions. Sobbing, screaming, begging. The soldiers' discipline held, but I could see the strain on their faces. At mile marker 6, we found the first body. Deputy Rodriguez lay sprawled across the trail, his body intact but his eyes wide and staring at nothing. Morrison's medic checked for vitals and shook his head. No visible injuries, the medic reported, but he's been dead for hours. Body temperature suggests he died shortly after being taken. Cause of death? Unknown. No trauma, no visible wounds. It's like his heart just stopped. We left 2 soldiers to guard the body and pressed on. The forest grew stranger the deeper we went. Trees twisted into impossible shapes, branches weaving together overhead to form a canopy so thick no light penetrated. We switched to flashlights, the beams cutting through darkness that seemed to resist illumination. Then we found the lake. It appeared suddenly, the forest simply stopping at a shoreline of black sand. The water was perfectly still, reflecting nothing, a void that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. On the far shore, perhaps a quarter-mile distant, stood a structure. A cabin. It was old ancient, really, built from logs that had weathered to silver. The windows were dark, the door hanging open. Around it, arranged in perfect circles, were those rock patterns, hundreds of them covering the beach in spiraling designs. That's not on any map, I said. No, Morrison agreed, but those heat signatures are concentrated around it, that's where they are. We circled the lake, moving toward the cabin. The water on our right remained absolutely still, not even a ripple disturbing its surface. Nothing lived in that water, I was certain of it. As we approached the cabin, the creatures emerged from the forest. They didn't attack, didn't threaten, just stood watching as we passed. Hundreds of them, their pale bodies catching our flashlight beams, their faces wearing expressions that weren't quite right. Hold fire unless fired upon, Morrison ordered. Stay tight. We reached the cabin and paused at the door. Inside, I could hear movement, voices, human voices this time, real ones. I went in first, rifle raised, flashlight cutting through the darkness. The interior was a single room, empty except for a bed frame in one corner, and the missing people were there, all 4 of them, Gregory Walton, the two members of Team 3, and Deputy Rodriguez, who we'd just found dead on the trail. They stood in the center of the room, arranged in a circle, facing outward. Their eyes were closed. They were humming, a low, discordant note that made my teeth ache. "Walton?" I called out. "Gregory Walton?" His eyes opened, but they were wrong. Pupils dilated so far that no iris showed, just black pits and pale faces. "Mitchell," he said, but the voice came from behind me. I spun to find one of the creatures standing in the doorway, wearing Walton's face like a mask. "Thank you for coming." The circle of people opened their mouths and spoke in unison, voices layered and wrong. "We've been waiting for you." The cabin erupted into chaos. Morrison's soldiers opened fire, the gunshots deafening in the confined space. But bullets passed through the creatures like they were smoke, leaving no mark, no blood, no evidence they'd ever hit solid matter. The thing wearing Walton's face smiled with too many teeth. "You can't hurt us. We're not really here." I grabbed Morrison's arm. "Fall back. Everyone out." We retreated from the cabin, the soldiers maintaining disciplined fire, even though nothing they did had any effect. The creatures didn't pursue. They just watched from the doorway, wearing the faces of missing people, their bodies flickering like bad television reception. Outside, the beach was no longer empty. Hundreds of those pale figures stood between us and the forest, forming a solid wall. We were surrounded, trapped between the impossible lake and the cabin full of things that shouldn't exist. "Defensive positions," Morrison shouted. Her soldiers formed a circle, weapons trained outward even though we all knew bullets were useless.
One of the creatures stepped forward, not the one wearing Walton's face, but something older, its features less defined, as if it had forgotten what human faces looked like. When it spoke, the voice came from everywhere at once.
"You are not welcome here, Mitchell. This place is ours, has always been ours." "What are you?" I demanded. "What do you want?" "We are the memory of this place, the echo of what came before. Your people called us many names, skinwalkers, Wendigo, the ones who walk between, but we are simply watchers. And the missing people? What did you do to them?" "We showed them truth. The reality beneath the world you think you know." The creature gestured toward the cabin. "They saw. They understood. Now they are changed." Through the cabin's doorway, I could see the 4 missing people still standing in their circle, eyes black and empty, humming that terrible note. They didn't look injured, didn't look scared. They looked hollow, like shells with nothing inside. "Let them go," I said. "They don't want to go. They've seen beyond the veil. Returning to your world would be diminishing." The creature's head tilted. "But you could join them. You could understand. You've spent so long protecting this forest. Wouldn't you like to truly know what you protect?" "No." "Then you will leave. Take your soldiers, take your weapons, and never return to this place. This is our final warning." Morrison stepped forward. "We're not leaving without our people. Then you will stay with them forever." The creatures began to move, closing the circle, not attacking, just advancing slowly, inexorably, pushing us backward toward the lake. The water behind us remained still, black as oil, and I knew with absolute certainty that if we touched it, we would never leave. "Contact headquarters," Morrison ordered into her radio. "Tell them to prep for carpet bombing these coordinates in 30 minutes if they don't hear from us." "Captain, you can't," I started. "Watch me. If we can't get out, nobody else comes in, ever." The radio crackled, but no response came. Just static, as if we'd moved beyond the range of normal communication. "We're jammed," the communications officer reported. The creatures were 10 feet away now. In the cabin, the missing people had stopped humming and were walking toward the door. When Gregory Walton emerged, his face was normal again. Human, recognizable, but his eyes remained those bottomless pits. "Don't fight," he said, and his voice was his own. "It doesn't hurt. You just have to let go of everything you thought was real." "Greg," I said carefully, "your wife is waiting for you. Your family. You don't have to do this." "I don't have a wife anymore. I don't have a family. I have truth." He smiled, and it was almost human. "Join us, Mitchell. You've always known there was something wrong with this place. Something beautiful and terrible. Stop running from it." 5 feet. The creatures were close enough now that I could see they had no pores, no imperfections. Their skin was smooth as plastic, their eyes perfectly round with no eyelids. "Last chance," the old creature said. "Choose." I looked at Morrison, at her soldiers, at the missing people who weren't really people anymore. And I made my decision. Everyone into the lake. Now. "Mitchell, that's insane. Trust me." I grabbed Morrison's arm and ran backward, pulling her with me. Her soldiers followed, all of us splashing into that black water. The cold hit like a physical blow, stealing my breath, but I kept pulling Morrison deeper. The creature stopped at the water's edge. They didn't follow. Couldn't follow. The water was some kind of barrier they wouldn't or couldn't cross. "Swim," I shouted. "Across the lake." We swam through water so cold it burned. Behind us, the creatures stood watching from the shore, motionless. The missing people joined them, standing in a line, and as we swam, I heard them begin to sing, a wordless melody that followed us across the water. The opposite shore seemed impossibly distant, and with each stroke I felt my limbs growing numb. Soldiers around me were struggling, some going under and being pulled up by their squad mates. But we kept swimming, kept fighting toward the far side. When my boots finally touched bottom and I dragged myself onto the beach, I counted heads. We'd lost 3 soldiers to the cold water. The rest of us collapsed on the sand, shivering violently, staring back across the lake at the cabin and the figures watching from its shore. "What the hell was that?" Morrison gasped. "The truth, I think, or one version of it." I struggled to my feet, helping soldiers up. "Come on, we need to move before we freeze." We found a game trail leading away from the lake and followed it. The forest here felt different, normal somehow, with bird calls and insect sounds. After 2 hours of walking, we stumbled onto a Forest Service road I recognized. By noon, we were back at the trailhead. The National Guard pulled out that afternoon. Sheriff Brennan filed a report listing Gregory Walton and the others as missing, presumed dead. The preserve was closed indefinitely. The entire northern section declared off limits to public access. But I know they're still out there, the Watchers. The things that wear human faces and speak with voices stolen from the lost. Sometimes, late at night, I hear them calling my name from the forest beyond my station. And sometimes I'm tempted to answer, because part of me wants to know what Gregory Walton saw. What truth the Watchers offered that was so compelling he gave up his humanity to embrace it. But I don't go back. I maintain the closure signs. I turn away hikers who want to explore the restricted areas, and I try not to think about the cabin by the lake that exists on no maps. The preserve is quiet now. The Watchers seem content with what they have, but I know it's only a matter of time before someone else wanders too far from the trail, before another hiker goes missing, and another search party ventures into the deep woods. And when that happens, I'll have to make the same choice all over again, whether to risk everything to save someone, or to let the forest keep its secrets. For now, I wait, and I watch, and I remember the faces of the people I couldn't save standing on that black sand shore singing their song to the darkness. The preserve remembers too. It always does. I took the ranger position at Glacier National Park for the same reason most people run toward isolation. I was running from something else. 3 years working search and rescue in suburban Colorado had left me hollow. Too many bodies pulled from cars, too many families I couldn't save. When the posting came through for a backcountry ranger at the Nyack Creek Station, deep in the wilderness corridor where grizzlies outnumber people 50 to 1, I submitted my application within the hour. My name is Marcus Reeves, 32 years old, and I'd spent my entire adult life in the outdoors. But nothing prepared me for true isolation. The district supervisor, a weathered man named Vincent Hayes, flew me in by helicopter that September morning. Below us, the forest stretched endless, lodgepole pine and Douglas fir creating a carpet so dense you couldn't see the ground. Mirror Lake glinted in the distance, a perfect oval of black water surrounded by ancient trees. "Cell service is non-existent," Vincent shouted over the rotors. "Satellite phone only works in clearings. Radio has maybe a 15-mile range on a good day. The cabin's got solar panels, propane heat, and enough supplies for 6 months. You'll do wellness checks on the backcountry campsites, maintain the trails, and help anyone who gets turned around out there." How often do people get lost? More than you'd think. Hikers underestimate the terrain. The forest plays tricks on you. Landmarks disappear, trails double back. We pull out 2, maybe 3 rescues a month during peak season. He paused. "Winter's different. You'll be completely alone from November through March." The helicopter settled onto a small pad carved from the hillside. The cabin stood 50 yards away, a sturdy log structure with a covered porch facing the lake. A wooden watchtower rose behind it, 30 feet tall, offering views across the valley. Vincent helped me unload my gear. Previous ranger lasted 8 months, left in the middle of the night, didn't even pack his belongings, said the forest got too loud. Loud how? Didn't say, just took off walking. Vincent glanced at the tree line. You'll understand what he meant soon enough. The wilderness isn't silent up here, it's got a voice. After he left, I spent the afternoon settling in. The cabin was sparse but functional. A wood stove, propane cook stove, hand pump sink, single bed, and a desk with logbooks dating back 40 years. I flipped through the most recent entries. The previous ranger, someone named Garrett Mills, had maintained detailed notes for the first 6 months. Then the entries became sporadic, single sentences. Heard something circling the cabin again. The mimicry is getting better. It knows my name now. The final entry, dated February 4th, read simply, "They're not animals." I closed the logbook and stepped onto the porch. The sun was setting, painting Mirror Lake in shades of copper and gold. The forest hummed with evening sounds, birds settling, branches creaking, the distant rush of Nyack Creek. Normal sounds. I told myself that's all they were. The first 2 weeks passed quietly. I hiked the trail system, checking the campsites scattered throughout the sector. Most were empty. Autumn meant fewer visitors. I encountered a retired couple from Manitoba, a group of college students on a geology field trip, and a solo hiker named Jules Pritchard, who'd been traveling the Continental Divide Trail since May. "You're the new ranger," Jules said when we crossed paths near Beaverwoman Lake. "Heard the last guy abandoned his post. Looks that way." "Smart man." Jules adjusted her pack straps. "This forest has a reputation among long-distance hikers. We call it the quiet zone. Not because it's silent, because it listens." "Listens to what?" "To you. Your voice, your patterns, your habits." She nodded toward the trees. "There's something out here that pays attention. Most of us just keep moving, don't stay long enough for it to matter. But you?" She smiled without warmth. "You're staying. Be careful what you say out loud, Marcus. Be careful what you teach it." She hiked on before I could ask what she meant. That night, I climbed the watchtower for the first time. The ladder was solid, recently replaced, and the platform at the top offered a panoramic view of my sector. The forest stretched in every direction, broken only by the silver thread of Mirror Lake and the rocky peaks to the west. I swept my binoculars across the landscape, checking for campfires or distress signals. Nothing but wilderness. Then I heard it, my own voice, distant and distorted, calling from the forest below. "Hello? Is someone there?" But I hadn't spoken. I was alone on the tower, 60 feet above the ground. The voice came again, mimicking my inflection perfectly. "Is someone there? Hello?" I gripped the railing and scanned the trees. Nothing moved. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing between the pines. "Hello? Hello? Hello?" It repeated my words like a recording stuck in a loop, each iteration slightly clearer, more refined. Then it stopped. The forest went completely silent. I descended the tower faster than was safe, locked myself in the cabin, and sat at the desk with the satellite phone in my hand. I could call Vincent, request an early extraction, claim equipment failure or medical emergency. Instead, I opened Garrett Mill's logbook and read every entry from beginning to end. He'd first heard the mimicry in week 3, a voice calling his name from beyond the tree line. He'd assumed it was hikers, went searching with his flashlight, found nothing. The phenomenon escalated gradually, his own words repeated back to him, conversations he'd had on the satellite phone replayed in the darkness, even his radio transmissions echoed from the forest hours later. By January, he'd stopped using his voice entirely, communicating only through written notes during his weekly check-ins. His final weeks were documented in increasingly erratic handwriting. It's learned the helicopter sound. It's learned Vincent's voice. Yesterday, it learned my father's voice. He's been dead for 6 years. I looked up from the logbook. Outside, something moved past the window, too tall to be a deer, too quick to be a bear. My radio crackled to life on the desk, though I hadn't touched it. My own voice spoke through the static. "Be careful what you teach it." The distress call came through on October 3rd, 17 days into my assignment. 2 hikers, overdue from a day trek to Kootenai Pass. The husband had called from their last known position at dawn. His wife had twisted her ankle badly. They were sheltering near Beaverwoman Creek, approximately 8 miles northeast of my station. Vincent's voice was clipped and professional on the satellite phone. "Weather's closing in. We can't get a helicopter through until tomorrow at the earliest. You'll need to hike out, assess the situation, and either extract them or stabilize them until we can fly in. Should be straightforward." I gathered my pack, medical supplies, emergency shelter, rope, flares, 3 days of food and water. The sky had turned gray and low, threatening early snow. I locked the cabin and started up the trail at a fast pace. The forest felt different that morning. The usual sounds were muted, as if something had pressed a damp cloth over the landscape. My footsteps seemed too loud on the pine needles. I kept my radio on, checking in every 30 minutes. Station 7 to base. Passing the 2-mile marker, on schedule. Copy that, Station 7. Keep us updated. I'd covered 5 miles when I heard them voices ahead on the trail. A man and woman talking. Relief flooded through me. They must have started hiking out on their own. "Hey," I called Forest Service. "I'm here to help." The voices stopped. I rounded a bend and found the trail empty. No hikers, no footprints in the soft earth. Just trees and shadows. "Hello?" My own voice answered from deeper in the forest. "Hello? Forest Service." My skin went cold. I keyed the radio. Station 7 to base. I'm experiencing the same acoustic phenomena reported by the previous ranger. Possible echo effect from the canyon walls. Static. Then Vincent's response. Say again, Station 7? You're breaking up. The voice mimicry. It's real. I'm hearing. Station 7. You're not coming through. Repeat your message. I tried twice more, but the radio only produced static. I checked the battery full charge. The device was working. Something was interfering with transmission. I continued hiking, every sense alert. The voices started again, distant but clear. The man was saying something about his ankle, the woman responding in a worried tone. But the words didn't quite match. They were close, like an actor delivering lines in a play about hikers but missing the subtle rhythms of genuine conversation. I followed the voices off trail, pushing through dense underbrush. The forest grew darker, the canopy thickening overhead. After 20 minutes, I realized I'd lost the main trail entirely. The voices had led me in a wide circle. I pulled out my compass and GPS unit. The compass needle spun lazily, refusing to settle on north. The GPS showed my position, but the map had gone strange. The trails on the screen didn't match my memory. Lakes appeared where none should exist, and my position seemed to jump erratically, even though I was standing still. This isn't possible, I muttered. This isn't possible, my voice agreed from the trees ahead. I fought down panic and focused on basic navigation. The sun, even through clouds, I could determine east from west. Water flows downhill. I knew Beaver Woman Creek ran southeast from Kootenai Pass. If I could find the creek, I could follow it to the reported shelter location. I spent 2 hours bushwhacking through dense forest before I heard running water. The creek was swollen from autumn rains, running fast and dark between moss-covered banks. I followed it upstream, scanning for any sign of the missing hikers. Instead, I found their campsite but empty. The tent was properly erected, gear neatly organized. A cold fire ring with recent ashes. But no people. I called out repeatedly, checked inside the tent, searched the surrounding area. They were gone. I found a note pinned to the tent. Gone to find help, can't wait anymore. Following creek south, the handwriting was shaky, desperate. South was wrong. South led deeper into the wilderness, away from civilization. I radioed base again, still only static. That's when I noticed the footprints leading away from camp, not human boots, but something else. They were roughly human-shaped but too large, with 5 distinct toe impressions pressed deep into the mud. Whatever made them was heavy, walking upright, following the same path as the hikers. I'd spent enough time in the backcountry to know every animal species in Glacier National Park. These prints matched nothing in my experience. The stride length was enormous, at least 6 feet between steps. A grizzly walking on hind legs might leave similar marks, but the gait was all wrong, and bears don't follow human trails with such deliberate precision. The tracks led south along the creek. I followed them, my hand resting on the bear spray, clipped to my chest strap. The forest pressed close on both sides, the underbrush thick with devil's club and wild rose. The creek grew louder, masking other sounds. After a mile, I found the first piece of evidence, a water bottle lying in the creek bed, still half full. 50 yards further, a hiking pole, then a fleece jacket, torn and muddy. The tracks became erratic, showing signs of running, stumbling. The hikers had been fleeing from something. I found them just before dusk. They were huddled beneath a fallen cedar, the massive trunk creating a small shelter. The woman, her name tag read Melissa Ortega, had her arms wrapped around her husband. Both were pale, their eyes wide and unfocused. "Thank God," she whispered when she saw me. "We heard you calling. We've been following your voice for hours, but you kept moving away from us." "I wasn't calling," I said. "I only just found your camp. How's your ankle?" She looked confused. "My ankle's fine. It's Victor." Something grabbed him. Her husband pulled back his jacket sleeve. 4 deep gouges ran from his wrist to his elbow, the wounds already showing signs of infection. The spacing of the marks suggested fingers, large, strong fingers. "What did this want?" "We don't know," Victor said. His voice was hoarse. "We were hiking yesterday morning, when Melissa thought she heard her sister calling from off-trail. But her sister died 2 years ago. We ignored it, kept moving. Then we heard you, the ranger, shouting that you'd found us. We just needed to follow your voice to the trail. But I wasn't here yesterday." "We know that now." Melissa's hands were shaking. "We followed the voice for hours. It led us in circles, always just out of sight. When we finally stopped, when we realized something was wrong, that's when we saw it." "Saw what?" "I don't know what to call it," Victor said. "It was tall. Taller than any person. Moving through the trees so fast we could barely track it. When it grabbed me, its hand." He stopped, swallowed hard. Its hand was cold. Not like ice cold. Cold like touching something that's been dead for a long time. I treated Victor's wounds with antiseptic and bandages. Gave him antibiotics from my kit. The lacerations were deep but clean. No torn edges, no ragged flesh. Whatever had clawed him had done so with surgical precision. "We need to move," I said. "Now, while we still have light." "Which direction?" Melissa asked. "We can't trust the trails. We can't trust our ears." I pulled out my compass. The needle still spun uselessly. I tried the GPS. The screen had gone completely black. From somewhere in the darkening forest, my own voice called out, "Station 7 to base. I've found them. We're heading back now." But my radio was turned off, secured in my pack. The voice called again, louder, more urgent. "Base, do you copy? We need immediate extraction at these coordinates." It was giving coordinates numbers I'd never spoken. "Don't listen to it," I whispered. "Don't respond. Don't follow. We navigate by the creek. Water always leads somewhere." We moved quickly, supporting Victor between us. Behind us, the forest came alive with sound. Branches snapping, heavy footfalls keeping pace with our movement. My voice called from multiple directions now, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, creating a chorus of Marcus Reeves all shouting conflicting instructions. "This way. Follow me. Stop. You're going the wrong way. I can see the trail from here." Melissa pressed her hands over her ears. Victor stumbled, his face gray with pain and shock. Then ahead in the gloom, I saw a light. A flashlight beam cutting through the trees, sweeping back and forth. "Marcus?" Vincent's voice called. "Marcus, is that you?" Every instinct screamed at me to run toward that light, toward rescue. But Vincent was in his office. 70 miles away. He couldn't be here. The flashlight moved closer. Through the trees I could make out a figure, tall, wearing a ranger uniform identical to mine. "Found you," the Vincent voice said warmly. "Let's get you folks home." The figure stepped into a shaft of dying sunlight, and I saw its face. It was my face wearing Vincent's voice. We ran. I don't remember making the conscious decision to flee. One moment I was staring at myself wearing someone else's voice, the next we were crashing through underbrush, Victor between us, our breath coming in ragged gasps. The thing followed, no longer bothering with mimicry. It moved through the forest with the sound of breaking timber, too fast, too fluid. "The creek," I shouted. "Get to the creek." We burst through a stand of alders and hit the water running. The shock of cold made Victor cry out, but we kept moving, splashing upstream through knee-deep current. Water was sacred in dozens of traditions. I remembered a barrier against evil spirits. Whether that folklore held any truth or was just desperate hope, we needed something to believe in. Behind us, the crashing stopped at the creek's edge. We didn't slow down. We followed the water for what felt like hours until the forest began to thin and the sky opened up above us. My legs were numb. Victor was semi-conscious, and Melissa was making a high keening sound that barely qualified as breathing. Then I saw it, my cabin, the watchtower rising behind it like a beacon. We were miles from where we should have been. The creek had somehow looped back, depositing us at Mirror Lake. Impossible geography, but I wasn't questioning it. I got them inside and barred the door. The satellite phone was working again. I called for emergency extraction, speaking in clear, simple sentences. Vincent confirmed a helicopter could reach us by dawn. The weather had cleared over the valley. "What happened out there, Marcus?" "I found the hikers. Male has severe lacerations, possible infection. Both are experiencing extreme psychological trauma. We need immediate evac." "Copy that. Sit tight, 6 hours." I treated Victor's wounds again, gave both of them warm drinks and emergency blankets. They sat huddled together on my bed, not speaking, staring at the door. I should have felt relief. We'd escaped, help was coming. 6 hours and we'd be out of this forest forever. Instead, I felt watched. I climbed the watchtower as full darkness fell. From the platform I could see Mirror Lake reflecting the stars, the forest a black wall surrounding us. I swept the area with my binoculars, searching for movement, for eyes reflecting my flashlight. What I found was worse. Figures stood at the tree line, dozens of them perfectly still, arranged in a circle around the cabin and lake. They were too tall, their proportions subtly wrong. Arms hanging too low, heads cocked at angles that suggested broken necks. In the starlight, I could see they wore faces I recognized. Vincent stood near the boat dock. Melissa and Victor stood by the trailhead, duplicates of the people currently in my cabin. Jules Pritchard, the hiker I'd met weeks ago, stood at the forest edge. And there, standing on the far shore of the lake, was me. Multiple versions of me, all standing in perfect stillness, all watching the cabin. They'd been collecting us, learning us, building a library of human forms. I descended the tower and locked myself back in the cabin. Melissa was awake, her eyes hollow. "They're out there, aren't they?" she whispered. "We saw them when we were lost. Dozens of people just standing in the forest. We thought they were rescuers at first. We called out to them." Her voice broke. They called back in our own voices. "How long?" I asked. How long were you actually lost before I found you? 3 days, Victor said quietly. We've been in that forest for 3 days, but we only packed for an afternoon hike. We shouldn't have had food, water, but every time we made camp, our packs were full again. The same supplies, perfectly arranged, like we'd never used them. Something was keeping you alive, I said. Maintaining you, like it wanted to study you. It did study us, Melissa said. Every conversation we had, every move we made, and now it can be us, perfectly. A sound came from outside. Footsteps on the porch. Then a voice, high and young, a child's voice. Is anyone home? I'm lost. Please help me. We didn't respond. The voice tried different approaches. An elderly woman, an injured hiker, a park supervisor, demanding we open up. Each voice was perfect, the inflections natural, but the words were slightly off, the vocabulary too formal, the rhythm mechanical. It was still learning. Why? Victor asked. Why does it do this? I thought about Garrett Mills, the previous ranger. I thought about Jules Pritchard's warning. Be careful what you teach it. I thought about every story I'd ever heard about wilderness creatures. Wendigo, Skinwalker, Fleshgate, beings that wore human shapes but couldn't quite master human souls. It's trying to understand us, I said. Or maybe it's trying to become us. Either way, we're the teachers and it's getting better at the lesson. The night was endless. The voices cycled through everyone we knew, everyone we'd mentioned in our conversations. They tried every tactic. Fear, sympathy, authority. Around 3 a.m., my mother's voice called from the darkness and I had to bite my hand to keep from responding. My mother had died 10 years ago. Dawn came slowly. As the sky lightened, the voices faded. I climbed the watchtower and swept the forest with my binoculars. The figures were gone. The tree line was empty. But on the shore of Mirror Lake, spelled out in arrangements of stones and branches, was a message. Thank you for the lessons. At 7 a.m., I heard the helicopter. Vincent's actual voice crackled over the radio. I made him answer 3 personal questions only the real Vincent would know before I acknowledged him. The helicopter touched down on the pad and we ran for it. I took one last look at the cabin, the lake, the forest. In the trees beyond the shore, I saw movement, just a glimpse, something tall and pale, watching us leave. As we lifted off, I saw there were more of them, dozens, stepping out from the shadows to stand at the water's edge. They didn't wave, they didn't call out. They just stood there perfectly still, watching the helicopter carry away their teachers. Vincent flew us to the ranger station in West Glacier. The Park Service sent in a recovery team for my belongings. They found the cabin exactly as I'd left it. No signs of disturbance. The stone message on the shore was gone, scattered by wind or deliberately removed. The official report listed Victor's injuries as a bear attack. Melissa and Victor underwent psychiatric evaluation and were released after a week. I heard later that they moved to Phoenix, as far from forests as they could get. I was offered a transfer to any park in the system. Instead, I resigned. But here's what keeps me awake at night. 6 months later, living in a suburb of Missoula. 2 weeks after I left Glacier, I got a call from Vincent. A new ranger had taken the position at Mirror Lake, a young woman named Andrea Chen, fresh from training, eager for the challenge. She'd radioed in after her first week, reporting strange acoustic phenomena, voices in the forest. She's hearing the mimicry, Vincent said. Just like Mills. Just like you. Pull her out, I said immediately. Don't leave her there. She doesn't want to leave, says she's documenting the phenomenon. Says it's incredible. She's a scientist, Marcus. She wants to understand it. She thinks she's studying them, I said. But they're studying her. Vincent was quiet for a moment. What do you think they are? I didn't have an answer then. I still don't. All I know is this. There's something in the deep forests of Glacier National Park that has spent decades, maybe centuries, learning what it means to be human. It collects voices the way museums collect specimens. It wears our shapes and speaks our words, and gets a little bit better at passing each time someone stays long enough to teach it. And now there's another ranger at Mirror Lake, another teacher in the classroom. I think about calling Vincent, demanding he evacuate Andrea before it's too late, but I know how this ends. The forest needs its rangers, and the things in the forest need their lessons. Someone will always take the position. Someone will always stay. I just hope that when those things finally perfect their mimicry, when they can pass in the daylight world without detection, they remember their teachers with something approaching mercy. Last week I was buying groceries in Missoula when I heard a familiar voice in the next aisle. It was Andrea Chen, the new ranger, talking on her phone. But Andrea Chen was supposed to be at Mirror Lake, 70 miles deep in the wilderness, with no cell service and no roads. I walked around the corner. The woman holding the phone looked exactly like the photo Vincent had shown me. She spoke with Andrea's voice, made small talk with the cashier using Andrea's expressions. But when she turned and saw me staring, her smile was too wide, held too long, like someone performing happiness from a manual. She nodded at me once, then left the store. I haven't called Vincent to ask if Andrea is still at her post. I'm afraid of the answer. Because if Andrea is still in the forest, still teaching the lessons, then who was that in the grocery store? And how many others have already left the wilderness, walking among us, wearing faces they learned at Mirror Lake? The forest isn't quiet anymore. It learned to speak. Now it's learning where we live. I've been a ranger at Whispering Pines National Forest for 11 years, and I thought I'd seen everything these woods could throw at me. Hypothermia cases, bear encounters, hikers who wandered off trail and got themselves good and lost. But nothing in my training prepared me for what happened last October, and nothing will ever convince me that what stalks these mountains is entirely natural. The call came in on a Tuesday afternoon, October 17th. Dispatch radioed that a family had failed to return from a day hike on the Kakuna Trail, an old path that winds through some of the most remote sections of the forest. The name comes from the Shoshone language, meaning crow's shadow, though locals just call it the Cam Trail. The family, Marcus and Julie Brennan, along with their teenage daughter Heather, had signed in at the trailhead that morning at 8:47 a.m. When they didn't return by their stated time of 4 p.m., the volunteer at the ranger station had waited the standard 2 hours before reporting it. I grabbed my pack already loaded with the essentials: first aid kit, emergency blanket, water purification tablets, flares, rope, my Glock 22, and 3 days worth of food. My partner that season was supposed to be a guy named Rodriguez, but he'd called in sick, so I was heading out alone. Not ideal, but not uncommon either. I'd done solo search and rescue plenty of times. The October sun was already sinking behind the ridge when I reached the trailhead. The parking lot held only one vehicle, a blue Honda Pilot with Minnesota plates. I checked inside through the windows: empty coffee cups, a child's sweatshirt in the back, a road atlas, normal family stuff. What wasn't normal was the driver's side door. It wasn't locked. The keys were in the ignition. I radioed it in, then studied the trail register. The Brennan signatures were there, along with their intended route, the K Trail to Blackwater Lake, then back via the Eastern Loop. A solid 10-mile circuit. For an experienced hiking family, it was doable in 6 or 7 hours, including breaks. They should have been back hours ago. The forest was already darkening as I headed up the trail, my flashlight cutting through the gathering shadows. The K Trail starts easy enough, a gradual climb through ponderosa pine and Douglas fir. But about 3 miles in, it gets rougher, rockier. The elevation gain starts to hurt. I'd hiked this trail maybe 50 times, knew every switchback and creek crossing. About 40 minutes in, I found the first sign something was wrong. A backpack, sitting upright in the middle of the trail. I approached it carefully, scanning the surrounding trees. The pack was good quality, North Face still zipped shut. I opened it slowly. Inside, granola bars, a half-empty water bottle, a phone in a waterproof case. I pressed the power button. Dead battery. But I recognized the case. It had a Minnesota Wild hockey logo on it. This belonged to Marcus Brennan. Why would someone leave their pack in the middle of the trail? I called out, my voice echoing through the trees. Marcus, Julie, Heather, this is Park Ranger Mitchell here. Can you hear me? Nothing but wind through the pines. I continued up the trail, pack in hand, my unease growing with every step. The forest felt wrong, too quiet. In 11 years of ranging, you develop a sixth sense about these woods. You learn to read the silence, to feel when something's off. And everything about this felt off. Another mile up, I found Julie's jacket, just lying there on a rock, neatly folded. My hand moved to my radio. Dispatch, this is Mitchell. I'm approximately 4 miles up the K Trail. Found personal items belonging to the missing family. Pack and clothing. No sign of the family themselves. Requesting additional units at first light. Static then. Copy that, Mitchell. Are you continuing the search? I looked up the trail, into the deepening darkness. Affirmative, continuing to Blackwater Lake. The trail grew steeper. My legs burned as I climbed, flashlight beams swinging across the path. The trees seemed to lean inward, their branches scratching at each other in the wind. I'd been on this trail dozens of times, but tonight it felt different, hostile. Then I heard it, a voice distant and distorted echoing from somewhere up ahead. Help. I froze, listening hard. The voice came again, thin and desperate. Help us. I broke into a run, my pack bouncing against my shoulders. The trail twisted upward, my lungs burning in the cold air. The voice called again, but now it seemed to come from a different direction. Off trail, to the west. I'm coming, I shouted. Keep calling out, but the voice had stopped. I skidded to a halt at a fork in the trail. The main path continued north toward the lake, but broken branches and disturbed pine needles showed that someone, or several someones, had gone west into the trackless forest. Every protocol said, don't leave the trail, especially alone, especially at night. But that voice, I stepped into the trees. The forest closed around me immediately. Away from the maintained trail, the undergrowth grabbed at my legs and fallen logs forced me to climb and scramble. I used my flashlight to mark trees with fluorescent tape as I went, creating a trail I could follow back. The disturbed vegetation continued ahead of me. Broken twigs, crushed ferns, a clear path of passage. After about 200 yards, I emerged into a small clearing. My flashlight swept across the space and stopped on something that made my stomach clench. 3 sleeping bags, unrolled in a rough circle. A camping stove, still assembled. Food bags hanging from a tree branch. A camp that had been set up and then abandoned. Marcus, Julie, Heather. My voice seemed to die in the air. Absorbed by the forest, I approached the camp slowly. Everything was neat, organized. Not the chaos you'd expect if people had fled in panic. The sleeping bags weren't torn or disturbed. The food bags hadn't been raided by animals. It was as if the family had simply stood up and walked away. Then I saw the marks. On the far side of the clearing, where the forest continued, deep gouges in the earth. Long scratches like something with claws had torn at the ground. The marks were fresh, the exposed earth still dark with moisture. I knelt beside them, my heart hammering. The gouges were deep, powerful. Bear? Mountain lion? But the pattern was wrong. These marks were almost deliberate, methodical. A branch cracked behind me. I spun, hand on my gun. Flashlight sweeping the darkness. Nothing but trees and shadows. Marcus, is that you? Another crack, this time to my left. Then one to my right. Sounds circling me, moving through the forest just beyond my light's reach. This isn't funny. If you're out there, identify yourself. The sound stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. No wind, no animal sounds, nothing. Just my own ragged breathing and the hammering of my heart. Then, from the darkness directly in front of me, barely at the edge of my flashlight's reach, I saw it. A figure, standing between 2 trees, tall, maybe 7 feet. The proportions were wrong, too thin, limbs too long. It stood absolutely still, and in the beam of my flashlight, I could see it was covered in something dark. Fur, skin, I couldn't tell. Step forward and identify yourself. My voice cracked. The figure didn't move, it just stood there, watching me. And though I couldn't make out details in the darkness, I had the overwhelming sense that it was smiling. My hand tightened on my gun. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I held my ground. This was my forest, my territory. I'm an armed federal ranger. Step forward now. The figure tilted its head, the movement too fluid, too boneless. Then it spoke. Help us. The voice was identical to the one I'd heard on the trail, but it wasn't coming from the figure's head. It seemed to emanate from its chest, distorted and hollow. Help us, it said again, and this time I realized the voice was mimicking what I'd heard earlier. Perfectly, every inflection, every tone. It had lured me here. The figure took a step toward me, and in that movement I saw more. It walked upright, but wrong. Joints bending in ways they shouldn't. My flashlight caught a glimpse of its face, or what should have been a face, and my mind recoiled from what I was seeing. I did the only thing I could do. I ran. Behind me I heard it give chase. Not running, loping. Long, powerful strides that crashed through the underbrush. I sprinted back the way I'd come, following my marked trail by the glow of fluorescent tape in my flashlight beam. Branches whipped my face, roots tried to trip me, but terror kept me moving. The sounds behind me grew closer. A wet, ragged breathing. The snap of branches. My lungs screamed for air as I burst back onto the main trail. I didn't stop running, didn't look back, just pounded down the path toward the trailhead, my pack slamming against my shoulders with every stride. The sounds of pursuit faded, but I didn't slow down until I saw the lights of the parking lot ahead. I stumbled into the open, gasping, and collapsed against my truck. It took me 10 minutes to catch my breath enough to radio dispatch. Mitchell to base. I need backup. Multiple units, and contact Sheriff's Department. We have a situation. The Brennan family's Honda still sat in the parking lot, keys in the ignition. But I wasn't going back into those woods alone. Not tonight. As I sat in my truck, doors locked, waiting for backup, I kept my flashlight trained on the trailhead, watching for any movement, and I tried not to think about the figure in the trees or the way it had mimicked that desperate cry for help, or the fact that somewhere in those dark woods, 3 people were still missing. Dawn came slowly to whispering pines, the sun barely penetrating the morning fog that clung to the valley like something alive. I'd spent the night in my truck dozing fitfully, jerking awake every time a branch cracked or the wind shifted. By the time Sheriff Valdez arrived with his deputies at 6:15 a.m., I was running on coffee and adrenaline. Mitchell? Valdez nodded, stepping out of his cruiser. He was a big man, ex-military, with 20 years in law enforcement. Behind him came 3 deputies, Quan, a sharp-eyed woman in her 30s, Briggs, young but solid, and Reeves, who I'd worked with on searches before. Tell me what we're dealing with. I gave him the abbreviated version. Missing family, abandoned camp, something in the woods. I didn't mention the figure I'd seen. Not yet. In the cold light of dawn, I was already questioning my own eyes. Fear and darkness could play tricks on you. Could be a predator, Valdez said, studying the trail. Fear, maybe. Spooked them, they scattered. Maybe. I didn't sound convinced, and he caught it. But you don't think so. I don't know what I think, but we need to find them fast. By 7 a.m., we had assembled a full search party. 6 rangers from neighboring districts had arrived, along with Valdez's 3 deputies and 2 volunteers from the local search and rescue unit, a father and son team named Gordon and Austin Webb. Both were experienced trackers, knew these mountains as well as anyone. We divided into 3 teams. Team 1, me, Gordon Webb, and Deputy Quan, would head back to the abandoned camp. Team 2 would search the eastern section of the K Trail. Team 3 would check the lake. Everyone had radios, GPS units, emergency supplies, and sidearms. We weren't taking chances. The hike back up to the camp felt different in daylight. The trail was just a trail, the forest just trees, but I couldn't shake the memory of last night, the sounds of pursuit, that figure between the pines. Gordon Webb moved ahead of us, reading the trail like a book. He was in his 50s, lean and weathered, with the kind of wilderness experience that can't be taught. His son Austin, following close behind, was a younger version of his father. Quiet, observant, competent. Your markers, Gordon said, pointing to my fluorescent tape. This where you went off trail? Yeah. 200 yards west, there's a clearing. That's where they made camp. We pushed through the undergrowth. In daylight, I could see the path more clearly. Definitely multiple people had come this way. Broken branches, disturbed soil, a dropped water bottle we nearly stepped on. The clearing looked different in the morning light. Smaller somehow. Less ominous. The sleeping bags still lay in their circle. The camping stove still stood assembled. Gordon knelt beside the sleeping bags, examining them carefully. No blood, he said. No signs of a struggle. They just left. What about those? I pointed to the gouges in the earth on the far side of the clearing. Gordon moved to examine them, and I saw his expression change. He ran his fingers along one of the deep scratches, then looked up at the trees surrounding us. Mitchell, he said quietly. How many toes does a bear have? 5. Why? These marks show 4. 4 very distinct impressions. He stood, brushing dirt from his hands. And they're deep. Whatever made these was heavy. Strong. Deputy Quan had moved to the edge of the clearing, studying the tree line. Hey, she called. Got something here. We joined her. She was pointing at a tree, maybe 10 feet into the forest, about 7 feet up the trunk. There were more scratches. Deep gouges in the bark. Territorial marking, Quan suggested. Maybe, Gordon said, but his tone suggested he didn't believe it. Austin had been quiet, circling the clearing, studying the ground. Now he spoke up. Dad, look at this. We gathered around him. He was pointing at a set of tracks, partially obscured by fallen pine needles. The prints were large, maybe 14 inches long, with clear toe impressions, but the shape was wrong for any animal I knew. That's not a bear, Austin said. Shape's all wrong. And look. He pointed at another print, then another. It was walking upright, bipedal. Gordon squatted beside the tracks, his face troubled. Could be a hoaxer. Someone in a costume, messing with hikers. Or Bigfoot, Quan said with a slight smile, trying to lighten the mood. But Austin shook his head slowly. My grandfather told me stories about these mountains. His grandfather told them to him, passed down from the old tribes. They talked about things that walked like men but weren't men. Shapeshifters. Skinwalkers. Let's stick to facts, I said, though my mouth had gone dry. We have 3 missing people. Everything else is speculation. We searched the clearing thoroughly, bagging evidence, a torn piece of clothing, some scattered personal items, but we found no sign of the Brennans themselves. Gordon studied the tracks leading away from the camp into the deeper forest. They went that way, he said, pointing northwest, all of them together, and something was with them. Those prints, he indicated the strange tracks. They're mixed in with the human footprints, like it was walking alongside them, or hurting them. Deputy Quan said quietly. The forest northwest of the clearing grew denser, the canopy thicker. We followed the trail of disturbed vegetation and occasional footprints for maybe half a mile. The tracks led us into a ravine, where a small creek burbled over smooth stones. The trail stopped at the water's edge. Gordon knelt, examining the muddy bank. Tracks go into the water, but I don't see where they come out on the other side. We spread out, searching both banks for maybe 100 yards in each direction. Nothing. No tracks emerging from the creek. It was as if the Brennans and whatever was with them had simply vanished into the water. "This doesn't make sense," Austin said, frustration in his voice. "People don't just disappear." But as I stood there, looking at the dark water, I remembered stories I'd heard from old-timers around here. Stories about people who went into these mountains and never came back. About sounds in the night that mimicked human voices. About things that wore the skins of animals but walked on two legs. My radio crackled. "Team 1, this is Team 2, come in." I unclipped my radio. "Team 2, go ahead. We found something at the lake. You need to see this." The hike to Blackwater Lake took 40 minutes. It's not a large lake, maybe 3 acres of dark, still water surrounded by granite cliffs and dense pine. The name comes from its appearance. The water is so deep and dark it looks almost black, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Team 2, 3 rangers and Deputy Reeves were waiting at the north shore. One of the rangers, a guy named Sutton, waved us over. "What do you got?" Valdez asked. Sutton pointed into the shallows. "Look." I stepped closer and felt my stomach drop. Clothes. A pile of them soaking wet, half submerged in the water. A man's shirt, jeans, a woman's jacket, and smaller items. A teenager's sneakers tied together. "That's what they were wearing," I said, recognizing the clothes from the family photos we'd been given. "That's the Brennans' clothing." "All of it?" Quan asked. "Everything," Sutton confirmed. "We found it about 20 minutes ago. We haven't touched anything, waiting for you." We stood in a circle, looking at the pile of clothes. Nobody wanted to say what we were all thinking. "We need to drag the lake," Valdez said finally. "If they went in the water—" "They didn't," Gordon interrupted. He was standing a few yards away, looking at something on the ground. "Look, more tracks. The same strange prints we'd seen at the camp. But these were different, deeper, more distinct in the soft earth near the water. And they led away from the lake into the forest on the eastern shore. They left their clothes here," Gordon said slowly, "and walked away, barefoot." "That's insane," Deputy Reeves said. "It's October, they'd freeze." "Unless they weren't in control of their actions," Austin suggested. "Hypothermia can cause confused behavior, or maybe drugs." I walked along the shoreline, studying the tracks. There were multiple sets. The strange four-toed prints mixed with human footprints. But something about them bothered me. The human prints were too evenly spaced, too methodical. People stumbling around barefoot in October would be hesitant, uneven. These prints showed purpose, direction. "Mitchell," Quan was pointing at something in the water, maybe 10 feet from shore. I saw it. A dark shape beneath the surface, just barely visible. "Is that?" I waded in, the cold water shocking, even through my boots. I reached down and pulled up a backpack. Heather Brennan's backpack, based on the patches sewn onto it. I brought it to shore and opened it carefully. Inside, a phone, wallet, some snacks, a journal. Everything a teenage girl would carry on a day hike. The journal's pages were wet but readable. I flipped through it carefully. The last entry was dated 2 days ago. Just normal teenage stuff about school and friends. "They came here," I said, thinking out loud. "They hiked to the lake, like they planned, set up camp at the clearing. Then something found them, something that made them leave their camp, walk to the lake, strip off their clothes, and—" I trailed off. "And what?" Valdez pressed. "I looked at the forest beyond the lake, dark and impenetrable, and go with it, into the woods." We radioed in our findings. Within an hour, the sheriff's department had called in forensics, and a helicopter was being prepped for aerial search. But as the day wore on and more searchers arrived, I felt a growing certainty that we weren't going to find the Brennans by conventional means. At 3 p.m., I was standing at the edge of the lake, watching the forensics team bag the clothing, when Austin Webb approached me. "You saw something last night," he said quietly. "When you were up here alone, that's why you ran." I looked at him. "What makes you say that?" "Because I saw something too. This morning while we were at the clearing. Something watching us from the trees. It looked like—" He paused, searching for words. "It looked like a person, but wrong." "Did you tell your father?" "No, because I thought I was seeing things. But you saw it too, didn't you?" I nodded slowly. "Something's out there, Austin. Something that shouldn't exist. And it has the Brennans. Then we need to find them before dark." But as the sun began its descent toward the western ridge, I knew we weren't going to make it. By 5 p.m., Valdez made the call to suspend the search until morning. Too dangerous to have searchers in the woods after dark. First light tomorrow, he said. We'll have dogs, more personnel, we'll find them. But as I watched the search teams file back down the trail, I looked into the darkening forest and whispered, if there's anything left to find. That night, Sheriff Valdez set up a command post at the trailhead, 2 RVs with communications equipment, maps spread across folding tables, thermoses of coffee that never seemed empty. I should have gone home, gotten real sleep in an actual bed, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. The Brennans were out there somewhere, and every hour that passed reduced their chances of survival. Around 10 p.m., Gordon Webb found me nursing a cup of cold coffee outside one of the RVs. You should rest, he said, sitting down on the bumper beside me. Can't keep seeing their faces in the photos. Heather was 16. Gordon, same age as my niece. He nodded, staring into the darkness beyond our makeshift camp. Austin told me about your conversation, about what you both saw. You think we're crazy? No. He pulled something from his jacket pocket, an old photograph, creased and faded. It showed a young man in 1970s clothing standing in front of a ranger station. That's my uncle, Daniel Webb. He was a ranger here, back in '76. Worked these mountains for 2 years.
Worked?
Until he disappeared. Went out on a solo patrol one October day, and never came back. They searched for weeks. Found his truck at a trailhead, his pack on the trail, his radio still clipped to a tree where he'd hung it. But no body. No sign of struggle. He just vanished. I looked at the photo more closely. Daniel Webb had Gordon's eyes, that same steady gaze. The old tribal stories, Gordon continued. They talk about creatures that live in these mountains, things that predate human settlement, shapeshifters that can mimic voices, copy appearances. They're called Yanaudlushi in Navajo tradition. With it he goes on all fours. But around here, the Shoshone Paiute had their own names for them. Skinwalkers, shadow people, the ones who wear stolen shapes. You believe in them? I believe there are things in these mountains we don't understand, things that maybe we're not meant to understand. He stood, pocketing the photograph. My grandfather taught me that when you're hunting something, you need to think like your prey. But he also taught me that sometimes you're not the hunter. Sometimes you're the hunted, and you need to recognize when you're in over your head. Are you saying we should stop searching? I'm saying be careful. Whatever took the Brennans, it's smart. It lured you off the trail with mimicked voices. It made them walk to that lake and strip off their clothes. It's playing with us, testing us. He headed back toward his RV, then paused. There's an old cabin about 6 miles north of here, abandoned ranger station from the '70s, the one my uncle worked out of. If I were trying to hide something in these mountains, that's where I'd go. Just something to think about. After he left, I sat there for a long time, thinking about what he'd said. The search teams planned to continue the grid pattern tomorrow, working outward from the lake in systematic sweeps. But that assumed we were looking for lost hikers who'd wandered off in confusion. What if Gordon was right? What if we needed to think differently? At 11:30 p.m., I made my decision. I grabbed my pack, checked my gear, and headed for my truck. Deputy Kwan was on watch duty and intercepted me halfway across the parking lot. Going somewhere, Mitchell? Can't sleep. Going to scout some perimeter trails. She studied me in the floodlights. Alone. After what happened last night, I'll stay on marked trails. Keep my radio on, I just need to do something, Kwan. Sitting here is killing me. She considered, then nodded. 2 hours. If I don't hear from you by 1:30 a.m., I'm sending everyone after you. Deal. The drive took 20 minutes on fire roads that barely qualified as roads anymore, rutted overgrown tracks that wound deeper into the wilderness. I'd been to the old Kakuna station once, years ago, during orientation. It had been abandoned since the late '70s when the Park Service built new, more centrally located facilities. Now it was just another decaying structure slowly being reclaimed by the forest. The road ended at a small clearing. I parked and grabbed my flashlight, scanning the area. The cabin sat in the center of the clearing, a squat log structure with a sagging porch and boarded windows. The moonlight gave everything a silver sheen, making shadows seem to move at the edge of vision. I approached slowly, senses on high alert. The porch steps creaked under my weight. The front door was ajar, hanging on one hinge. I pushed it open carefully. "Brennan family? Anyone here? This is Park Ranger Mitchell." My voice echoed in the empty space. I stepped inside, flashlight sweeping the interior. It was a single large room, what had once been living quarters and office combined. There was an old wood stove, a collapsed bunk bed, a desk covered in decades of dust and rodent droppings, papers scattered across the floor, most too damaged by moisture and time to read. But on the far wall, someone had been writing. I moved closer, my flashlight illuminating crude symbols scratched into the logs. Not graffiti, something else. Something deliberate and ritualistic. There were crude drawings, too. Stick figures arranged in circles, animal shapes with too many legs, and words in a language I didn't recognize. Then I noticed the darker stains on the floorboards. Old, long dried, but unmistakable. Blood. My hand moved to my gun as I swept the flashlight around the room again. That's when I saw it. A trapdoor in the corner, partially hidden under a rotted piece of carpet. I approached it slowly, every instinct screaming at me to leave, to get back in my truck and call for backup. But if the Brennans were down there hurt and scared, they needed help now. I knelt beside the trapdoor and pulled it open. A ladder descended into darkness. The smell that wafted up made me gag. Earth and decay, and something else, something organic and wrong. Brennan family, can you hear me? Silence answered me. I clipped my flashlight to my vest and started down the ladder. Each rung creaked alarmingly under my weight. The descent was maybe 12 feet, ending in a dirt-floored cellar. My flashlight revealed stone walls, a ceiling so low I had to crouch, and in the corner, a nest. That's the only word for it. Piled blankets, sleeping bags, pieces of clothing all wadded together, and bones. Small bones, picked clean, scattered among the fabric. Rodents maybe, or birds. But that wasn't what made my blood run cold. Along the walls, more symbols had been carved into the stone, and there were items arranged with clear purpose, stones in specific patterns, bundles of dried plants, and in the center of the cellar, a circle drawn in what looked like ash or soot. Inside the circle were 3 sets of footprints. Human footprints, in the dust. They hadn't left the circle. I photographed everything with my phone, documenting the scene. This was evidence, even if I didn't understand what I was looking at. As I was finishing, my flashlight caught something in the corner I'd initially missed. A journal. Not old and rotted like everything else down here. This was recent, maybe a few years old. I picked it up carefully and opened it. The handwriting was precise, almost obsessive. Day 47. It came again last night. I heard it moving above the cabin, on the roof. The scratching sounds. It was calling to me in Sarah's voice. I know Sarah is dead. I buried her 3 months ago. But it sounded exactly like her. Day 52. I've reinforced the protective circle. The symbols seem to keep it at bay. As long as I stay within the bounds, it doesn't come into the cellar. But I hear it up there, every night, waiting. Day 60. Food is almost gone. I know I can't stay here forever, but I'm afraid of what will happen if I leave the circle. It knows I'm here. It's been testing the barriers, trying different voices. Last night it sounded like my daughter. The night before, my father, who died 10 years ago. Day 63. I understand now what the old ranger tried to tell me. The one who worked here before the station closed. He said these mountains belong to something ancient, something that was here long before we built our trails and ranger stations. He said it watches us, studies us, learns from us, and sometimes it takes us, not for food, for something else, to wear us maybe, to be us. Day 67. This will be my last entry. I can't stay in this circle any longer. I'm going to make a run for it. If anyone finds this, know that I tried, know that I tried. The entry ended mid-sentence. The journal was dated from 3 years ago. I flipped to the front cover and found a name written in the same precise hand. Property of Samuel Garrett, park volunteer. I didn't recognize the name, but I could check the volunteer logs. I pocketed the journal and turned to climb back up the ladder. That's when I heard it. Above me, in the cabin, footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps crossing the floor. I froze on the ladder, hand on my gun. The footsteps stopped directly above the trapdoor. Mitchell, a voice called down. Mitchell, is that you? It was Sheriff Valdez's voice. Perfect inflection, familiar tone. But Valdez was back at the command post, 6 miles away.
Mitchell, we found them. We found the Brennans. They're alive. Come up here.
My finger tightened on my gun. The voice was too perfect, too calm. There was no excitement, no urgency, just flat mimicry of how Valdez might sound. Come up here, Mitchell, right now. I stayed silent, barely breathing. The footsteps moved away from the trapdoor, crossing the cabin floor. I heard the front door creak open, then close. I waited 5 minutes. That felt like 5 hours. Then I slowly climbed the ladder, gun drawn, flashlight held away from my body to not backlight myself. The cabin was empty. I swept every corner, checked behind the collapsed furniture. Nothing. But on the floor, directly in front of the trapdoor, there were marks. The same 4-toed tracks I'd seen in the forest, pressed into the dust, leading from the door to the trapdoor, then back to the door. It had known I was down there. It had tried to lure me out. I got to my truck without incident, though. Every shadow seemed to writhe with movement. I locked the doors and started the engine, hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the key. As I pulled out of the clearing, my headlights swept across the cabin one last time. On the porch, I saw it, standing there, watching me leave. Tall and wrong with proportions that hurt to look at. In the brief moment before my truck lurched forward and the darkness swallowed it, I saw it raise one hand, if you could call it a hand, in what might have been a wave, or a gesture of possession. I radioed Quan when I was halfway back to the command post. I found something. An old cabin. Evidence of. I paused, unsure how to explain what I'd seen. Evidence of unusual activity. I'm heading back now. Copy that. Everything okay? You sound shaken. Just get everyone up. We need to change our search strategy. I think I know where the Brennans might be. But even as I said it, I thought about the circle in the cellar, the footprints that went in but didn't come out, and Samuel Garrett's journal. Sometimes you're not the hunter. Sometimes you're just the next name on a list. The emergency meeting I called at 2 a.m. didn't go well. You want us to believe what exactly? Sheriff Valdez leaned against the map table, arms crossed. That something supernatural is stalking these woods? I want you to look at the evidence, I said, spreading the photographs from the cabin across the table. The symbols, the circle, the tracks. This journal belonged to a volunteer who disappeared 3 years ago. I checked our records. Samuel Garrett, registered volunteer, last signed in October 2022, never signed out. We assumed he just went home without logging it. People miss sign-outs all the time, Deputy Reeves said. Not people who are obsessive enough to keep a journal like this. I opened Garrett's journal to the relevant pages. Read it. He was stalked by something, the same something that has the Brennans. Gordon Webb had been quiet, studying the photographs. Now he spoke up. The symbols matched descriptions from the Shoshone accounts. Protection markings. Garrett was trying to defend himself. From what? Valdez demanded. A bear? A mountain lion? From something that can mimic human voices perfectly, I said. Something that walks upright but isn't human. Something that's been in these mountains longer than we have. The room fell silent. I could see the skepticism on faces, but also something else, unease. Nobody wanted to believe what I was suggesting, but nobody could explain away the evidence either. Austin Webb broke the silence. What if Mitchell's right? Not about the supernatural part necessarily, but about the pattern. People disappearing in these woods, their belongings found but no bodies. What if there's something we're missing? Some predator we haven't identified. Like what? Quan asked. A new species of big cat. An undiscovered primate. Unknown unknowns, Gordon said quietly. Things we don't know. We don't know. Valdez rubbed his face, exhaustion showing. Okay, let's say there's something out there. Something dangerous we haven't encountered before. What's your recommendation, Mitchell? I've been thinking about this since leaving the cabin. We need to change tactics. Stop thinking about this as a rescue mission and start thinking about it as a hunt. We need to bait it, draw it out. Bait it with what? I met his eyes. With me. The plan was simple. Maybe too simple. I would return to the old cabin at dawn, alone but with a full support team staged nearby. I'd be wired with cameras and audio, tracked by GPS. If the creature or whatever it was approached me like it had last night, we'd have evidence. And more importantly, we'd have a location to concentrate our search. This is insane, Quan said for the third time. You're using yourself as bait for something we don't even understand. The Brennans are running out of time, I countered. If they're even still alive, this is the only lead we have. By 5 a.m., we were in position. I drove back to the cabin alone, but 4 separate teams were staged within half a mile, ready to move in. I wore a tactical vest with 3 cameras, a throat mic, and 2 GPS trackers. My truck radio was set to an open channel, broadcasting everything back to the command post. The sun was just starting to lighten the eastern sky as I parked in the clearing. Everything looked different in the pre-dawn light. Less menacing, more mundane, just an old abandoned building. I stepped out of the truck and spoke clearly for the microphones. Mitchell arriving at Kakuna Station, beginning interior search. The cabin was as I'd left it, but in the better light I noticed things I'd missed. Scratches on the walls, deep gouges that started about 7 feet up and dragged downward. Recent scratches, fresh wood showing pale beneath the marks. I photographed everything, narrating for the audio feed. Evidence of large predator activity. Claw marks consistent with... I paused. Nothing was consistent with these marks. They were too deliberate, too purposeful. The trap door to the cellar stood open. I had left it that way in my haste to leave. I approached it carefully, shining my flashlight into the darkness below. I'm going to examine the cellar again. More thoroughly this time. Copy that, Mitchell. Valdez's voice crackled through my earpiece. We're tracking you. Be careful. I descended the ladder slowly. The cellar looked the same. The nest of fabric and bones, the protective circle, the symbols. In daylight filtering through cracks in the cabin floor above, I could see more details. The bones weren't just small animals. Some were larger, and some looked disturbingly human-sized. I knelt beside the circle, examining the footprints more carefully. 3 sets, like I'd noted. Adult-sized, going into the circle but not coming out. But there was something else I'd missed last night. A 4th set of prints, smaller and more hesitant, circling the outside of the protective boundary. A child's prints. I've got evidence of at least 4 people in this cellar at some point, I reported. The Brennans, maybe. And someone else, a child. As I was photographing the prints, my flashlight caught something wedged between 2 stones in the wall. I worked it free carefully. A wallet, water-damaged and old. Inside, a driver's license. Daniel Webb, Gordon's uncle. The ranger who disappeared in 1976. Nearly 50 years ago, and he'd been here. In this cellar, in that protective circle. Command. I found Daniel Webb's wallet. Gordon's uncle. This cellar has been used as a hiding place for decades. Before Valdez could respond, I heard it. Scratching sounds. Above me, on the roof of the cabin, long dragging sounds, like something with claws moving across the weathered shingles. I froze, hand moving to my gun. The scratching continued, moving from one end of the roof to the other. Then it stopped directly above the trapdoor. Mitchell. The voice that drifted down was young, female, frightened. Mitchell, is that you? Please help us. We're so cold. It was Heather Brennan's voice. Perfect imitation, every teenage inflection captured. Heather, I called up. Where are your parents? They're here too. We're all here. But it's so cold and we can't find our way back. Please come up, please help us. My training said respond to the call for help. But Garrett's journal and every instinct I had screamed that this was a trap.
Heather, I need you to come down here. It's safer.
I can't. I'm too scared. Please come up. Please. The voice was perfect. Too perfect. No real person in distress would sound this calm, this articulate. Command, I whispered into my mic. It's here, on the roof, mimicking one of the victims. All units move in. Valdez ordered. Mitchell, get out of there. Now. But I couldn't move. Because as I looked up at the trapdoor, I saw something that made my heart stop. A hand reaching down through the opening. But wrong. The proportions distorted, fingers too long, joints bending backward. And the skin, if you could call it skin, looked like it was made of multiple textures, badly stitched together. Please, the voice pleaded, still in Heather's tone. Take my hand. Help me. I backed away from the ladder, gun drawn. The hand withdrew, and for a moment there was silence. Then the scratching sounds intensified, moving all around the cabin. Not just on the roof now, on the walls, circling the structure. Multiple sources, multiple directions. There's more than one. I breathed into the mic. Multiple contacts. The first one dropped through the trapdoor. I got a clear look at it for maybe 3 seconds. That was all my mind could handle before it tried to reject what I was seeing. It was roughly human-shaped, but assembled wrong, like someone who'd never seen a human had tried to build one from memory. The head was too large, sitting at an angle on the shoulders. The arms were different lengths, and the skin layers of different textures and colors, like it wore pieces of different animals and people all stitched together. But the worst part was the face. It had features that almost made sense. Eyes, nose, mouth. But they moved independently of each other, rearranging themselves as I watched, trying different configurations. I fired twice. Both shots hit center mass, and it barely flinched. It made a sound, a wet clicking noise that might have been laughter, and lunged toward me. I dove sideways, rolling into the nest of fabric. My shoulder hit bone, something crunched, and I scrambled away as the thing landed where I'd been standing. The protective circle. I needed to get to the circle. If Garrett's journal was right, if the old protections held any meaning, I threw myself across the line of ash and soot, landing hard inside the boundary. The creature stopped at the edge, that nightmare face rearranging itself into something almost questioning. Then it spoke in my voice. Command, I need backup. I need backup now. My exact words, my exact inflection. I heard shouting through my earpiece. The teams were confused, getting multiple conflicting signals. Above me, more sounds. Other things entering the cabin. Stay in the circle, a voice said, and for a moment I thought it was one of my team members. But the voice was coming from the corner of the cellar, from the shadows. A man stood there, or what was left of a man, emaciated, dressed in rags that might have once been a park ranger uniform. His skin was paper-thin, stretched over bones, but his eyes were alert. The circle, he repeated. Stay inside. Samuel Garrett? He nodded slowly. 3 years I've been down here. 3 years in this circle. When I leave it, they're waiting. How are you still alive? I'm not sure I am, he said with a hollow laugh. Maybe I died months ago and just don't know it yet. The creatures, there were 3 of them now. I could see them moving at the edges of the circle, began to test the boundaries. They'd touch the line of ash, recoil, try another spot. Methodical, patient. They're learning, Garrett said. Each time someone comes here, they learn a little more. How we move, how we sound, how we think. They're getting better at mimicking us. The Brennans, did they come through here? His face crumpled. 2 days ago. The family. I heard them upstairs, heard those things imitating their voices. They went into another circle, one of the others. Others? There are more? 3 more cellars. This cabin was built over something old, something that was here long before. The native people knew about them. They built protective spaces, carved the symbols to contain what lived here. When we built the cabin, we built right on top of their sacred sites. The creatures were getting bolder, their touches at the boundary lasting longer. Mitchell, Valdez's voice in my earpiece. Teams are entering the cabin. We can hear you but can't get a visual. What's your status? I'm in the cellar. There are, I paused. If I said hostile creatures, they'd think I was crazy. There are subjects in the cellar, armed and dangerous. Approach with extreme caution. I heard boots on the cabin floor above. Flashlight beams cut through the trapdoor opening. The creatures fled. They moved impossibly fast, pressing themselves against the stone walls, seeming to flow through cracks and gaps that shouldn't have accommodated anything larger than a mouse. Mitchell. Gordon Webb's voice. He appeared at the trapdoor, rifle raised. Christ, are you hurt? I'm fine. Get down here. And bring everyone. We need to search this entire structure. It took 30 minutes to clear the cabin and surrounding area. The creatures were gone, vanished into whatever holes they emerged from. But we found the other cellars Garrett had mentioned. 3 more spaces dug beneath the cabin, each with their own protective circles, each with evidence of human habitation. And in the furthest cellar, we found them. Marcus, Julie, and Heather Brennan. Alive but unconscious, curled together inside a circle of ash. They were hypothermic, dehydrated, covered in scratches and bruises, but alive. The medics rushed in, and within minutes, the Brennans were being carried to waiting ambulances. I stood in the clearing, watching the organized chaos, trying to process what I'd seen. Garrett had vanished. When we'd rushed to help the Brennans, he'd simply disappeared. We searched every cellar, every corner of the cabin. He was gone. Gordon found me sitting on the cabin steps an hour later. They're going to make it, he said. The Brennans. Doctors say they'll recover fully. Good. You want to tell me what really happened down there? I looked at him. Would you believe me if I did? He sat beside me. My uncle's wallet, you found it? Yeah. Did you find him? No. Just the wallet. I'm sorry, Gordon. He nodded slowly. I expected as much. But at least now I know. He didn't just abandon his post. He didn't run away. He stayed. He tried to help. We sat in silence for a while, watching the sun climb higher in the sky. What do we do now? Gordon finally asked. I thought about the creatures I'd seen, the way they'd moved, the way they'd learned. About Garrett trapped for 3 years in a protective circle. About how many others might have vanished in these mountains over the decades. We seal this place, I said. Board it up properly. Mark it as structurally unsafe. Keep people away. And we watch. We watch these mountains more carefully than we ever have before. And if it happens again, then we'll be ready. But I wasn't sure that was true. How do you prepare for something that can wear your voice, your face, your shape? Something that's been here longer than we have, that sees us as intruders in its territory. The Brennans were evacuated by helicopter, taken to the hospital in the valley. The official report would list their rescue as successful, attribute their condition to exposure and stress. The strange details would be filed away, explained as hallucinations brought on by hypothermia and trauma. But I would know better. And on quiet nights when I was alone in the ranger station, I would sometimes hear scratching sounds on the roof, or a voice calling my name in tones that belonged to people I knew. And I would remember that some hunts never really end. The Brennans spent 4 days in the hospital. I visited them on the 5th day, after they'd been cleared to talk to investigators. They had separate rooms in the ICU, Marcus and Julie together in one, Heather in another with a child psychologist present. Sheriff Valdez and I interviewed them separately. Their stories matched in the broad strokes, but diverged in the details, the way real memories do. Not the rehearsed consistency of liars, but the fractured recollection of trauma. Marcus went first. He sat propped up in bed, IV lines running into both arms, his face drawn and haggard despite the medical care. We reached the lake around noon, he said, voice hoarse. Everything was normal. Beautiful day, perfect weather. We had lunch by the water, took some photos. Heather was showing us this bird she'd seen. Some kind of hawk, I think. He paused, hands trembling slightly. That's when we heard it. A voice calling from the woods. A woman's voice. Very clear. Help me. Please help me. It sounded so desperate, so real. Did you recognize the voice? Valdez asked. No, just a woman. She sounded injured, scared. What were we supposed to do, leave her? So you went into the woods. Julie wanted to call for help first, but there was no cell service. I thought his voice cracked. I thought we'd just find her, bring her back to the trail, get her to safety. It was only supposed to take a few minutes. What happened? We followed the voice. It kept calling. Always just ahead of us, just out of sight. This way, help me, I'm hurt. We walked for, I don't know, 20 minutes? Half an hour? The woods got thicker, and then the voice started sounding different, less clear, distorted. Distorted how? Like it was echoing, or like there were multiple voices overlapping, and it started saying strange things, things the woman shouldn't have known, private things about our family, about Heather's school, about Julie's job. How could a random lost hiker know those things? He fell silent for a moment, staring at his hands. That's when I knew something was wrong. I told Julie and Heather we needed to go back. But when we turned around, the path was gone. Just dense forest in every direction. We tried to retrace our steps, but everything looked the same. We were lost. How did you end up at the cabin? We wandered for hours. It was getting dark, getting cold. Heather was crying. Then we saw a light through the trees. Yellow light, like a lamp. We followed it and found the cabin. The door was open, and inside there was a lantern burning on a table, like someone had just been there. Did you see anyone? No. But there was food on the table. Canned goods, water bottles. We were so hungry, so thirsty. Julie didn't want to touch anything, but I was desperate. We ate, we drank, and then, he struggled with the next part. Then we got sleepy, so sleepy, like we'd been drugged. We tried to stay awake, but we couldn't. When I woke up, we were in that cellar, in that circle. How long were you there? I don't know. Days. There was no light, no way to tell time. We'd wake up, try to leave the circle, but whenever we got close to the edge, we'd see them, shapes in the darkness, moving around us. Sometimes they'd speak in our voices, sometimes they'd look like people we knew. Heather's teacher, my brother, Julie's mother who died 5 years ago. His voice dropped to a whisper. They were studying us, learning us. I could feel it. Every time they spoke, they sounded more human, more real. They're going to use what they learned from us. They're going to pretend to be us. Julie's account was similar but included details Marcus had missed. She remembered more of the cellar, the symbols on the walls, the feeling of being watched constantly. There was a man, she said. An old man in the darkness. He never came close to us, but he was there. He'd whisper instructions. Stay in the circle. Don't touch the lines. Don't answer when they call. He kept us alive, told us when to sleep, when to stay alert. Without him, we would have gone crazy. What did this man look like? I couldn't see him clearly, just a shadow in the corner. But his voice, she frowned. His voice sounded like he'd been there a very long time, like he'd forgotten how to be human. Heather's interview was shorter. The psychologist wouldn't let us push her too hard. But what she said chilled me more than anything her parents had reported. They can be anyone, Heather said, hugging a pillow. They watched us for days, learning how we move and talk. When we were sleeping, they'd practice our voices. I'd hear my mom saying things she never said, or my dad having conversations that never happened. They're getting ready. Getting ready for what? I asked gently. To go out there. She pointed toward the window, toward the world beyond the hospital. To pretend to be people, to take our place. After the interviews, Valdez and I sat in his cruiser in the hospital parking lot comparing notes. They were drugged, Valdez said. Has to be. Someone's running some kind of operation in those mountains. Drugging hikers, holding them captive, playing mind games. You saw what I saw in that cellar, I countered. Those weren't human tracks. Whatever grabbed me, that wasn't human. Mitchell, listen to yourself. You're talking about shape-shifting monsters. In Idaho, in 2025. Then explain the evidence. Explain the Brennan's testimony. Explain Samuel Garrett, who's been living in a cellar for 3 years, surviving on God knows what. We'll find rational explanations for all of it. But he didn't sound convinced anymore. The Park Service shut down access to the Kakuna Trail indefinitely. The official reason was structural damage to bridges and safety concerns. I submitted a detailed report, carefully wording it to avoid sounding insane while still documenting what I'd found. The report vanished into administrative channels, and I never heard back about it. The Brennans were released from the hospital a week later. They left Idaho immediately, moving back to Minnesota. I heard through Sheriff's Department contacts that Marcus quit his job, and Julie started seeing a therapist. Heather was homeschooled for the remainder of the year. None of them would speak about what happened, even to family members. Gordon Webb retired 2 weeks after the incident. His son Austin transferred to a ranger district in Oregon. I understood. The mountains had taken something from them both. Not their lives, but their certainty. Their sense that the world made sense. I stayed. Someone had to watch. Someone had to remember. The cabin was demolished in late November. A Park Service demolition crew went in with heavy equipment and razed it to the ground, then filled in the cellars with concrete. The official explanation was environmental contamination and structural hazards. I watched from a distance as the old building came down. As the walls collapsed, I thought I saw something emerge from the debris. A shape man-sized but wrong that loped into the tree line before anyone else noticed. But I might have imagined it. I tell myself I imagined it. Winter came to Whispering Pines. Snow covered the mountains, and the trails became impassable. I spent the quiet months going through old records, looking for patterns. I found them. Disappearances going back decades. Not every year, but regularly. October and November seemed to be the peak months. Always in the remote sections of the forest. Always people who wandered off trail. Sometimes we found them alive, confused and hypothermic. Sometimes we found their belongings, but no bodies. And sometimes, like with Daniel Webb and dozens of others over the years, we found nothing at all. I compiled a database, dates, locations, circumstances. When I plotted them on a map, they formed a rough circle around the old cabin site. A territory, maybe. A hunting ground. In February, I got a call from Deputy Kwan. "Mitchell, you need to see this." She picked me up at the station and we drove to a small house on the edge of town. An elderly Shoshone woman named Mary Blackfeather lived there. She'd called the sheriff's department asking to speak with someone about the trouble at the old ranger station. Mary was in her 80s, sharp-eyed and sharp-minded. She served us coffee in her living room, which was decorated with traditional artwork and old photographs. "My grandfather was a medicine man," she said without preamble. "He knew the old places, the sacred sites. When the white men built their ranger station, he warned them, but they didn't listen." "Warned them about what?" I asked. "The Yitnal Lushi, the ones who walk in borrowed skins. They've been in these mountains since before my people came here. They're old, older than the tribes. We learned to avoid them, to respect their territory, to never go to certain places alone or at certain times." She pulled out a leather-bound book, its pages yellowed and fragile. "My grandfather kept records, stories passed down through generations. He wanted someone to remember, even if the knowledge was lost to time." The book was filled with drawings and text in Shoshone, with English translations in the margins. I saw crude maps of the area around the cabin, marked with warnings, descriptions of encounters that matched what we'd experienced, and rules, procedures for protection. "The circles," I said, recognizing the symbols from the cellar. "Sacred boundaries, lines they won't cross, if the symbols are drawn correctly." My grandfather taught me the old ways, even though no one believed anymore. But I remember. She looked at me intently. "You've seen them. You know they're real." It wasn't a question. Yes, they're hungry again. Every few generations they get bold. They come down from the high places, test the boundaries, take people. We used to perform ceremonies to drive them back, to reinforce the barriers, but those traditions died with my grandfather. No one remembers how. "Can you teach me?" She smiled sadly. "I can teach you the drawings, the symbols, but the ceremonies require more than knowledge. They require belief, power, connection to the land, and the old spirits. I'm too old now, and you." She studied me. "You're not of the people. The ceremonies wouldn't work for you." "Then what can I do?" "Watch. Remember. Warn others. Keep people away from the sacred places, and if you encounter them again..." She reached out and gripped my hand with surprising strength. "Don't try to understand them. Don't try to communicate. Just survive. That's all you can do." She let me photograph the pages of her grandfather's book. When I left her house, I felt like I was carrying something precious and terrible. Knowledge that might save lives, but that no one would believe. Spring came slowly to the mountains. As the snow melted and the trails reopened, I assigned myself to patrol the northern sections, the areas near where the cabin had stood. I went alone, always, not wanting to risk anyone else. I found signs sometimes, tracks that didn't belong to any animal I could identify, scratches on trees at heights that suggested something larger than a bear. Once I found a cache of belongings hidden in a hollow log. Wallets, phones, jewelry, personal items from people who'd gone missing over the years. I reported them anonymously, let the items be returned to families without explanation. And sometimes on my patrols, I heard voices calling from the deep woods. Familiar voices, using words that should comfort me. My mother's voice, though she'd died 3 years ago. My ex-wife, saying things she'd never say. Friends inviting me to come see what they'd found. I never answered. I never followed. In May, I got a call from the hospital. Julie Brennan was on the phone, asking to speak with me. When I called her back, her voice was tight with fear. "We saw it," she said, without preamble. "In Minnesota. We moved halfway across the country, and it found us." "What did you see?" "Marcus came home from work yesterday. Came in the house, said hello. Went to the basement. But then, 5 minutes later, Marcus came home again. Same car, same clothes. Walked in the front door asking what was for dinner. There were 2 of him." My blood ran cold. "What happened?" "The first one, the one in the basement. It ran when it heard Marcus's voice. Went out the basement window. We called the police, but what could we tell them? That there was a duplicate of my husband in the house. They thought we were crazy. You need to leave, pack up tonight and move again, somewhere far away. Don't tell anyone where you're going." "Will that help?" I wanted to say yes. I wanted to comfort her, but Mary Blackfeather's words echoed in my mind. "They're learning us." "I don't know," I admitted, "but you have to try." She hung up without saying goodbye. I filed that conversation away with all the others. Evidence no one would believe, warnings no one would heed. Now in the summer of 2025, I sit in my ranger station and watch the mountains. I've trained the new rangers to avoid certain areas, to never go alone into the deep woods, to trust their instincts when something feels wrong. I don't know if it will be enough. 'Cause I know what the Brennans learned, what Samuel Garrett discovered too late, what Mary Blackfeather tried to warn us about. They're not just creatures that live in these mountains. They're learning to leave. Every person they study, every voice they mimic, every shape they steal, they're gathering information, practicing, preparing to walk among us, undetected. How many are out there now, wearing stolen faces? How many times have you talked to someone who seemed just slightly off, who knew things they shouldn't know, who moved in ways that seemed almost right, but not quite? How many of them are in your town, your neighborhood, your home? I don't sleep well anymore. I keep the lights on at night. I've drawn the protective symbols from Mary's grandfather's book around my cabin, though I know they won't work for me the way they would for someone with the proper knowledge and belief. And sometimes, late at night, I hear scratching on my roof. A voice calls my name in tones I recognize, fellow rangers, friends, family members, but I never answer. Because I know that if I do, if I open that door, I'll be teaching them one more thing about being human. And eventually they'll learn enough. Eventually they'll be indistinguishable from us. Maybe they already are. The next time you're hiking in remote wilderness and you hear someone calling for help, think carefully before you answer. Watch for the signs, voices that are too perfect, movements that are too fluid, questions that probe just a little too deeply into who you are. And if you find yourself in the deep woods at night hearing familiar voices calling you into the darkness, remember this. The forest remembers what we've forgotten. Some territories were claimed long before we drew our maps. And what lives there has been watching us, learning us, becoming us. All it needs is time. And time is one thing the mountains have in abundance. I'm still here, still watching, still remembering, still hoping that my warnings will reach someone who will listen before it's too late. But every day I wonder, am I protecting people from the creatures in the woods? Or am I just watching as they replace us, one stolen shape at a time? I don't have an answer. I just know I can't leave. Someone has to stand watch. Even if no one believes. Even if it's already too late. The mountains are patient. And they're waiting. Letter from the National Park Service arrived on a Tuesday in March, reassigning me from my comfortable post in Missouri to Pine Ridge National Forest in Northern California. I'd spent 8 years as a park ranger, mostly dealing with lost hikers and illegal campers, but the transfer came with a pay bump and the promise of more responsibility. What the letter didn't mention was why the previous ranger had left so abruptly, or why they were so desperate to fill the position. I drove into Pine Ridge Station on a gray morning in early April. The facility sat at the end of a gravel road, surrounded by towering Douglas firs and western hemlocks that blocked out most of the sunlight. The main building was a 2-story structure built in the 1960s, its brown paint peeling in long strips. Behind it stood 3 smaller cabins for ranger housing, a maintenance shed, and a communications tower that looked like it had seen better decades. Zachary Thompson met me at the door. He was the senior ranger, a lean man in his 50s with weathered skin and eyes that constantly scanned the tree line. His handshake was firm but brief. "You made good time," he said, grabbing one of my duffel bags. "Come on, I'll show you around before it gets dark. We don't like being outside after sunset up here." I followed him into the station. The interior smelled of coffee, old wood, and something else I couldn't identify, something organic and unpleasant, like wet fur left to rot. The main room contained a desk, filing cabinets, topographical maps covering one entire wall, and a gun safe that looked substantial enough to survive a nuclear blast. "That's your desk," Zachary said, pointing to a metal monstrosity covered in paperwork. "Most of this is routine. Permits, wildlife reports, maintenance logs. The important stuff is in the red folders. He pulled out a thick folder and dropped it in front of me. The label read, Incident Reports, Confidential. Read these tonight, he continued. All of them. Don't skip anything, and don't talk about what's in here with anyone outside this station. The Park Service has a policy about these reports. They stay internal. I opened the folder. The first report was dated from 1987, written by a ranger named George Hendricks. It described finding a deer carcass 20 feet up in a tree, its spine snapped and twisted at an impossible angle. The second report from 1992 detailed massive footprints found near Cedar Lake 16 inches long, clearly showing 5 toes. What am I looking at here? I asked. Zachary walked to the window and stared out at the darkening forest. We've got something in these woods that shouldn't exist. The official line is bears, mountain lions, the usual suspects. But you and I both know that's bullshit. You'll see for yourself soon enough. That night, alone in my assigned cabin, I read through the entire folder. There were 43 incident reports spanning nearly 4 decades. The pattern was consistent and disturbing. Enormous footprints ranging from 15 to 18 inches long, livestock killed and carried off by something impossibly strong, strange vocalizations recorded on trail cameras and sightings, dozens of sightings, of massive bipedal creatures covered in dark hair. One report from 2003 filed by a ranger named Tyler Morrison described an encounter at the North Ridge Trail. He'd been investigating reports of strange sounds when he came face to face with something standing over 8 feet tall. His description was detailed and specific. Reddish-brown hair covering its entire body except for the face, which showed leathery gray-black skin, arms that hung below its knees, eyes that reflected his flashlight beam with an amber glow. He'd radioed for backup, but by the time another ranger arrived, the creature had vanished into the dense forest. Morrison had transferred out 3 weeks later. The report was marked, "Do not pursue further investigation." I didn't sleep well that first night. The forest outside my cabin was alive with sounds, branches snapping, distant calls I couldn't identify, and once around 3 in the morning, something large moving through the underbrush just beyond the tree line. I kept my service weapon on the nightstand and didn't close my eyes until dawn broke. Glad the next morning. Zachary took me on a patrol of the northern sector. We drove for an hour on increasingly rough fire roads, eventually parking at a trailhead marked Willow Creek Access, 8 miles. "We'll hike in about 3 miles, Zachary said, shouldering a heavy pack. "There's something I need to show you." The trail wound through old-growth forest, massive trees creating a canopy so thick that noon felt like dusk. Zachary moved quickly despite his age, barely making a sound. I tried to match his pace, my boots crunching on the needle-covered path. "How long have you been seeing them?" I asked. He didn't turn around. 12 years. First one was at dusk, near the eastern boundary. I was doing a routine patrol when I heard something moving parallel to me through the trees. Whatever it was big, and it was fast. Then I smelled it like a wet dog mixed with rotting garbage. I saw its shape moving between the trees, easily 7 feet tall, moving on 2 legs. By the time I got my camera out, it was gone. "Did you file a report?" "Of course." Got the same response everyone gets. Probable bear sighting, maintain awareness, no further action required. But I knew what I saw, and I've seen them 3 more times since then. We hiked in silence for another 20 minutes before Zachary stopped abruptly. We'd reached a small clearing maybe 30 feet across, ringed by massive cedars. The ground was torn up, dirt and vegetation scattered everywhere. Long gouges in the earth suggested something heavy had been dragged across the clearing. "This happened 2 nights ago," Zachary said. "Brandon, he's our junior ranger, you'll meet him later. Found it on his morning patrol. Look at the tree." One of the cedars at the clearing's edge bore deep scratches in its bark, starting about 7 feet up and extending another 3 feet higher. The marks were parallel, 4 distinct grooves each about an inch apart. "Bear," I suggested, though I already knew the answer. Zachary shook his head. "Bears don't scratch that high, and their claw marks are different, more curved, closer together. These are from something with fingers, or something very close to fingers. And look at the depth. Whatever made these marks has tremendous strength." He pulled out a measuring tape and held it against the scratches. The highest mark was just over 10 feet from the ground. "Now look at this," he said, moving to the center of the clearing. He pointed at a depression in the soft earth, a footprint. It was massive, at least 17 inches long and 7 inches wide at the ball. 5 distinct toes were visible, and the impression was deep, suggesting enormous weight. I knelt down beside it, pulling out my camera to document it. The print was remarkably clear, showing dermal ridges similar to human fingerprints. This wasn't a bear print, wasn't a human print in boots, wasn't anything I'd seen in my 8 years as a ranger. "There are 6 more prints leading into the forest," Zachary said. The stride length is over 6 feet. Brandon measured them all yesterday. Whatever made these was walking upright, weighed at least 500 pounds, and wasn't in any hurry. I photographed every print, every scratch mark, the disturbed ground. Zachary watched the tree line while I worked, his hand never far from the radio on his belt. Why doesn't the Park Service do something about this? I asked. If there's an unknown animal in these woods. Because officially there is no unknown animal, Zachary interrupted. The BFRO has documented hundreds of sightings in this area going back to the 1960s. They've found prints, hair samples, recorded vocalizations. But the Park Service's position is that Bigfoot doesn't exist, so any evidence of Bigfoot can't be real. It's circular logic, but it keeps things simple. BFRO? Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization. They're volunteers mostly, but they're serious about documentation. They've got a database of credible sightings from all over North America. Northern California is one of the hot spots. Dense forest, sparse human population, plenty of food sources. If these things exist anywhere, they exist here. We spent another hour in the clearing before hiking back to the truck. As we drove back to the station, Zachary told me about the other rangers who'd worked at Pine Ridge over the years. Some had lasted only a few months before requesting transfers. Others had stayed longer but became increasingly paranoid, sleeping with lights on, refusing to patrol alone. Austin was here before you, Zachary said. Good ranger, experienced, not the type to spook easily. Last November he was doing a night patrol near Copper Ridge when something started pacing him. He said it was moving through the trees about 50 yards away, keeping perfect pace with his truck on the fire road. When he stopped, it stopped. When he sped up, it sped up. This went on for almost 2 miles. Then whatever it was let out a vocalization he said sounded like a mix between a howl and a scream, loud enough to hurt his ears even inside the truck. He put in for a transfer the next morning. Back at the station, I met Brandon Walsh, the junior ranger Zachary had mentioned. He was in his late 20s, athletic, with the kind of nervous energy that came from spending too much time looking over your shoulder. He'd been at Pine Ridge for 9 months. Zachary, show you the clearing? He asked as we shook hands. I nodded. Those prints are incredible. Have you seen one yourself? Brandon's expression darkened. Once, 3 months ago, I was checking on a campsite near Devil's Creek. It was dusk, that time when the light gets weird and everything looks half real. I heard something moving in the brush, so I called out, thinking it was a hiker who'd gotten turned around. Then it stood up. He paused, his hands fidgeting with his radio. It was behind some thick manzanita maybe 40 yards away, but I could see its outline clearly. It had to be 9 feet tall, no exaggeration. Massive shoulders, arms hanging down past where its knees would be. It just stood there, completely still, watching me. I couldn't see its face clearly, but I could feel it looking at me. After maybe 30 seconds, it turned and walked away. Didn't run, didn't hurry, just walked off like I wasn't worth bothering with. The brush was so thick I would have had to crawl through it, but this thing just pushed through like it wasn't there. Did you try to follow it? Hell no. I got back in my truck and radioed Zachary. By the time he got there with backup, whatever it was had moved on. We found where it had been standing, broken branches, disturbed ground, and this smell like something dead and sweaty at the same time. And we found more prints, even bigger than the ones in the clearing today. That evening, Zachary gathered us in the station's main room. He pulled out a large topographical map and began marking locations with red pins. These are all confirmed sighting locations from the past 5 years, he said. Notice the pattern. They're concentrated in 3 areas: the northern boundary near Willow Creek, the eastern ridgeline above Copper Ridge, and the southern valley around Devil's Creek. These areas have several things in common: dense old-growth forest, reliable water sources, and abundant deer populations. He added yellow pins to the map. These are locations where we found physical evidence, prints, tree breaks, kill sites, again concentrated in the same 3 areas. So they have territories, I said. That's our working theory. We think there are at least 3 individuals, possibly more. They seem to avoid the areas with heavy human traffic, the main campgrounds, popular hiking trails. But they're comfortable in the backcountry, and they're not shy about leaving evidence of their presence. Brandon pointed to a cluster of red pins near the northern boundary. That's where the most recent activity has been. We've had 4 separate sightings in the past 2 months, all within a 2-mile radius. Something's going on up there. Zachary nodded. Which is why you're going on patrol up there tomorrow. Both of you. I want you to document anything unusual. Prints, tree breaks, scat, vocalizations, anything. But if you see one of them, you maintain distance and you radio immediately. These things are dangerous. They may not be aggressive toward humans, but they're enormously strong and unpredictable. Don't take chances. That night I lay awake again, listening to the forest. Somewhere in the distance I heard a sound unlike anything in my experience. A long drawn-out howl that rose and fell in pitch, almost like a siren but with an organic quality that sent chills down my spine. It lasted maybe 10 seconds before cutting off abruptly. I grabbed my radio. "Zachary, you hear that?" His voice came back immediately. "Yeah, that's them. Go back to sleep, they're miles away." But sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about those massive footprints, the scratches 10 feet up a tree, the shape Brandon had seen pushing through brush that would stop a human cold. Somewhere out in that vast darkness, something impossible was moving through the forest, something that had avoided definitive scientific documentation for centuries despite thousands of sightings and mountains of circumstantial evidence. Tomorrow, Brandon and I would go looking for it. Brandon and I left the station at dawn, our packs loaded with camera equipment, plaster for casting prints, evidence bags, and enough food and water for a full day in the field. Zachary had marked our route on a handheld GPS, a 12-mile loop through the northern sector, hitting all the recent activity hotspots. The first 3 hours were uneventful. We hiked through stands of old-growth Douglas fir, the morning sun filtering through the canopy in dusty shafts. Brandon set a steady pace, stopping frequently to scan the forest and listen. He'd become hyper-vigilant during his time at Pine Ridge, constantly aware of his surroundings in a way that went beyond normal ranger training. Around 10 in the morning, we reached our first waypoint, a small creek that fed into Willow Creek proper. The water ran clear over smooth stones barely a foot deep. Brandon immediately noticed the disturbance. "Look at the bank," he said, pointing to the muddy edge where the forest met the water. Multiple prints marked the soft ground, far larger than any human footprints. I pulled out the measuring tape while Brandon photographed from multiple angles. The clearest print measured 16.5 inches long with distinct toe impressions and a deep heel strike. The stride length measured from the center of one print to the next was 68 inches. "That's a big one," Brandon muttered. "Bigger than what we saw in the clearing yesterday." I mixed plaster in a collapsible bucket we'd brought specifically for this purpose. While the cast set, we followed the prints upstream. Whatever had made them had walked in the creek for about 30 yards before climbing out on the opposite bank. The prints there showed it had paused, standing in one spot for some time. The impressions were deeper, as if it had been observing something. "What do you think it was watching?" I asked. Brandon pointed downstream, where the creek opened into a small meadow. "Deer come to drink there every evening. There's a game trail leading down from the ridge. It might have been hunting." We collected the plaster cast after it hardened and continued our patrol. The morning gave way to afternoon, the forest growing darker as clouds moved in. The temperature dropped noticeably, and a light rain began to fall. At our third waypoint, near a place the map marked as Deadfall Ridge, we found something that made both of us stop cold. A massive western red cedar, at least 8 feet in diameter, had been pushed over. Not blown down. The roots were intact on one side, and the tree had fallen in a direction that made no sense given the prevailing winds. Worse, the trunk showed clear signs of having been twisted as it fell, the wood splintering in a spiral pattern. "No storm did this," Brandon said. "Look at the other trees. No wind damage, no other blowdowns. Something pushed this tree over." I examined the base. Deep furrows in the bark suggested something had gripped the trunk and applied enormous force. The cedar had to weigh several tons, yet something had manipulated it like a sapling. "Why would they do this?" I asked. "Territorial marking, maybe. Or frustration. The BFRO database has dozens of reports of tree breaks and twists in areas with regular activity. Some researchers think it's communication. One individual leaves a sign for others." We documented everything with photographs and measurements. The rain intensified, forcing us to take shelter under a rock overhang. While we waited for the weather to clear, Brandon told me about the research he'd done on his own time. "There's this guy named Justin Freeman, runs a YouTube channel about Bigfoot encounters. He's interviewed hundreds of witnesses, hikers, hunters, forest workers, people who've seen these things up close. The consistent details are striking. Almost everyone describes the same physical characteristics: massive size, hair-covered body, human-like face, eyes that reflect light. The behavior patterns are consistent too, mostly nocturnal, avoid direct human contact, incredibly stealthy despite their size." "But no bodies," I said. "No bones, no definitive proof." "That's the million-dollar question. Some researchers think they bury their dead like elephants. Others think they're so rare and so good at avoiding humans that the odds of finding remains are astronomical. Think about it. How often do you find bear skeletons in the forest, or mountain lion remains? Even common animals are hard to find after they die. These things, if they exist, might number in the hundreds across the entire continent. Finding one that died naturally would be like winning the lottery." The rain eased around 3 in the afternoon. We continued our patrol, moving deeper into territory marked on Zachary's map as a high-activity zone. The forest here felt different, Older, darker, with less undergrowth and massive trees spaced far apart. Sound carried strangely, our footsteps seeming to echo despite the open spacing. At 4:30, we found the kill site. The elk carcass lay in a small depression, partially covered with branches and forest debris. It was a large bull, probably weighing 600 pounds when alive. Its neck had been broken with such force that the vertebrae protruded through the skin. The body had been partially consumed, large chunks of meat torn away with precision. "This is fresh," Brandon said, kneeling beside it. "Maybe a day old, no more, and look at how it's cached, covered with debris to hide it from scavengers. Bears do this sometimes, but not usually this thoroughly." I examined the surrounding area. Massive prints circled the kill site, some overlapping, suggesting the creature had returned multiple times to feed. Drag marks showed where the elk had been pulled from the location of the kill, about 50 yards away near a game trail. "An elk this size, a bear would have to drag it," I said. "These marks suggest it was carried. Look, no continuous drag line, just these periodic scrapes where something touched the ground while carrying it." We were documenting the site when Brandon suddenly grabbed my arm. "Do you smell that?" I did. The same odor I'd noticed faintly at the station had intensified. Wet, musky, with an undertone of decay. It was coming from upwind, which meant whatever was producing it was between us and our return route. Brandon's hand moved to his radio. "We need to go now." We gathered our equipment quickly but carefully, neither of us wanting to run but both acutely aware that something was close. The smell grew stronger as we moved, and I began to hear sounds in the forest, branches breaking, something large moving through the underbrush, parallel to our position. "It's pacing us," Brandon whispered, "just like what happened to Austin." We increased our speed, not quite running but moving as fast as the terrain allowed. The sounds kept pace, staying about 50 yards to our left, hidden by thick stands of Douglas fir and understory vegetation. Once I caught a glimpse of something dark moving between trees, something too large to be a bear, too fast to be human. Then it vocalized. The sound started low, almost subsonic, vibrating in my chest. It rose in pitch and volume, becoming a roar mixed with a scream, unlike anything I'd heard from any animal. It lasted 5 or 6 seconds before cutting off, leaving the forest in absolute silence. Even the birds had stopped singing. Brandon keyed his radio. "Zachary, this is Brandon. We've made contact. Northern sector, approximately 2 miles south of Deadfall Ridge. Something large is tracking us. We're heading back to the trailhead. Estimate 40 minutes. Zachary's response was immediate. "Copy that. Maintain calm. Don't run, stay together. I'm heading your way now with Gavin, from the eastern station. Keep the radio open." We continued our retreat, the presence in the forest staying with us. Every few minutes we'd hear it moving, keeping its distance but clearly following. The smell came and went on the shifting wind. Once we heard it strike something, a thunderous crack like a baseball bat hitting a tree trunk, except impossibly loud. "Tree knocking," Brandon said. "They do it to communicate, or maybe to intimidate. Keep moving." The sun was setting by the time we reached the trailhead. Zachary's truck was there, along with another Ranger vehicle. Gavin Martinez stepped out, a stocky man in his 40s with close-cropped hair and the bearing of someone who'd seen combat. He was holding a shotgun. "You boys okay?" he asked. "We're fine," I said, "but there's definitely something out there. It followed us for over an hour." Zachary examined the plaster cast we'd made and reviewed our photographs on the camera's display. His expression was grim. "This print is huge, bigger than anything we've documented before, and if it followed you for that long it was either curious or territorial. Either way, we need to be more careful." We loaded our equipment and started the drive back to the station. As we left, I looked back at the tree line. In the failing light, I saw something standing at the forest's edge, a massive silhouette, darker than the shadows around it. It stood completely still, watching us leave. Then it turned and vanished into the trees. That night at the station, Zachary called a meeting. Gavin had stayed along with 2 other rangers I hadn't met, Bentley Cooper and Amir Hassan from the western sector. They'd all had experiences similar to ours. "The activity is increasing," Zachary said, spreading our photos and casts on the conference table. "We've had more encounters in the past month than in the previous 6 months combined. Something's changed. Either their population is growing or they're becoming less cautious around humans, or both." Bentley, a lanky man with nervous hands, spoke up. "I had one approach my cabin 2 nights ago. I heard it walking around outside, testing the door, looking in the windows. It left prints in my garden that measured 18 inches. Whatever it was interested in the cabin, not just passing through." "Same here," Amir added. "Last week I was alone at the eastern station when something started throwing rocks at the building. Not little pebbles, rocks the size of softballs, thrown hard enough to dent the metal roof. This went on for 10 minutes before whatever it was moved on. Zachary pulled out a larger map showing the entire Pine Ridge National Forest and the surrounding area. The BFRO database shows activity hotspots throughout this region going back decades. But there's a pattern nobody's really talked about. Every 10 to 15 years there's a spike in encounters, usually in spring. We're in one of those spike periods now. Why spring? I asked. Best guess, mating season. We know almost nothing about their reproductive behavior, but if they're anything like other large primates, they'd have seasonal breeding patterns. Increased testosterone leads to increased aggression and boldness. That would explain the territorial displays, the vocalizations, the willingness to approach human structures. Gavin set his shotgun on the table. So what's the protocol here? We're park rangers, not cryptozoologists. If these things are dangerous, we need to protect the visitors. The protocol is documentation and avoidance, Zachary said. We keep records, we report up the chain, and we try to keep civilians out of the high-activity areas. But we don't engage, and we don't go public. The Park Service has made that very clear. Official position is that these are misidentified bears or hoaxes. Anything else creates problems they don't want to deal with. That's bullshit, Bentley said. People have a right to know what's in these woods. Maybe so, but that's not our call. We work for the Park Service and we follow their policies, understood? We all nodded, though I could see the frustration on everyone's faces. We were being asked to maintain a lie, to pretend that the evidence we'd gathered didn't exist, that the massive creature that had followed Brandon and me through the forest was somehow our imagination. After the meeting, I stayed behind with Zachary. What happens if someone gets hurt, I asked. If one of these things attacks a hiker? He looked at me for a long moment. In 40 years of documented encounters in this area, there's only been one injury attributed to these creatures, a hunter who got too close to what he thought was a bear and got shoved for his trouble. Broken collarbone, nothing life-threatening. For the most part, they avoid contact. The question is how long that pattern holds. I spent that night reviewing every incident report in the red folder again, looking for patterns I'd missed. One detail stood out. The encounters often occurred near water sources, and they were more common during new moons, when the forest was darkest. We were 3 days away from a new moon now. Outside my cabin, something moved in the darkness. I grabbed my flashlight and looked out the window, nothing but trees and shadows. But the smell was there, that distinctive musk that I was beginning to associate with their presence. Whatever had followed us from the forest had come to see where we lived. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next week brought a string of incidents that left all of us on edge. On Monday, a family camping near Willow Creek reported hearing screaming and howling throughout the night. Zachary and I investigated and found massive prints circling their campsite, coming within 10 feet of their tent. The family cut their trip short and we closed that section of the forest to camping, citing bear activity. On Wednesday, Bentley reported finding a deer carcass wedged into a tree fork 15 feet above the ground. The deer's chest cavity had been opened with surgical precision, the heart and liver removed. The amount of force required to place a 150-pound carcass that high was beyond human capability, and no bear could have accomplished such a feat. On Friday, I had my second encounter. I was on solo patrol near Devil's Creek, checking on a trail maintenance project. The afternoon was warm, the forest quiet except for bird calls, and the sound of the creek flowing over rocks. I'd stopped to take a water break when I heard something large moving through the brush, about 30 yards upslope from my position. "Park ranger," I called out, assuming it was a hiker who'd wandered off trail. "Please stay on marked paths." The movement stopped. Complete silence. Even the birds had gone quiet. Then I saw it. Between two massive Douglas firs, partially obscured by shadow and understory vegetation, stood a creature that my brain struggled to process. It was enormous, at least 8 feet tall, with shoulders broader than any human's. Its body was covered in dark brown hair, lighter on the chest, but it was the face that made my breath catch. Not a bear face, not an ape face, something in between, and disturbingly human. A pronounced brow ridge, deep-set eyes that caught the filtered sunlight and reflected it back with an amber glow. A broad, flat nose. A mouth that might have been frowning or might have been neutral, I couldn't tell. The face was dark, almost black, with less hair than the rest of the body. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. I could see its chest rising and falling with breath, could see its hands, not paws, hanging at its sides, each finger as thick as a broom handle, could smell that distinctive musk, stronger now than ever before.
Then it did something I didn't expect. It raised one massive hand and placed it against the tree beside it, almost like a person leaning casually against a wall. The gesture was so human, so deliberate, that it sent chills down my spine.
I slowly reached for my radio, moving with deliberate care. The creature's eyes tracked my movement, but it didn't react otherwise. I keyed the radio, not taking my eyes off it. Zachary, this is Ranger 1. I have visual contact. Devil's Creek Trail, approximately 1 mile from the southern trailhead. It's close, maybe 30 yards. The radio crackled. Do not approach, maintain distance. I'm en route 15 minutes out. The creature tilted its head slightly, as if curious about the radio noise. Then, without any apparent hurry or concern, it turned and walked away. Not upright like a human, but not on all fours like a bear either. A sort of stooped gait that covered ground with remarkable speed. Within seconds it had vanished into the forest, leaving only the sound of breaking branches in its wake. My hands were shaking. I sat down on a fallen log and forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to process what I'd just seen. Every detail was crystal clear in my mind. The texture of its hair, the intelligence in its eyes, the controlled grace of its movements. This wasn't a misidentified bear. This was something else entirely. Zachary arrived with Brandon in tow. I showed them where the creature had stood, where I'd seen it place its hand against the tree. There were no clear prints. The ground was too hard, too covered in forest debris. But there were signs. Broken branches at a height of 7 to 8 feet, disturbed moss on the tree where it had touched, and that smell lingering in the air. You did good, Zachary said. Stayed calm. Didn't do anything stupid. That's exactly the right response. It wasn't aggressive, I said. It seemed curious more than anything else, like it was trying to figure out what I was. Brandon was examining the tree. They're intelligent, more intelligent than we give them credit for. There are reports of them using tools, coordinating hunts, even throwing their voices to confuse hikers. If they're some kind of undiscovered primate, they could be nearly as smart as we are. That evening, we sat in the station reviewing my encounter. I'd written everything down while it was fresh, every detail I could remember. Zachary added it to the red folder, another data point in decades of similar experiences. The BFRO would love to hear about this, he said. They maintain strict documentation protocols. Witness credibility, environmental conditions, physical evidence. Your testimony would carry weight. You're a trained observer with no history of making wild claims. But we can't report it to them, I said. Not officially, but rangers do talk to BFRO investigators off the record. There's a guy named Tristan Hendricks who's been researching this area for 20 years. He knows more about these creatures than anyone. If you want to understand what you saw, he's the person to talk to. 2 days later, on Sunday evening, Tristan Hendricks arrived at the station. He was a compact man in his mid-60s, with gray hair pulled back in a ponytail and eyes that radiated intensity. He'd brought equipment, cameras with night vision capability, audio recorders, plaster for casts, and a laptop containing the BFRO database for our region. I appreciate you reaching out, he said, shaking my hand. Ranger testimonies are gold. You're trained observers, you know the forest, you know wildlife. When you say you saw something that doesn't fit known species, that means something. We spent 2 hours going over my encounter and reviewing the physical evidence we'd collected over the past weeks. Tristan listened carefully, taking notes and asking specific questions. When had I first noticed the smell? What was the creature's body proportion? Did it make any sounds? How did it move when it left? Your description matches hundreds of others in the database, he said, pulling up reports on his laptop. The physical characteristics are remarkably consistent, 8 to 9 feet tall, dark brown to black hair, human-like face with pronounced brow ridge, amber eye reflection, musky odor. The behavior you described, the cautious observation, the non-aggressive posture, the deliberate retreat, that's typical too. They're curious about us, but they don't want direct interaction. What are they? I asked. Really? Tristan leaned back, choosing his words carefully. The most likely explanation based on the evidence is that they're a species of undiscovered great ape native to North America, probably descended from Gigantopithecus, a massive ape that lived in Asia until about 100,000 years ago. During the ice ages, when sea levels were lower, they could have migrated across the Bering Land Bridge. But that's just speculation, Brandon said. Everything about these creatures is speculation until we have a body or clear DNA evidence. But the alternative that thousands of people across decades are all lying or mistaken seems less likely than the existence of a rare, highly elusive primate species. We have physical evidence, prints, hair samples, recorded vocalizations. What we don't have is the one piece of proof that would satisfy mainstream science, a specimen. He pulled up a map showing BFRO sighting locations across Northern California. The density of reports in the Pine Ridge area was striking. Dozens of red pins clustered in our forest and the surrounding wilderness. This is one of the most active regions in North America, Tristan said. The combination of dense forest, low human population, and abundant food sources makes it ideal habitat. If we're ever going to get definitive proof, it'll probably come from an area like this. What about the increased activity? Zachary asked. We're seeing more encounters, more evidence, more boldness. What's driving that? Tristan nodded. You're not the only ones noticing it. We're getting reports from all over the Pacific Northwest about increased activity this spring. My theory is that you're right about mating season, but there might be more to it. Food availability, climate changes, human encroachment, all these factors could be forcing them into more frequent contact with people. They're also showing signs of habituation in some areas, becoming less afraid of human presence. Is that dangerous? I asked. Hard to say. They've never shown significant aggression toward humans, despite ample opportunity. Most encounters end with them simply walking away, but they're powerful animals. One aggressive individual could do serious damage. The fact that they choose not to is telling. It suggests both intelligence and self-control. We talked late into the night. Tristan shared stories from other witnesses, hunters who'd been observed for hours, hikers who'd found their camps surrounded by prints overnight, forest workers who'd had rocks thrown near them as a warning. The pattern was clear. These creatures were aware of us. They monitored our activities, but they preferred to remain hidden. Before he left, Tristan set up 4 trail cameras in high-activity areas, positioning them high in trees to avoid detection. These are cellular cameras, he explained. They'll send photos directly to my phone if they capture anything. We might get lucky. The next week passed without incident. The trail cameras sent hundreds of photos, deer, bears, mountain lions, even a rare wolverine, but nothing unusual. The forest seemed to have gone quiet, as if whatever had been so active had decided to lay low. Then on the following Sunday night, everything changed. I was alone at the station catching up on paperwork. Zachary and Brandon were both off duty. The night was moonless, absolutely dark except for the lights of the station. Around 11 o'clock I heard something outside, a soft thudding sound, rhythmic and deliberate. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door. The smell hit me immediately, stronger than ever before. Something large was moving around the perimeter of the building, staying just beyond the reach of the exterior lights. I could hear its footsteps, heavy and purposeful. This is park ranger territory, I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. Move along. The footsteps stopped, then something struck the side of the building. Not violently, but firmly, like a knock. It came again, 3 deliberate strikes against the wall. I moved to the window and looked out. A massive shape stood at the edge of the light, just visible in the spill from the station's exterior floods. It was bigger than the one I'd seen on the trail, easily 9 feet tall, with shoulders that seemed impossibly broad. It stood completely still, watching the building. I grabbed the radio. Zachary, are you there? I need backup at the station. Now. His response came quickly. On my way. What's the situation? One of them is here, right outside the station. It's not aggressive, but it's not leaving either. Stay inside. Do not go out. I'll be there in 10 minutes. The creature remained where it was, occasionally shifting its weight from foot to foot. I could see more details now, reddish-brown hair covering most of its body, massive hands hanging at its sides, eyes that reflected the light with that characteristic amber glow. Its face, what I could see of it, showed what might have been curiosity, or might have been calculation. It was hard to read expression on features so alien yet so familiar. After about 5 minutes, it walked around the building, moving with surprising stealth for something so large. I tracked it from window to window. It seemed to be inspecting the station, examining the doors, looking in windows. Once its face appeared directly in front of the window where I stood, separated from me by only a pane of glass. We made eye contact for several seconds before it moved on. Headlights appeared on the access road, Zachary's truck approaching fast. The creature turned toward the sound, watching as the vehicle pulled up to the station. Then, with what seemed like deliberate timing, it walked across the open space in front of the building, fully visible in the headlights, before disappearing into the forest. Zachary burst through the door, followed by Brandon and Gavin. You okay? I'm fine. It wasn't threatening, just curious, like it wanted to see what we do here. We examined the perimeter. The creature had left prints in the soft ground around the building, massive impressions, some measuring 19 inches long. It had tested the door to the equipment shed but hadn't tried to open it. It had looked in every window, and it had left its scent everywhere, a clear territorial marking. This is new behavior, Gavin said. They've never approached the station like this before. Either they're getting bolder or this individual is particularly curious, or both. We need to report this, Brandon said. The Park Service needs to know these things are approaching our facilities. Zachary shook his head. And tell them what? That Bigfoot knocked on our door? You know what the response will be. They'll order a psychological evaluation and probably reassign us. The policy is clear. These encounters don't officially happen. We spent the rest of the night at the station, all of us together, watching the forest. Whatever had visited us didn't return, but none of us felt comfortable going back to our individual cabins. The creatures had crossed a line, approaching human structures in a way they hadn't before. As dawn broke, I realized we were facing a fundamental problem. The creatures we were supposed to pretend didn't exist were becoming impossible to ignore. The incident at the station marked a turning point. Over the next 2 weeks, encounters escalated throughout the Pine Ridge Forest. Nicholas Bennett, a ranger I'd met only briefly, reported finding massive handprints on his cabin windows. Luis Crawford, working the eastern sector, discovered his truck had been rocked while parked at a trailhead. Fresh prints showed something had gripped the bumper and physically shaken the vehicle. Barrett Wilson, one of the senior rangers, photographed a creature crossing a fire road in broad daylight, though the image was distant and unclear. Zachary convened another emergency meeting, this time including all 8 rangers working the Pine Ridge district. The station's conference room felt crowded, the air thick with tension and the smell of too much coffee. "We need to establish better protocols," Zachary said, spreading maps across the table. "The activity is concentrated here, here and here." He pointed to 3 areas marked with dense clusters of pins, and it's increasing. "We're averaging 1 encounter every 2 days now. That's unsustainable." Maxwell Torres, a ranger I hadn't worked with before, spoke up. "Has anyone considered that we might be dealing with more than one group? The size descriptions vary. Some witnesses report creatures 8 feet tall, others claim 9 or even 10 feet. The hair color ranges from dark brown to reddish to almost black. Could be multiple family groups." "That's consistent with primate social structure," I said. "Great apes typically live in small family groups. If there's a breeding population here, we could be looking at several distinct groups, maybe 20 or 30 individuals total." Diego Martinez, Gavin's cousin and another experienced ranger, leaned forward. "Then we need to think about this scientifically. These are animals, not monsters. They have territories, food sources, social structures. If we map the encounter locations and overlay them with water sources, game trails, and food availability, we might be able to predict their movements." We spent the next 3 hours doing exactly that, using the BFRO database, our own incident reports, and knowledge of the forest's ecology. We created a comprehensive map of likely habitation zones. 3 areas emerged as probable core territories. The northern sector around Willow Creek showed signs of a family group. Encounters there often described multiple individuals, including one report from a hiker who claimed to have seen a smaller creature, possibly a juvenile, accompanying a larger adult. The eastern ridgeline, above Copper Ridge, appeared to be the territory of a particularly large male. Most encounters there described a solitary creature, 9 feet tall or larger, with reddish-brown hair. This individual seemed more aggressive, more willing to make its presence known through vocalizations and displays. The southern valley, around Devil's Creek, showed a different pattern. Encounters were more frequent but briefer, suggesting a creature or creatures that passed through regularly but didn't permanently reside there. This might be a corridor between territories or a neutral zone used by multiple groups. "Okay," Zachary said, studying our map. "So we have a working model. How does this help us?" "It helps us manage visitor access," Dean Palmer suggested. He was one of the younger rangers, fresh from academy. "We can close certain areas during peak activity times, route hiking trails away from core territories, concentrate camping in low-activity zones." "We're already doing that," Zachary said. "The problem is we can't close the entire forest, and we can't tell visitors the real reason we're restricting access. Bear activity only goes so far as an excuse." Cody Richards, who'd been quiet until now, finally spoke. "What if we're approaching this wrong? What if instead of avoiding them, we should be trying to document them properly? Get clear photographs, video evidence, maybe even DNA samples. Build a case so strong the Park Service can't ignore it." "That's a huge risk," Zachary said. "The Park Service has made its position clear. Any ranger who goes public with this stuff will be terminated and probably blacklisted from federal employment. Your career would be over." "Maybe," Cody said. "But what's our responsibility here? To protect our careers, or to protect the public? What happens when someone gets hurt because we didn't warn them about what's actually out here?" The question hung in the air. None of us had a good answer. That afternoon, I went out with Malachi Foster, an experienced tracker who'd been with the Park Service for 15 years. We hiked to the northern sector, to the area we'd identified as likely core territory for the Willow Creek family group. "I've been at this job long enough to know when something doesn't add up," Malachi said as we hiked. "The official story is that these are misidentified bears, but I grew up hunting in these woods. I know bears, and what we're seeing isn't bears. We reached a small meadow where several game trails converged. Malachi immediately spotted signs: broken branches at a height no bear could reach, a depression in the moss where something large had sat or crouched, and prints, lots of prints varying in size from what might have been a juvenile's 12-inch footprints to massive 19-inch impressions. "This is a gathering spot," Malachi said. "Multiple individuals, multiple visits. They come here regularly. Question is, why?" We set up one of Tristan's trail cameras, positioning it to cover the meadow and the main game trails. Then we settled in to observe from a concealed position uphill, hoping to see something. The afternoon passed slowly. We saw deer, a family of raccoons, numerous birds. The forest was alive with normal activity. Then around 4 o'clock everything went quiet. "They're here," Malachi whispered. I didn't see anything at first. Then, at the far edge of the meadow, a massive shape emerged from the tree line. It was one of the largest I'd seen yet, easily 9 feet tall, with a powerfully built frame and dark brown hair. It moved to the center of the meadow and stood there, completely still, as if waiting. After a few minutes, 2 more shapes appeared. One was slightly smaller, maybe 8 feet tall, with lighter colored hair. The other was smaller still, definitely a juvenile, perhaps 6 feet tall. They joined the larger individual in the meadow. We were witnessing what no researcher had definitively documented: a family group interacting in the wild. The largest creature, probably the male, seemed to be teaching the juvenile something. He walked to a specific tree and stripped bark from it, revealing the light wood beneath. The juvenile watched, then attempted the same motion on another tree. The female, I assumed, watched both of them, occasionally looking around as if maintaining watch. This went on for perhaps 20 minutes. Depending on the entire time I was recording video on my phone, though the distance and failing light made the footage less than ideal. Malachi was doing the same with a department camera that had better zoom capability. Then the male suddenly turned toward our position. He detected us, whether by sight, sound, or smell, I couldn't tell. He made a sound, a low huffing grunt, and the other 2 immediately moved toward the trees. But the male didn't flee. He walked directly toward our position, closing the distance with surprising speed. "Should we run?" I whispered. "No. Stay still. Let's see what he does." The creature stopped about 40 yards from us, partially concealed by a large Douglas fir. He stood there, clearly aware of our presence, studying us the same way we'd been studying him. I could see his chest rising and falling, could see the intelligence in his eyes as they moved from me to Malachi and back. Then he did something that made my breath catch. He raised one massive hand and made a gesture, not aggressive but almost like a wave or a dismissal. Then he turned and walked away, following his family into the forest. "Did you see that?" I asked Malachi. "I saw it. That was deliberate communication. He was telling us he knew we were here, and he was choosing to leave peacefully. That's not animal behavior. That's something else entirely." We reviewed the footage back at the station. Despite the distance and lighting conditions, we'd captured something remarkable: clear video of 3 individuals interacting, showing complex social behavior and apparent communication. The male's gesture toward us was clearly visible in Malachi's footage. Zachary gathered everyone to view the video. Their reaction was mixed. Some rangers saw it as vindication proof that needed to be shared. Others worried it would only create more problems without solving the fundamental issue of official denial. "We need to send this to Tristan," Jorge Castillo said. He was a ranger from the western sector who'd had his own close encounters. "Let the BFRO experts analyze it. Maybe they can use it to pressure the scientific community for a serious investigation." "Or we'll all get fired and the footage will be buried," Zachary countered. "The Park Service doesn't want this story getting out. It's complicated, it raises questions they don't want to answer, and it threatens their narrative of the forests being completely understood and under control." Caleb Stone, one of the most skeptical rangers, surprised us all by saying, "I used to think you were all seeing things misidentifying animals in poor lighting, but I saw one last night, clear as day, standing by the eastern boundary fence. It was real. We can't keep pretending otherwise." The meeting dissolved into argument. Some wanted to go public, others wanted to maintain the status quo, still others proposed a middle ground of collecting more evidence before making any decisions. Zachary finally called for quiet. "Here's what we're going to do," he said. "We continue our job, protecting visitors and managing the forest. We document everything we see, we share it with trusted researchers like Tristan, and we build the most comprehensive database of evidence possible. But we don't go public, not yet. When the time is right, when we have enough evidence to be undeniable, then we make our move. Agreed?" We all nodded, though I could see the frustration on many faces. We were sitting on one of the most significant biological discoveries in a century, and we were being asked to keep quiet about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the male in the meadow. the way he'd acknowledged our presence and chosen to leave peacefully. The intelligence in that gesture suggested these creatures understood far more than we gave them credit for. They knew we were studying them, they knew we were documenting their existence, and they were allowing it, on their terms. Around 2 in the morning I heard the sounds again, vocalizations in the distance, that strange howling that raised the hair on the back of my neck. But this time I also heard something else, a response from a different direction. They were calling to each other across the forest, maintaining contact, coordinating movements. I grabbed my recorder and captured several minutes of audio. In the morning I'd send it to Tristan for analysis. But even without expert interpretation, the meaning was clear. We weren't just dealing with random animals wandering through the forest. We were dealing with a population that communicated, that had social structures, that used their intelligence to survive and thrive in terrain that would challenge any creature. The question was no longer whether they existed. The question was what we were going to do about it. 3 weeks after Malachi and I witnessed the family group, Antonio Reyes went missing. He was a young ranger, only 24, newly assigned to the eastern sector. He'd gone out on a routine patrol Tuesday morning and never returned. When he missed his evening check-in, Zachary organized a search party. We found his truck at the Copper Ridge trailhead, exactly where he'd left it. His radio was inside, along with his GPS unit and emergency pack. Only his service weapon and flashlight were missing. Tracks led from the truck into the forest. Antonio's boot prints clear in the soft earth, and alongside them, massive barefoot prints, 19 inches long. The trail was easy to follow at first. Antonio had been moving quickly, almost running, heading uphill toward the ridge. The creature's prints showed it had been following him, matching his pace, staying about 20 yards behind. Whatever had happened, it hadn't started as an attack. It had started as tracking. Half a mile into the forest, we found Antonio's flashlight, dropped in the middle of the trail. The batteries were dead. The creature's prints circled the spot where the flashlight lay, as if it had stopped to examine the object. Then both sets of tracks continued uphill. "He's running from it," Jesse Murphy said. Jesse was an ex-Marine, one of the toughest rangers we had. But why? They're not aggressive. They don't chase people. Usually, Zachary said grimly, but this is the eastern sector, that big male's territory. He might be more territorial than the others, especially if Antonio stumbled onto something important. A den, a food cache, a female with young. We continued tracking as the sun began to set. The prints led to a steep ravine, thick with undergrowth and fallen timber. At the bottom we found Antonio's gun, unfired, lying on a bed of moss. And we found something else, a massive nest-like structure made of woven branches and moss, built into the sheltered space beneath a rock overhang. "This is a nest," Malachi whispered. "They build structures, actual structures." The nest was remarkably sophisticated, weatherproof, insulated with moss and pine needles, large enough for something 8 or 9 feet tall to sleep in comfortably. Around it were the remains of meals, deer bones, picked clean, fish skeletons, even some berries and roots arranged in what might have been storage. "Antonio found this," Zachary said. "He must have stumbled onto it accidentally, and the male didn't like that." "Then where is he?" I asked. We searched the ravine as darkness fell, calling Antonio's name. Finally, around 8 o'clock, we heard a response, a weak call from uphill. We found him wedged into a crevice between 2 massive boulders, hypothermic and terrified but alive. "It chased me," he said through chattering teeth as we wrapped him in emergency blankets. "I was following what I thought was a bear trail, trying to see where it denned. Then I saw the nest. I was photographing it when I heard something behind me. When I turned around, it was there, huge, bigger than anything I'd ever seen. It roared at me so loud I thought my eardrums would burst. I ran." "Did it follow you the whole way?" Zachary asked. "I don't know. I lost my flashlight, dropped my gun. I just ran until I couldn't run anymore, then I hid. I could hear it out there, breaking branches, making these sounds like nothing I've ever heard, but it didn't attack. It could have caught me easily, but it didn't. It just scared me off its territory." We got Antonio out and took him to the hospital in town for treatment. Physically, he was fine. Some scrapes, mild hypothermia, nothing serious. Psychologically, he was shaken. He requested an immediate transfer and left Pine Ridge 3 days later. But before he left, he gave us the photographs from his camera. They showed the nest in detail, along with several other structures nearby, lean toes made of bent saplings, a rock arrangement that might have been a lookout post, and a pit that appeared to have been used for food storage. The creatures weren't just living in the forest, they were modifying it, creating semi-permanent structures that showed planning and architectural understanding. Tristan drove up the day after Antonio's rescue. When we showed him the photographs, his reaction was electric. "This is incredible," he said, studying each image carefully. We've had reports of nest structures before, but never this well documented. This shows cognition, planning, tool use in a broad sense. This is evidence of higher intelligence. Is it enough? I asked. Enough to force official recognition? He shook his head slowly. The problem isn't evidence. We have footprints, hair samples, thousands of eyewitness accounts, audio recordings, now these photographs. The problem is institutional resistance. The scientific establishment has decided Bigfoot is pseudoscience, and changing that institutional position requires more than evidence. It requires undeniable proof, a body, live capture, or DNA that doesn't match any known species. We have hair samples, Zachary said. We do. And they're puzzling. The samples that have been analyzed show DNA that's mostly human, but with anomalies that suggest it's not quite human. Some researchers think it's contamination. Others think it's evidence of an unknown primate closely related to humans. But without a type specimen and actual body, the samples are just curiosities, not proof. That night, Zachary called what he said would be the final meeting of all Pine Ridge Rangers. We gathered in the station, all 12 of us who'd had encounters or worked in sectors with high activity. Zachary laid out the situation bluntly. We have a decision to make, he said. We can continue as we have been documenting, reporting internally, pretending these things don't exist, or we can go public, release everything we have, photographs, videos, audio, physical evidence, force the issue. We'll lose our jobs, Carter Williams said. He was a 20-year veteran, close to retirement. The Park Service will fire us for violating protocol and probably sue us for releasing protected information. Probably, Zachary agreed. But is that worse than someone getting killed because we didn't warn them? Antonio got lucky. The creature that chased him could have easily hurt him, could have killed him. It chose not to. But what happens when one of them feels threatened enough to actually attack? What happens when a hiker with a gun shoots one? What happens when a logger cuts down a tree with a nest in it? Cash Morrison, one of the youngest rangers, spoke up. I got into this job to protect people and preserve wilderness. Right now, we're doing neither. We're hiding information that could help people stay safe, and we're ignoring the conservation needs of an unknown species. That's not what I signed up for. One by one, we voted. The decision was unanimous. We would go public with what we knew. Tristan helped us compile everything. Incident reports, photographs, video footage, audio recordings, plaster casts of prints. We organized it chronologically, showing the pattern of encounters and the evolution of evidence. We included testimony from all 12 rangers, along with supporting documentation from BFRO files. The package we put together was comprehensive and damning. It showed that the Park Service had known about the presence of unknown primates in Pine Ridge National Forest for decades and had deliberately suppressed that information. It showed that rangers had been instructed to ignore evidence and discourage investigation. And it showed that the creatures, whatever they were, represented both a significant biological discovery and a potential public safety issue. We sent the package to multiple recipients simultaneously: major newspapers, scientific journals, wildlife conservation organizations, and congressional oversight committees. Then we waited. The response came faster than expected. Within 3 days, the story broke nationally. Park rangers break silence on Bigfoot, read one headline. Government cover-up of unknown species, asked another. Our phones rang constantly. Reporters, researchers, cryptozoology enthusiasts, skeptics demanding to know why we were spreading hoaxes. The Park Service response was swift and predictable. All 12 of us were suspended pending investigation. Official statements claimed we had misidentified known wildlife and violated protocols by releasing unsubstantiated claims. The superintendent of Pine Ridge personally held a press conference calling our evidence a mix of honest mistakes and potential fabrications. But something else happened that the Park Service hadn't anticipated. Other rangers came forward, from forests across the Pacific Northwest, from national parks in the Rockies, from wilderness areas in the Appalachians. Rangers began sharing their own stories. The dam broke. Suddenly it wasn't just 12 rangers from one forest. It was hundreds of federal employees from dozens of locations, all reporting similar encounters, all describing the same cover-up. The scientific community, initially dismissive, began to take notice. A team from a major university requested permission to conduct a formal study of Pine Ridge. Several prominent primatologists publicly stated that the accumulated evidence warranted serious investigation. The pressure mounted. 3 months after we went public, the Department of the Interior announced a formal inquiry into the evidence of unknown primates in North American forests. A research team would be established, sites would be protected for study, and protocols would be developed for documenting and preserving evidence. We were all reinstated with the quiet understanding that we'd forced the government's hand and they weren't entirely happy about it. But we'd achieved what we set out to do. The truth was out. and it could no longer be ignored. The irony is that even with official recognition, the creatures remain largely invisible. The research team has been working for 6 months now, and has yet to achieve the definitive proof they seek. The creatures are still out there, still avoiding direct contact, still maintaining their mystery. But now at least, when hikers ask about strange sounds in the forest, we can tell them the truth. When we find massive prints or encounter something that shouldn't exist, we can document it openly. And when we glimpse those massive shapes moving through the trees, we can acknowledge what we're seeing. I'm still at Pine Ridge, still working as a ranger. The encounters continue. Last week I found fresh prints near Devil's Creek, 18 inches long, clearly showing 5 toes. The week before, Malachi photographed something crossing a distant ridge too large to be human, moving with that distinctive stooped gait. The mystery isn't solved. We don't have all the answers. We still don't know exactly what these creatures are, how many exist, how they've avoided definitive documentation for so long. But we're asking the right questions now, gathering evidence in the right way, acknowledging the reality of what countless people have witnessed. Sometimes, late at night when I'm alone at the station, I hear them calling across the forest, that strange vocalization that's part howl, part scream, part something else entirely. And I think about the male in the meadow, the gesture he made before walking away, the acknowledgement that we were there, that we were watching, and the choice to allow it. They're still out there in the deep woods where few people go, still watching us, still keeping their distance, still maintaining the mystery. But now, at least, we're watching back, and we're finally telling the truth about what we see. The forest holds its secrets close, but some secrets, when the time is right, demand to be told. My name is Carter, and I've been a park ranger at Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest for 11 years. I'm writing this account because what happened during the autumn of 2023 changed everything I thought I knew about the wilderness I'd sworn to protect. These events are real, every word is true, and I need someone to know what's out there in those woods. It started on a cold October evening when dispatch sent me to investigate reports of livestock kills near the forest's western boundary. A rancher named Dale Whitmore had lost 3 goats in 2 nights, and he was convinced something was coming out of the forest after dark. When I arrived at his property just before sunset, Dale met me at his truck, his weathered face tight with worry. "They're not just dead, Carter," he said, leading me toward his pasture. "They're torn apart, and whatever did it didn't eat much, just killed them and left them." The scene in the field made my stomach turn. The goats had been ripped open with tremendous force. Claw marks scored the ground around the bodies, and tufts of dark hair clung to the fence posts. But what disturbed me most were the tracks. They looked canine at first glance, 4 toes, claws visible in the soft earth, but they were enormous, nearly 6 inches across, and the stride length was wrong, too long. Whatever made these tracks had been walking upright. I photographed everything, measured the tracks, and collected hair samples. Dale watched me work, arms crossed against the evening chill. "I've lived on this land 40 years, he said quietly. "Never seen nothing like this. But my grandfather, he used to tell stories. Said there were things in those mountains that walked like men but weren't men at all. Things with the heads of wolves." I didn't respond. I'd heard the dogman stories before. Every ranger in the Pacific Northwest had. Tall bipedal creatures covered in dark fur with canine features. Reports went back decades, maybe longer, but I'd always filed them alongside Bigfoot and other cryptid tales. Folklore, campfire stories, nothing more. That night, I returned to my station and filed my report, noting unusual predator activity but offering no concrete explanation. I sent the hair samples to the State Wildlife Lab and went about my regular duties. But over the next week, 3 more ranches reported similar kills. Each time, the same massive tracks, the same brutal efficiency, and each site was closer to the heart of the forest. On October 23rd, I was making my evening rounds along Forest Road 41003 when my radio crackled with an emergency call. A group of hunters had encountered something in the woods near Indian Creek, about 8 miles from my location. The dispatcher's voice was tense. They're requesting immediate assistance. They say something attacked their camp. I switched on my lights and drove as fast as the winding forest roads would allow. The sun was setting, casting long shadows through the old-growth pines. When I reached the coordinates, I found 2 men standing beside their pickup truck, rifles in hand. Their faces were pale, eyes wide with genuine fear. The younger one, who introduced himself as Kevin, kept looking back toward the tree line. "It came out of nowhere," he said, his voice shaking. "We were setting up camp when we heard this sound. Not howling exactly, more like screaming, deep and guttural. Then we saw it moving through the trees." "What did you see?" I asked, pulling out my notebook. The older hunter Marcus spoke up. I know how this sounds, but it was walking on two legs, had to be 7, maybe 8 feet tall. Dark fur all over, and the face, he paused, swallowing hard. It had the face of a wolf. Yellow eyes caught our flashlight beam, and I swear to God it looked right at us. Intelligent, like it was deciding what to do with us. We fired warning shots, Kevin added. It didn't run, just backed into the trees, still watching us. We packed our gear in about 3 minutes and got the hell out. I examined their campsite. Their gear was scattered, clearly abandoned in haste. And there, in the soft earth near their fire ring, I found them again. Those same enormous tracks, the distinctive four-toed print with the too long stride. But these were fresh, the edges still sharp and clear. I followed them about 30 yards into the forest before they disappeared into rockier terrain. Something large was moving through these woods. Something that walked upright. Something that didn't fear humans. Over the next 3 days, I received 7 more reports. Hikers hearing strange vocalizations. A couple who glimpsed something massive crossing a logging road at dusk. A fisherman who found enormous tracks along Indian Creek. The sightings formed a rough circle, and at the center was a remote area of old-growth forest known locally as Devil's Hollow. I'd been to Devil's Hollow before. It was a deep ravine thick with ancient trees, the kind of place that stayed dark even at midday. The canopy was so dense that little sunlight reached the forest floor, and the air always felt heavy there, oppressive. Most hikers avoided it. Even experienced outdoorsmen felt uneasy in that shadowed valley. On October 27th, I decided I needed to investigate Devil's Hollow myself. I told dispatch my plans and drove to the nearest access point, abandoned logging road that ended about 2 miles from the ravine. I parked my truck at 9 in the morning, checked my gear, radio, GPS, water, first aid kit, and my service pistol, and started hiking. The forest was quiet, too quiet. In 11 years of ranger work, I'd learned to read the woods. Birds going silent usually meant a predator nearby, squirrels stopping their chatter, the absence of sound. As I walked deeper into the trees, that silence grew heavier. No bird calls, no rustling in the underbrush, just my footsteps on the carpet of pine needles. I found the first track about a mile in, fresh, probably from the night before, then another, and another. They were leading directly toward Devil's Hollow. I followed them, documenting everything with my camera, my senses on high alert. The ravine appeared suddenly, the ground dropping away into shadows. I stood at the edge, peering down into the gloom. The tracks descended into the hollow, but something made me hesitate. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to turn back. The air felt wrong here. Watched. I keyed my radio. Dispatch, this is Ranger Carter. I'm at Devil's Hollow. Found multiple tracks. Proceeding with caution. The radio crackled. Copy that, Carter. Check in every 30 minutes. I started down into the ravine, using exposed roots and rocks as handholds. The temperature dropped as I descended. The light dimmed. And then I smelled it. A powerful musk like wet dog mixed with something wilder, more primal. The scent was so strong it made my eyes water. At the bottom of the ravine, I found what I was looking for, a den, a massive hollow beneath a fallen ancient cedar, the entrance partially hidden by hanging moss and ferns. The ground around it was packed hard from use, and scattered nearby were bones, deer bones mostly, but also smaller animals. Some of the bones showed tooth marks that made my blood run cold, large canine teeth but with the crushing power of something much bigger than any wolf. I was taking photographs when I heard it, a low growl from somewhere behind me, deep rumbling, the kind of sound you feel in your chest. I turned slowly, my hand moving to my pistol. At first I saw nothing but shadows between the trees. Then one of the shadows moved. It emerged from behind a massive Douglas fir about 40 yards away. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It stood upright, easily 7.5 feet tall, with broad muscular shoulders covered in dark brown fur. The body was built like a man's but heavier, more powerful. And the head was wrong in every way that mattered. The skull was elongated, the snout pronounced like a wolf's, but the structure was too large, too robust. Pointed ears stood erect atop its head, and the eyes, those yellow eyes, stared at me with an intelligence that no animal should possess. It wasn't looking at me the way a bear or mountain lion would look at potential prey. It was studying me, evaluating me. We stood frozen for what felt like an eternity but was probably only seconds. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My training said to make myself large, make noise, back away slowly, but my body wouldn't respond. The creature took a step toward me, then another. It moved with a strange grace despite its size, digigrade legs carrying it forward in complete silence. It opened its mouth, revealing teeth designed for tearing flesh, massive canines, powerful molars, and it made a sound that I'll hear for the rest of my life. A vocalization that started as a low growl and rose into something between a howl and a human scream. The spell broke. I backed away, pulling my pistol, not aiming it but holding it ready. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Stay back." The creature stopped. Its head tilted slightly, studying me. Then impossibly it seemed to smile, if you can call the pulling back of lips over those terrible teeth a smile. And it spoke. I swear to God it spoke. Not words, but a sound that was unmistakably meant as communication. A huffing, chuffing vocalization that sounded almost mocking. Then it turned and walked back into the forest, moving between the trees with impossible silence until it vanished into the shadows. I ran. I'm not proud of it, but I ran. Scrambled up that ravine, tearing my hands on rocks and roots, gasping for breath, driven by pure animal panic. I didn't stop until I reached my truck, and even then I sat there for 10 minutes, engine running, doors locked, before I could calm my shaking hands enough to drive. I didn't report what I saw. How could I? Instead, I filed a report about potential bear activity in Devil's Hollow and recommended the area be temporarily closed to hikers. The recommendation was approved. Signs went up warning of dangerous wildlife. But I knew the truth. Something lived in those woods. Something that walked like a man, looked like a wolf, and possessed an intelligence that terrified me more than its size or teeth ever could. The dogman wasn't folklore, it was real, and I had just looked into its eyes. That was only the beginning. Because what I didn't know then was that the dogman wasn't the only thing lurking in the forests of southwestern Oregon. There were other creatures. Other encounters waiting for me in the darkness beneath those ancient trees. And within a week I would face something even more terrifying. 3 weeks after my encounter in Devil's Hollow, I was transferred to a temporary assignment in the Blue Mountains of eastern Oregon. The ranger station near Blue Creek was understaffed, and they needed experienced personnel to cover the area during hunting season. I welcomed the change. The distance from Rogue River Siskiyou would give me space to process what I'd seen, or so I thought. The Blue Mountains are different from the coastal forests. The terrain is rougher, the wilderness more remote. Ponderosa pines and Douglas firs cover steep mountainsides, broken by meadows and creek valleys. It's country where you can hike for days without seeing another human being, beautiful and unforgiving in equal measure. I arrived at the Blue Creek station on November 18, 2023. The ranger I was replacing, a woman named Sarah Chen, seemed relieved to see me. As she showed me around the small cabin that would serve as my base of operations, she mentioned something that made me pay attention. "We've had some strange reports lately," she said, pulling out a folder of incident reports. "Hikers finding footprints, really big ones, and there have been rock-throwing incidents." "Rock throwing?" I asked. "Yeah. People camping alone report having stones thrown at their tents at night. Never directly at them, more like warning shots. And we've had reports of whooping calls in the woods, really loud, echoing through the canyons." I felt my stomach tighten. "What do you think it is?" Sarah shrugged. "Probably people messing around. We get some locals who like to scare tourists, but..." She paused. "There was one report that bothered me. About 2 weeks ago, a bow hunter named Tom Rodriguez came in pretty shaken up, said he'd been tracking an elk when he came across something in a clearing, something huge and covered in dark reddish-brown hair, walking on 2 legs. He watched it for about 30 seconds before it noticed him and walked off into the trees. He said it had to be 8 feet tall, maybe more." "Did he get any photos?" I asked, keeping my voice neutral. "No." Said it happened too fast, and he was too shocked to think about his phone. "We logged the report but didn't do much follow-up. Not a lot we can do with just an eyewitness account." Sarah looked at me curiously. "Why? You ever heard of anything like that?" I thought about the creature in Devil's Hollow, about those yellow eyes watching me. "Just curious," I said. "I've heard the stories." Sarah left the next morning, and I settled into my new routine. The Blue Mountains in November were cold and often snow-dusted but beautiful. I spent my days checking on hunters, maintaining trails, and monitoring wildlife activity. And I kept my eyes open for those large footprints. I found them on my 4th day. I was hiking along Blue Creek, checking on reported erosion damage, when I spotted them in a sandbar beside the water. The prints were enormous, at least 16 inches long and 7 inches wide. They showed 5 toes with a clear arch and heel, almost human in configuration but far too large. The stride between prints was over 6 feet. Whatever made these tracks had walked along the creek the night before, stepping carefully on exposed rocks and sand. I followed them for about a quarter mile until they led into the water and disappeared. I photographed everything, measured the prints, and tried to rationalize what I was seeing. But I'd seen bear prints and human prints my entire career. These were neither. Over the next week I found more evidence, A tree about 10 feet off the ground had been broken. The trunk snapped as if something had grabbed and twisted it with tremendous force. I found what looked like a ground nest in a thicket, a circular area about 8 feet across where grass and branches had been woven together into a crude bed. And twice I heard those whooping calls Sarah had mentioned, loud, resonant vocalizations that echoed through the canyons like nothing I'd ever heard before. On November 27th, I received a radio call from a distressed hiker, a man named James Chen, and his teenage son had been camping near Meadow Creek when something had visited their camp after dark. I drove to their location, a dispersed camping area about 9 miles from the station. I found them packed and ready to leave, their tent already broken down. James was a calm, rational man in his 50s, but his hands trembled as he showed me what they'd found. We went to bed around 10, he explained. Around midnight, I woke up to this sound outside. Footsteps. Heavy footsteps circling our tent. Then I heard breathing. Deep, heavy breathing right outside the tent wall. My son woke up too. We lay there frozen, not making a sound. His son David was 16 and looked terrified. "It was huge, Dad," he said. "I could see its shadow on the tent, way taller than any person." "Then it made this sound," James continued. "A whooping call, really loud. My ears were ringing, and it walked away, just walked off into the woods. We stayed in the tent until sunrise. When we came out, we found these." He led me about 20 feet from their campsite. In the soft earth were footprints, the same massive 5-toed prints I'd been finding all week. But these were fresh and deep, pressed into the ground with tremendous weight. I could see the dermal ridges in some of the prints, the equivalent of fingerprints, the fine lines in the skin. That detail made them undeniably real. "We also found this," David said, pointing to a nearby tree. About 8 feet up, the bark had been scraped away in long vertical gouges, exposing fresh wood underneath. The marks looked like they'd been made by fingernails or claws, something raking down the trunk with considerable force. I documented everything, helped them file their report, and watched them drive away. Then I stood there in the cold November morning, staring at those prints, and made a decision. I needed to know what was making them. That night, I would stake out the area. I returned to the station and gathered equipment. Night vision monoculars, extra batteries for my flashlight, my pistol and bear spray, a thermal camera I'd borrowed from the wildlife department for a previous survey. I made coffee, ate a substantial dinner, and drove back to Meadow Creek just before sunset. I set up my observation point about 100 yards from where the Chens had camped, in a small depression between 2 large boulders that would conceal me but give me a good view of the area. I wrapped myself in a thermal blanket, tested my night vision equipment, and settled in to wait. The temperature dropped quickly after sunset. By 9 p.m., it was in the low 30s. By 11, my fingers were numb despite my gloves. The forest was quiet except for the occasional sound of the creek and the wind in the pines. I scanned the area regularly with the night vision, seeing nothing but the green-tinted landscape of rocks and trees. At 1:47 a.m., something changed. The forest went completely silent. Even the wind seemed to die down. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up, that primal warning system that evolution gave us, telling me I wasn't alone anymore. I raised the night vision monoculars and scanned slowly from left to right. At first, nothing. Then I saw movement at the tree line, about 70 yards from my position. My breath caught. It was massive. Even through the night vision, I could see it was enormous, at least 8 feet tall, probably more. The figure was bipedal, walking upright with a smooth, fluid gait that no bear could achieve. The body was covered in hair, and the build was unmistakably humanoid but far more robust than any human. Broad shoulders, long arms, a conical head that came almost to a point. I watched, hardly breathing, as it moved through the camping area where the Chens had been. It bent down, examining the ground where their tent had stood. Then it straightened and looked around, and I swear it looked directly toward my hiding spot. I froze, not moving a muscle. The creature stood there for a long moment. Then it moved toward the creek with that same fluid walk. I switched to the thermal camera, and what I saw confirmed everything. The creature showed up bright white hot, against the cool background, a massive heat signature in the unmistakable shape of a giant bipedal figure. It knelt beside the creek and appeared to drink, cupping water with its hands with fingers and opposable thumbs, just like a human's but much larger. I could see the steam from its breath in the cold air, could see the muscles moving under its hair-covered skin as it moved. Then it did something that stopped my heart. It reached down and picked up a rock about the size of a softball, and it threw it. The rock sailed through the air and struck a tree trunk about 40 yards away with a tremendous crack. The creature made a whooping call, the same sound the Chens had described, a loud resonant vocalization that echoed through the canyon. It was demonstrating, showing its power. warning away intruders from its territory. I had my camera out now, trying to photograph what I was seeing, but my hands were shaking so badly that most of the shots were blurred. I managed to get a few frames of the thermal signature, the creature's shape glowing white against the darkness. Then it turned and looked directly at me again. I'm certain it knew I was there. Despite my hiding spot, despite my camouflage, despite the 100 yards between us, it knew. And it started walking toward me. Panic flooded my system. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I knew running would be the worst thing I could do. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, as that massive figure approached. 50 yards, 40, 30. At 20 yards, it stopped. I could hear its breathing now, deep and steady. Through the night vision, I could see more details. The face was flat, almost human, with a broad nose and deep-set eyes that reflected the ambient light. The body was covered in reddish-brown hair, longer on the arms and shoulders. The hands hung past its knees. We stayed like that for what felt like an eternity. This creature, this Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever name you want to give it, studying me trying not to pass out from fear. Then it did something I'll never forget. It reached out with one massive hand and pushed over a small pine tree beside it. The tree was about 6 inches in diameter, and the creature pushed it over like it was nothing, the trunk snapping with a loud crack. A demonstration of power, a warning. And then it turned and walked away, not hurrying, not running, just walking back into the forest with that same fluid gait, disappearing into the darkness. I stayed in my hiding spot until dawn, partly from caution, partly because my legs wouldn't stop shaking enough to walk. When the sun finally rose, I carefully made my way back to my truck, documenting everything I could find. The footprints were there, clear as day in the soft earth, the broken tree, the rock that had been thrown still lying where it struck the tree trunk. I had my thermal images, I had my photographs of the prints, I had physical evidence that something massive and bipedal was living in these mountains. But I knew even as I gathered my evidence that it wouldn't matter. Who would believe me? Who would believe that an 8-foot-tall hair-covered giant was roaming the Blue Mountains, avoiding human contact but occasionally making its presence known? I filed my report as unusual wildlife activity and recommended increased caution in the Meadow Creek area. But I kept the details to myself. The thermal images and photographs went into a folder on my personal computer. The truth stayed locked inside my head. Because I understood something now. These creatures, the Dogman and Rogue River, Siskiyou, the Bigfoot and the Blue Mountains, they weren't mindless animals, they were intelligent. They knew we were here. They knew to avoid us, to stay hidden, and they could choose when to reveal themselves and when to disappear. I thought about returning to my regular assignment after hunting season ended. I thought about leaving this all behind, going back to normal ranger work, pretending I'd never seen what I'd seen. But the Blue Mountains had one more secret to show me, and this one would be the most terrifying of all. December brought heavy snow to the Blue Mountains. By the second week of the month, we had over 2 feet on the ground with more falling regularly. Most hikers and hunters had left for the season. The woods were quiet, empty, just me and the winter silence. I should have left too. My temporary assignment was technically over, but I stayed. Partly because I'd become obsessed with understanding what I'd seen. Partly because I felt a strange obligation to document and protect these creatures even if I could never tell anyone about them. And partly because of the dreams. Since my encounter with the Bigfoot, I'd been having nightmares, dark dreams of running through snow-covered forests, pursued by something terrible, something that was always hungry. I'd wake in the small hours of the morning, my heart pounding, the smell of pine and snow still in my nostrils. The dreams felt like warnings. On December 12th, I received a call that would prove my instincts right. A cross-country skier named Michelle Harper had failed to return from a day trip in the wilderness area north of the station. Her car was still in the parking area at the trailhead. She'd logged her route with the ranger station, a 12-mile loop that should have taken her about 6 hours. She'd been gone for 14. I organized a search team immediately. 2 other rangers, Tom Bradshaw and Elena Rodriguez, joined me along with 3 volunteers from the local search and rescue unit. We gathered our gear, GPS units, radios, emergency medical supplies, cold weather equipment, and headed out just before noon. The snow had stopped falling, but the sky remained heavy and gray. The temperature was in the low 20s. We split into 2 teams and began following Michelle's planned route, looking for any sign of her. I was with Tom, hiking along the northern section of the loop. We found her ski tracks easily enough, clear impressions in the snow following the marked trail. But about 4 miles in, something changed. Her tracks became erratic, weaving between trees, leaving the trail, and we began to see other tracks alongside hers. They were footprints, bare footprints in the snow, but wrong. The toes were too long, almost claw-like. The stride was enormous, at least 7 feet between prints, and there were other disturbing signs. Claw marks on tree trunks, dark stains in the snow that might have been blood. "What the hell made these?" Tom asked, his voice tight with concern. I knelt down, examining the prints more closely. They were humanoid in basic structure. Heel, arch, 5 toes. But the proportions were wrong. The toes were abnormally elongated. The heel was narrow, and the prints were deep, pressed into the snow with tremendous weight, despite the spread-out toes that should have distributed weight like a snowshoe. "I don't know," I lied, "but we need to find Michelle, now." We followed the dual tracks, hers frantic and weaving, the other deliberately pacing alongside hers like a predator tracking prey. My radio crackled. Elena's voice. "Carter, we found something. About a quarter-mile east of your position. You need to see this." Tom and I made our way to Elena's coordinates. We found her and the search team standing in a small clearing, staring at something that made my blood run cold. It was a partial deer carcass, but the way it had been consumed was all wrong. The ribs had been cracked open and the organs removed. The meat had been partially eaten, but there were strange marks on the bones, scraping marks from teeth that weren't quite human and weren't quite animal. And the carcass was fresh. Steam still rose from the exposed meat. "Whatever did this is close," Elena said quietly. She was a 20-year veteran ranger, tough and experienced, but I could hear fear in her voice. Then we all heard it, a sound from somewhere in the forest ahead, high-pitched and wavering, a human scream. We ran. All of us, crashing through the snow, following the sound. It came again, closer now, desperate and terrified. Michelle. We burst into a small ravine and found her. She was backed against a rock face, her skis abandoned, her jacket torn, and she was staring at something about 30 yards away, something standing at the edge of the ravine. It was humanoid but wrong in every way. Tall and skeletal, it had to be nearly 7 feet even in its hunched posture. The skin was grayish-white, stretched tight over protruding bones. The limbs were too long, too thin, ending in hands with elongated fingers that looked more like claws. But the face, God, the face. The skull was elongated, the jaw distended and filled with teeth that were too large, too sharp. The eyes were sunken deep in the sockets, and they glowed with a yellowish light that had nothing to do with reflection. Patches of matted dark hair clung to the scalp and shoulders, and the smell, overpowering stench of death and decay washed over us. The creature was staring at Michelle with those terrible glowing eyes. Its mouth was open, and I could see scraps of meat caught between its teeth. Deer meat, but its attention was now on fresh prey. "Everyone back away slowly," I said, keeping my voice as steady as I could. I pulled my pistol. "Michelle, when I say run, you run to us, understand?" She nodded, her eyes never leaving the creature. The thing's head swiveled toward me, and it smiled. I swear to God, it smiled with genuine malevolence. Then it spoke. Not words exactly, but a sound that was unmistakably meant as communication. A rasping, clicking noise that came from deep in its chest. "Now," I shouted. "Michelle, run now." She bolted toward us, and the creature moved. It was impossibly fast, covering the ground in long, loping strides, but Tom had his bear spray out and released a cloud of the chemical toward the creature. It shrieked a high-pitched wail that made us all flinch, and veered away, disappearing into the trees with unnatural speed. We grabbed Michelle and ran, all of us moving as fast as we could through the deep snow back toward the trail. Behind us, we could hear it. Following, the sound of breaking branches, that clicking, rasping vocalization. And then another sound joined it. More clicking, more of those terrible voices. There was more than one. We made it to the main trail and kept moving, not stopping until we reached the trailhead parking area. We bundled Michelle into a heated vehicle and called for emergency medical services. She was hypothermic and in shock, but alive. As we waited for the ambulance, she told us what happened. She'd been skiing when she noticed the tracks. She'd followed them out of curiosity, thinking they might be from a bear. Then she'd found the deer carcass, still warm, and they had found her. There were 2 of them, she said, her teeth chattering. Tall and thin like skeletons, but their eyes were alive, hungry. They followed me for over an hour, just pacing alongside me, getting closer. I tried to ski faster, but the snow was too deep. Eventually I had to stop, and when I turned around they were right there, just watching me, waiting. "Waiting for what?" Elena asked. "For me to give up," Michelle whispered. "For me to fall down. They wanted me to be easy prey." The ambulance arrived and took Michelle to the hospital. We filed our reports, carefully avoiding any detailed description of what we'd seen. Possible bear encounter was the official line. Victim disoriented by hypothermia. But that night, back at the station, I did research. I looked up Native American legends from the region. And I found what I was looking for. Stories from the tribes who had lived in these mountains long before we arrived. Stories of the Wendigo. The legends described them as once human creatures transformed by the practice of cannibalism in times of starvation. They became monsters, skeletal and emaciated no matter how much they ate, consumed by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. They were said to be fast, intelligent, and nearly impossible to kill, and they were supposed to be found in the northern forests during the winter months. I dismissed such stories as folklore, cautionary tales about the dangers of cannibalism and greed. But I'd seen one. I'd looked into its glowing eyes. I'd seen the intelligence there, twisted and malevolent, and I'd seen its hunger. The next morning, I set out alone to track the creatures. I know it was foolish. I know I should have called for help, brought more rangers, maybe even contacted the authorities. But I needed to understand. I needed to know what we were dealing with. I followed the tracks from the ravine, my pistol and bear spray ready. The footprints led deeper into the wilderness, to an area of old-growth forest where the snow was less deep under the canopy. And there, in a small cave partially hidden by fallen logs, I found their lair. The ground around the cave entrance was littered with bones, deer bones mostly, but also smaller animals. And there, among the animal remains, I found something that made me sick. A human femur. Old, weathered, but unmistakably human. Inside the cave mouth, I could see more bones, and scratch marks on the stone walls, and dark stains that I knew were blood. This wasn't just a den, it was a killing ground, a place where the Wendigos brought their prey to feed. I was backing away, documenting everything with my camera, when I heard that clicking sound behind me. I turned. There were 3 of them. They'd circled around while I was focused on the cave. 3 skeletal figures with glowing eyes, standing between me and escape. The largest one, the one in the center, took a step forward, its mouth opened, revealing those terrible teeth. I raised my pistol. "Stay back." It laughed. I swear it laughed. A horrible rasping sound that was somehow mocking. Then it spoke, and this time I understood. Not the words exactly, but the meaning. It was telling me I was in their territory, that I was prey, that I would not leave these woods alive. The creatures spread out, beginning to encircle me. They moved with terrible purpose, coordinating their approach. They'd done this before. They were hunters, and they were good at it. I fired a shot into the air, the report echoing through the forest. The creatures flinched but didn't retreat. I fired again, this time directly at the largest one. The bullet struck it in the shoulder and it screamed that high-pitched wail that hurt my ears. Dark blood, almost black, sprayed from the wound. But it didn't go down. It just looked at the wound, then back at me, and it smiled again. I ran, fired my remaining rounds behind me, and ran for my life. I could hear them pursuing, their footsteps crunching in the snow, their clicking vocalizations coordinating the hunt, but I had a head start and I knew the terrain. I made it to a small stream, the water running fast enough that it hadn't frozen. I splashed through it, hoping it would mask my scent, then scrambled up a rocky slope where the snow was thinner. Behind me, I could hear them reaching the stream, could hear their frustrated vocalizations. I didn't stop running until I reached the ranger station. I locked every door and window, loaded fresh ammunition into my pistol, and sat there shaking until dawn. The next day, I called in reinforcements. I didn't tell them everything, but I reported dangerous wildlife activity and potential hazards to hikers. We closed the northern wilderness area. Signs went up, patrols were increased. But I knew the Wendigos were still out there, still hunting, still hungry. They'd been in these mountains long before we arrived, and they'd be here long after we were gone. The winter was their season. The snow and cold drove them to hunt, drove them to feed. I requested a transfer back to Rogue River Siskiyou. My time in the Blue Mountains was over, but the nightmares stayed with me. The image of those glowing eyes, the memory of that terrible mocking laughter. I had seen 3 types of monsters now. The Dogman, with its wolf-like cunning, the Bigfoot with its quiet power, and the Wendigos with their terrible hunger. 3 creatures that shouldn't exist but did. 3 secrets hidden in the forests of Oregon. And I was about to learn that my encounters with them weren't over. Not by a long shot. I returned to Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest in early January 2024. The transfer had been approved quickly, too quickly in hindsight. The station was indeed understaffed, but I suspect the real reason was that I'd been asking too many questions in the Blue Mountains, writing too many unusual incident reports, making people uncomfortable. The forest felt different when I returned. The autumn colors were gone, replaced by the muted browns and grays of winter. The temperature was milder here than in the Blue Mountains, but rain was a near-constant companion. The forest floor was perpetually wet, covered in moss and decaying leaves. It was the kind of damp cold that seeped into your bones. I settled back into my old routine, but I was different now. I carried extra ammunition. I never went into the forest without my camera and recording equipment, and I avoided Devil's Hollow even though I thought about it constantly. The dogman was still out there. I'd seen the reports. Livestock kills had continued through my absence. There had been 2 more sightings by hikers, both describing the same massive bipedal creature with the wolf-like head. For 3 weeks I managed to convince myself that I could go back to normal life, do my job, forget what I'd seen. But on January 24th, everything changed. I received a call from Dale Whitmore, the rancher who'd first reported the livestock kills back in October. His voice on the phone was tight with anger and fear. "Carter, you need to get out here. Now." It came right up to my house last night, right up to my goddamn house. I drove to his ranch immediately. Dale met me outside, his hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. He led me around to the back of his property, where a security light illuminated his back porch. "I installed motion sensor cameras after the goat killings," he explained. "Got them all around the property. Last night around 3 a.m. this one went off." He pulled out his phone and showed me the footage. The video was grainy but clear enough. A massive figure walked into frame, bipedal, covered in dark fur, easily 7 feet tall. The body structure was powerful, built like a linebacker, and the head, even in the low-quality footage I could see it. The elongated snout, the pointed ears, the dogman. The creature walked right up to Dale's back door and looked at the camera. For almost 30 seconds it stared directly into the lens, as if it knew it was being recorded, as if it wanted to be seen. Then it raised one hand, a hand with fingers and clawed nails, and scratched at the door. The sound was audible even on the phone's speaker, deep gouges in the wood. Then it turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness beyond the light's reach. "I was in my bedroom," Dale said, "heard the scratching. By the time I got my rifle and came downstairs, it was gone. But look at this." He showed me the back door. 4 deep scratches ran down the wood, each over a foot long. The marks went through the paint and into the wood itself. "It's marking territory," I said, examining the scratches, "claiming this area as its hunting ground." "Then we need to hunt it," Dale said firmly. "I've got friends, experienced hunters. We can—" "No," I interrupted. "Dale, you can't. This isn't a normal animal. It's intelligent, calculating, and if you go into the woods after it, it'll be waiting for you." He looked at me hard. "You've seen it before, haven't you?" I hesitated, then nodded. "In October. In Devil's Hollow. It let me see it. Let me leave. But I got the feeling that was a choice it made, that it could have killed me if it wanted to." Dale was quiet for a moment. "My grandfather's stories, they were real." "Yeah," I said. "They were real." Over the next week, the dogman's behavior escalated. 3 more ranches reported similar incidents. The creature approaching houses at night, leaving scratch marks, howling in the darkness. It was becoming bolder, less concerned with staying hidden. And I knew why. We were in its territory. We'd built our homes and our ranches in the forest that it had claimed. And now it was pushing back, asserting dominance, warning us. On February 1st, I made a decision. I was going back to Devil's Hollow. I needed to understand this creature better, needed to document it properly, and maybe if possible I needed to communicate with it somehow, let it know we weren't a threat. I know how that sounds, insane, suicidal. But I'd seen enough now to know these creatures weren't mindless animals. The dogman was intelligent, the Bigfoot had shown restraint and awareness. Even the Wendigos, twisted as they were, had demonstrated planning and coordination. These were thinking beings, and maybe, just maybe, there was a way to coexist. I prepared carefully. I loaded my backpack with supplies for an overnight stay. Camera equipment, recording devices, food, water, emergency gear, my pistol and spare ammunition, though I hoped I wouldn't need them. And I wrote a letter explaining everything I'd seen and leaving it with my supervisor to be opened if I didn't return within 24 hours. I drove to the old logging road just after dawn on February 2nd. The forest was shrouded in mist, the trees looming like ghosts in the gray light. I checked my gear one last time, sent a text to dispatch with my location and planned return time, and started hiking. The walk to Devil's Hollow took about 90 minutes. The forest was quiet, that same oppressive silence I remembered from October. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals, just the sound of my footsteps on wet leaves and my breathing in the cold air. When I reached the edge of the ravine, I stopped. I could see my path down into the hollow, the same route I'd taken months before, and I could see even from this distance that something was different. There were fresh tracks everywhere. The ground around the ravine edge was churned up, like multiple creatures had been moving around. I descended carefully, using the same roots and rocks as handholds. The temperature dropped as I went down. The air grew heavier, and that musk smell hit me again. Stronger now, more pungent, the dogman's scent marking its territory. At the bottom of the ravine I found the den I'd discovered before, but it had been expanded. The entrance was larger, and I could see that the hollow beneath the fallen cedar went back farther than I'd thought. Bones littered the area. Deer, elk, smaller animals. This was an active den, regularly used. I set up my camera on a tripod, positioned to capture the den entrance. I placed my audio recorder nearby. Then I backed away and found a spot behind a large rock where I could observe without being immediately visible. And I waited. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher but barely penetrated the canopy of Devil's Hollow. The light remained dim and greenish. My legs cramped from sitting still. My back ached, but I didn't move. At approximately 2:30 p.m., I heard it. Movement in the forest above the ravine. Something large, descending into the hollow, with careful, deliberate steps. I held my breath, watching. The dogman emerged from the shadows. It was the same one I'd seen before. I was certain of it. The same dark brown fur, the same massive build, the same wolf-like head. It moved to the den entrance and paused, sniffing the air. It knew I was there. I was certain it knew. It turned its head and looked directly at my hiding spot. Those yellow eyes found me immediately, and I understood. It had always known where I was. It had let me watch it in October, and it was choosing to let me watch it now. The creature sat down in front of its den. A strangely human gesture. It was about 40 yards from my position, close enough that I could see the individual hairs in its fur, could see the intelligent gleam in its eyes, could see the old scars on its arms and shoulders. This was an old creature, a survivor. We regarded each other in silence. I didn't move, didn't try to run or pull my weapon, just watched. Then the dogman did something I'll never forget. It reached beside the den entrance and picked up something, a stick, about 3 feet long, and it began to draw in the soft earth, deliberate strokes, creating a pattern. I couldn't see what it was drawing from my angle, but the intent was clear. It was communicating, showing me it could think, create, communicate. After several minutes, it stood. It looked at me once more, made a low huffing sound, and walked back into the forest. It didn't hurry, didn't show any sign of aggression. It simply left, as if this had been a planned meeting, and it was now over. I waited another hour before I moved. When I finally emerged from my hiding spot, I checked my equipment. The camera had recorded everything. The audio recorder had captured sounds I hadn't even heard in real time, low vocalizations from the dogman, almost subsonic. I approached the area where it had been sitting. The drawing was there, scratched into the earth. It wasn't random. It was a symbol, circular, with radiating lines, almost like a sun or a star, or perhaps a territorial marker. I photographed it from multiple angles. I also found something else, a deer skull, cleaned of all meat and placed deliberately next to the drawing. An offering? A warning? I couldn't be sure. I hiked out of Devil's Hollow as the sun was setting. My mind was racing with what I'd witnessed. The dogman wasn't just intelligent, it was trying to communicate with me. For whatever reason, it had chosen to show me it was more than a monster. It was a thinking being. But as I reached my truck and started the drive back to the station, a darker thought occurred to me. The dogman had shown me it could think and plan. It had shown me it knew where I was at all times, and it had shown me the symbol and the skull. Was it a peace offering, or was it saying something else? Marking me as part of its territory, claiming me somehow? I didn't have answers, but I knew my encounters with these creatures had fundamentally changed me. I wasn't just a park ranger anymore. I was a witness to something beyond normal human understanding, a keeper of secrets that would sound like madness if I ever spoke them aloud. The dogman, the Bigfoot, the Wendigos, 3 types of creatures that shouldn't exist but do. And I'd seen them all, documented them all, and survived to tell about it. But my story wasn't finished, because in March something happened that would tie all of these encounters together in a way I never expected. March brought the first hints of spring to southwestern Oregon. The rain continued, but grew warmer. Green shoots pushed through the forest floor. Birds returned from their winter migrations. The forest was waking up. I'd been processing my experiences, trying to make sense of everything I'd witnessed. I'd compiled my photos, my recordings, my notes into a comprehensive file, but I kept it private. Who would believe me? And more importantly, what would happen to these creatures if the world knew they existed? They'd be hunted, captured, destroyed. On March 15th, I received an unusual request from the Forest Service Regional Office. A team of wildlife biologists wanted to conduct a survey in the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest, focusing on large predator populations. They needed a local ranger to guide them and provide logistical support. The team arrived 3 days later. There were 4 of them. Dr. Robert Chen, a wildlife ecologist in his 50s, Dr. Sarah Martinez, a younger researcher specializing in bear behavior, and 2 graduate students, Jason and Emily, who were working on their dissertations. I met with them at the ranger station and reviewed their survey plan. They wanted to set up trail cameras in remote areas, collect hair samples, analyze scat, and document any signs of large predators. Standard wildlife survey work. We've been seeing some unusual reports from this region, Dr. Chen explained. Large footprints that don't match known animals. Strange vocalizations. We want to document what's actually out there. I felt a chill. What kind of footprints? Dr. Martinez pulled out a file folder. Inside were photographs. My breath caught. They were photos of tracks. Bigfoot tracks from the Blue Mountains. Someone had submitted them to the wildlife department. These were taken in November, she said, by a search and rescue team. They claimed they found them during a rescue operation. Obviously, we're skeptical, but the prints are interesting. If there's an unknown large primate species in the Pacific Northwest, you won't find it, I said quietly. They all looked at me. Dr. Chen frowned. What do you mean? I made a decision. There are things in these forests that don't want to be found, things that are intelligent enough to avoid detection. If they show themselves, it's because they choose to. Dr. Martinez laughed. You sound like you're talking about Bigfoot. Maybe I am. The room went quiet. Jason and Emily exchanged glances. Dr. Chen studied my face. You've seen something, he said. It wasn't a question. I pulled out my laptop and opened my private files. What I'm about to show you stays between us. No publishing, no sharing with the media. These creatures have a right to remain undiscovered. I showed them everything. The photos of the dogman in Devil's Hollow, the thermal images of the Bigfoot from the Blue Mountains, the footage of the Wendigo's lair, the scratch marks on Dale Whitmore's door, the symbol the dogman had drawn, all of it. They sat in stunned silence. Dr. Martinez was shaking her head. This can't be real. This has to be. I saw them, I said, all of them, and I have witnesses for some of it. Park visitors who reported encounters, other rangers. This is real. Dr. Chen was examining the thermal images closely. If this is authentic, this would revolutionize our understanding of North American fauna. You'd need to do nothing, I interrupted. That's the point. These creatures have survived by staying hidden. If word gets out, they'll be hunted to extinction. But the scientific value, Dr. Martinez began, isn't worth their lives, I said firmly. We argued for hours. The scientists wanted to investigate, to document, to publish. I wanted to protect the creatures. Eventually, we reached a compromise. They could conduct their survey, but I would guide them, and any evidence they found would be handled carefully, with consideration for the creatures' welfare. The next morning, we headed into the forest. I led them to areas where I knew we might find evidence, but avoided the most sensitive locations like Devil's Hollow. Over 3 days, we collected hair samples, found footprints, and recorded vocalizations. On the 3rd night, while we were camped near a remote creek, something happened that changed everything. We were sitting around our fire when we heard it. Multiple sets of vocalizations from different directions. From the north, the whooping calls of a Bigfoot. From the east, the wolf-like howling of the dogman. And from somewhere to the west, the clicking, rasping sounds of wendigos. The team scrambled for their equipment, but I held up my hand for silence. Don't move, just listen. The vocalizations continued, overlapping and echoing through the forest. It sounded almost like communication between different species, call and response. The Bigfoot's whoop answered by the dogman's howl. The wendigos clicking interspersed between them. They're talking to each other, Emily whispered. And then they converged on our camp. Not attacking, just approaching. I saw the Bigfoot first, a massive shape moving between the trees about 50 yards out. Then the dogman appeared to our right, its eyes reflecting our firelight. And finally, impossibly, 3 skeletal wendigos emerged from the darkness to our left. The scientists were frozen in terror. Jason had his bear spray out, hands shaking. Dr. Chen was frantically trying to operate his camera. But I stood up slowly, hands visible, non-threatening. They're not here to hurt us, I said quietly. They're showing themselves, for a reason. The creatures formed a rough semicircle around our camp, about 40 yards out. They didn't approach closer. They just stood there, watching us, and I understood. This was their forest. They'd been here long before we arrived, and they'd be here long after we left. They were showing us that they existed, that they were real, that they were intelligent, and that they chose to remain hidden. It was a message, perhaps a warning, perhaps a plea. Respect their territory, respect their existence, and keep their secrets. We stood like that for what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few minutes. Then, as if by some unspoken signal, all three types of creatures turned and melted back into the forest. Within seconds they were gone. Only the lingering scent of musk and decay remained. Dr. Chen was trembling. Did that just happen? Did we all see that? We saw it, I confirmed. Now you understand why this has to stay secret. The scientists were changed by that encounter. We finished the survey, but when it came time to write the report, we documented only conventional wildlife signs. No mention of Bigfoot, Dogman, or Wendigos. The hair samples we'd collected mysteriously went missing before they could be analyzed. The photographs were blurred or inconclusive. The secret remains safe. I'm still a ranger at Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. I still do my job protecting this wilderness and the people who visit it. But now I protect something else too. I protect the creatures who live here, the ones who choose to remain hidden. Dale Whitmore hasn't had any more livestock kills. The Dogman still lives in Devil's Hollow, but it keeps to itself. Occasionally, hikers report strange sounds or fleeting glimpses of something moving through the trees. I investigate these reports, document them, and quietly make sure no one digs too deep. Because I've learned something important from all of this. The world is bigger and stranger than we admit. There are mysteries in our forests, creatures that defy our understanding of nature. They're intelligent, they're aware, and they have as much right to exist as we do. Maybe more, since they were here first. I still have nightmares sometimes. Dreams of yellow eyes watching me from the darkness. Dreams of skeletal figures with glowing eyes, their hunger never satisfied. Dreams of massive shapes moving silently through ancient forests. But I've made peace with these dreams. They're reminders that the world still holds wonders and terrors beyond our comprehension. This account will probably never be published. It will sit in a file somewhere, gathering digital dust. Maybe someday someone will find it and believe it, or maybe it will remain a curiosity, another collection of unverified stories about monsters in the woods. But I know the truth. I've looked into the eyes of creatures that shouldn't exist. I've seen them communicate, create, think. I've witnessed their intelligence and their power, and I've chosen to be their guardian, protecting their secrets while protecting the humans who unknowingly share these forests with them. The Dogman prowls Devil's Hollow. The Bigfoot roams the Blue Mountains. The Wendigos hunt in the winter darkness, and I stand watch keeping their secrets, keeping them safe. Because some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Some creatures are meant to remain legend, and some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud. My name is Carter, and this is my testimony. I am a park ranger in the forests of Oregon, and I am a witness to wonders that the world is not ready to accept. The forests hold their secrets still, and so do I. My name is Carter, and I've been a park ranger at the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest for 11 years. I'm writing this account because what I experienced over 3 consecutive nights in October 2023 needs to be documented, even if nobody believes me. The first night started ordinarily enough. I was stationed at the remote Collings Mountain Lookout Tower, a 40-foot structure that gives a panoramic view of the dense Douglas fir forest stretching for miles in every direction. The isolation never bothered me before. I actually preferred it to the crowded visitor centers near the main trails. Around 9:30 p.m., I heard the first howl. It came from the northwest, maybe half a mile away. At first I thought it was a wolf, but we don't have wolves in this part of Oregon. The sound was wrong anyway, too deep, too guttural, and it ended with an almost human quality that made the hair on my neck stand up. I grabbed my binoculars and scanned the tree line, but the darkness was absolute beyond my tower's floodlights. The howl came again, closer this time. I've heard coyotes, mountain lions, and bears. This was none of those. The sound had a deliberate quality, like something was announcing itself. I switched on my high-powered spotlight and swept it across the forest below. That's when I saw the eyes. They were reflecting my light from about 30 yards out, positioned at least 7 feet off the ground. Not the greenish glow of a deer or the orange of a bear. These were amber-colored and set wide apart. Whatever owned those eyes was standing upright. I kept the spotlight trained on the position, and for just a moment I saw a silhouette move between 2 massive firs. The shape was wrong for a bear on its hind legs. The shoulders were too broad, the head too canine, and it moved with a fluid, purposeful gait that made my hands shake. The thing stopped at the edge of my light's range and tilted its head, studying the tower. I could make out a snout, definitely wolf-like, but the body proportions were all wrong. The arms were too long, ending in what looked like massive hands, not paws. It stood there for what felt like an eternity, just watching me. Then it dropped to all fours and loped away into the darkness with terrifying speed. The way it moved was predatory and intelligent. I heard it crashing through the underbrush, moving in a wide circle around my tower. It was testing the perimeter, learning the layout. I radioed the main station, but my supervisor Dave just told me it was probably a bear and not to worry. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my chair with my rifle across my lap, listening to that thing circling in the darkness, occasionally releasing those horrible howls that sounded like a wolf screaming in a human voice. At dawn, I climbed down to investigate. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I found tracks immediately. They were canine, but enormous, at least 6 inches long, and they showed claw marks that cut deep into the earth. What disturbed me most was the stride length. These prints were spaced 4 to 5 feet apart when the creature was on all fours. But some tracks showed something else entirely. In a clearing about 40 yards from my tower, I found bipedal prints. They looked like a cross between human feet and wolf paws, measuring roughly 14 inches long and 6 inches wide at the ball. The depth of the impressions suggested something incredibly heavy had made them. I photographed everything, took measurements, and collected plaster casts. When I showed Dave the photos, he went quiet. Then he told me something he'd never mentioned in all my years working there. 3 other rangers had reported similar encounters over the past decade. One had transferred out immediately. Another refused to take solo assignments anymore. The third had quit altogether. "What the hell is it?" I asked him. Dave wouldn't say the word, but he didn't have to. I'd grown up in Oregon. I knew the stories about the dogman, the upright walking wolf creature that hunters and loggers had been reporting for over a century. I'd always dismissed them as folklore, misidentified bears, or the overactive imaginations of people spooked by the deep woods. I wasn't dismissing them anymore. The second night began with an uneasy silence. I'd requested backup, but we were short-staffed due to the early snow season hitting the higher elevations. Dave promised to send someone the next day, but for now, I was alone again. Around 8 p.m., the temperature dropped dramatically. I could see my breath inside the tower despite the propane heater running. The forest had gone completely quiet. No owl calls, no small animal sounds, nothing. It's a phenomenon I'd learned to recognize over the years. When the woods go silent, something big is moving through. The smell hit me first. It came through the tower's ventilation, a nauseating mixture of wet dog, rotten meat, and something earthy and primal that I can't adequately describe. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I'd smelled dead animals before, even decomposing hikers we'd had to recover, but this was different. More concentrated, more animal, more alive. I grabbed my thermal imaging scope and scanned the forest. At first I saw nothing unusual. Then, about 200 yards out, a massive heat signature appeared on the screen. It was moving between the trees with a slow, deliberate pace, and it was huge. The signature suggested something at least 8 feet tall and proportionally broad. Unlike the dogman from the previous night, which had moved with predatory quickness, this thing was unhurried, almost casual in its movements. It would stop occasionally, and I could see on the thermal scope what looked like an arm reaching up to the trees, maybe 15 feet high, doing something I couldn't determine. I watched it for 20 minutes as it moved in my general direction, not directly approaching but not avoiding the tower either. It crossed a small creek that I knew well, and I could hear the splashing from my position. Whatever this was, it was massive enough to make substantial noise just walking through shallow water. When it reached a clearing about 80 yards from my tower, it stopped. In the moonlight, I could finally see it properly through my binoculars. The creature stood upright on 2 legs, covered in dark brown hair that looked matted and thick. Its shoulders were incredibly broad. I estimated at least 4 feet across. The arms hung down past its knees, ending in enormous hands. The face was flat compared to an ape, but not human. A strange middle ground that was deeply unsettling. Even from that distance, I could see the sheer muscle mass. This thing was built like it could tear down trees. It turned toward my tower, and I swear it looked directly at me. For several seconds, we regarded each other. Then it did something that made my blood run cold. It picked up a rock the size of a basketball and threw it. Not at me, but at a tree about 30 yards to my left. The impact sounded like a gunshot, and the rock shattered against the trunk. It was showing me what it could do. I'd heard about this behavior in the Bigfoot reports. Rock throwing was one of the most commonly reported activities. These creatures apparently used it as both intimidation and communication. The message was clear: stay in your tower. The creature watched me for another minute, then turned and walked away, moving deeper into the forest with that same unhurried gait. I tracked it on thermal imaging until it disappeared into a ravine about half a mile out. I spent the rest of the night documenting everything: the timing, the direction of travel, the behavior, the smell. When dawn came, I went to investigate the clearing where it had stood. The footprints were unmistakable. They were humanoid, but enormous, 17 inches long and 7 inches wide, with a clear arch and 5 distinct toe impressions. The depth suggested something weighing at least 600 pounds. The stride length was over 4 feet, and in some places I could see where the creature had stopped, shifting its weight from foot to foot. Near the tree, where it had thrown the rock, I found something else. A pile of small sticks arranged in a specific pattern, almost like a marker or sign. I'd read about these stick structures in Bigfoot literature but had always assumed they were natural formations or made by humans. This was too fresh, too deliberate, and too far from any established trail for human activity. I also found handprints in the mud near the creek. They were massive, over 12 inches long with clear finger impressions. The fingers were thick, almost sausage-like, but definitely articulated and dexterous. What struck me most was the intelligence these prints suggested. This wasn't just a big animal wandering through. The deliberate approach, the rock throwing, the stick structure, these indicated a thinking creature, something aware of its actions and their effects. I should have left after the second night. Dave had called that morning and told me my replacement was coming up that afternoon. I should have packed my gear and headed down the mountain while I still could, but I didn't. Something kept me there. A morbid fascination maybe, or professional pride. I told myself I was gathering important data, that this was a unique opportunity to document something extraordinary. The truth was darker. Some part of me needed to see this through. The third night was the coldest yet. A storm system had moved in, bringing freezing rain that clicked against the tower windows like skeletal fingers. Visibility was poor, reducing my effective range to maybe 50 yards. The weather should have made me feel safer, assuming nothing would be active in such conditions. I was wrong. Around midnight, the temperature inside the tower dropped so dramatically that I could see my breath even with the heater on maximum. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. Not the normal fear I'd felt the previous nights, but something deeper, more primal. Every instinct I had screamed at me to run. Then I heard it breathing. It was right outside the tower, at ground level. The breathing was slow and deliberate, each exhale producing a low wheeze that sounded like wind through a tunnel. I grabbed my rifle and my spotlight, leaning out the window to shine the light down. Nothing, just empty forest and freezing rain. But the breathing continued, moving now, circling the tower. I followed it with my light, but I couldn't catch sight of whatever was making the sound. This didn't make sense. The dogman and the Bigfoot had been visible. This thing was somehow evading my light while staying close enough that I could hear it breathing. That's when the smell hit. Worse than the Bigfoot, worse than anything I'd ever encountered. It was death, pure and simple. Rotten meat, dried blood, and something else, something wrong that made my stomach heave. I vomited over the railing, and when I looked up, wiping my mouth, I saw it. The creature stood at the edge of my spotlight's range, and it was all wrong. Impossibly tall, at least 9 feet, and skeletal thin like something that had been starving for months. Its skin looked grayish and mottled, stretched tight over bones that jutted at unnatural angles. The face was the worst part, sunken eyes that reflected my light with a sickly yellow-green glow, a mouth full of broken stained teeth, and an expression of desperate hunger. But it was the antlers that confirmed what I was seeing. Massive elk antlers sprouted from its skull, easily 5 feet across, covered in strips of rotting flesh and scraps of hair. I knew what this was. My grandmother, who was half Chinook, had told me stories when I was young. The Wendigo, the winter demon, the spirit of starvation and cannibalism, the creature that was once human but had consumed human flesh and transformed into something monstrous. It moved toward the tower with jerky, unnatural motions, like stop-motion animation, covering ground impossibly fast. I raised my rifle and fired, not to kill it, just to scare it off. The shot went wild, but the muzzle flash illuminated the creature in stark detail for a split second. That image is burned into my brain forever. The emaciated body, the elongated limbs ending in fingers like blackened twigs, the lipless mouth hanging open, the eyes filled with an intelligence and hunger that was somehow worse than any animal's. It didn't flee from the gunshot, instead it screamed. The sound was unlike anything I've ever heard, a combination of a human shriek, an elk's bugle, and the scrape of metal on metal. It went on for at least 15 seconds, and I swear I could hear words in it, syllables that almost formed language but stayed just beyond comprehension. Then it was gone. Not running, not retreating, just gone, as if it had stepped out of existence. The temperature returned to normal immediately, the overwhelming dread lifted, the smell dissipated. I stood there shaking, my rifle still raised, scanning the forest for any sign of the creature. I found nothing. No tracks, no disturbances, nothing to indicate that anything had been there at all. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew what had stood outside my tower, what had screamed at me with that horrible voice. At dawn, I packed everything and hiked down to the main station. I submitted my resignation before Dave could even ask what happened. He took one look at my face and didn't argue. I still have the photos from the first 2 nights. The dogman tracks, the Bigfoot footprints, the stick structures. They're real, documented, measurable. But the 3rd night left no evidence except my testimony and the fact that I'll never spend another night alone in those woods. Some of my colleagues think I had a breakdown. Maybe they're right. But I know what I encountered in the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest over those 3 October nights. 3 different creatures, 3 different kinds of terror, and all of them real. I'm writing this from my apartment in Medford now. I work at a state park visitor center, where the most dangerous thing I encounter is an occasional aggressive squirrel. Sometimes at night though, when the wind picks up and I hear something that might be howling in the distance, I remember those amber eyes watching me from the darkness. And I remember that there are things in the Oregon wilderness that we've forgotten, or never truly understood, things that were here long before us and will remain long after we're gone. The forest keeps its secrets, and I learned mine.